Good afternoon, good evening, or good morning for wherever you are in the world. Welcome to round 6 of the EERC European Endurance Racing Championship. I am Ross Smith, your broadcast director today, and join me taking over for commentary duties will be Alice Goldschmidt and Ed Hunter this morning. Good morning, gentlemen. How are you?
Oh, good morning.
Good morning to our good friend stateside. Thank you very much, Ross, for the welcome introduction. Great to be here. And my first ever 24-hour race commentary, and what a place to do it at Circuit de la Sarthe here in Pays de la Loire in France, virtually speaking.
Indeed, your timing's impeccable, Alex.
That's definitely the case. Thank you very much, Ed. So here we are. We are about to get things underway. We've had qualification for the 6th round of the 8-round championship after what was a very, very interesting last time out when everyone went to the venerable Hockenheimring, which is one of my favourite circuits. Being part German myself, it is a welcome stay on my bucket list. It's a track I've actually visited a few times, but never visited Le Mans.
Indeed, I've never been to Le Mans either, although it's something that's always interested me. Would love to do it someday. But yeah, it's such a historic venue, such a historic event. Of course, the real life one has been going on since when was the very first Le Mans? It was something like
1923.
I was thinking in between the world wars, of course. Yeah, so yeah, I'm pretty sure 1920s is correct. Then, of course, great. You hear about stuff like the old Bentley blower that won in the 20s, the first British winner of Le Mans in terms of the car manufacturers, and of course it's the French who hold the race in the biggest regard, of course. And I think French manufacturers like the likes of Peugeot, Renault have both had a great success at the event. Peugeot, of course, winning most recently.
We'll be moving to the race session momentarily.
So the warm-up just about to end, Alex, and then we're getting into the big meat of this thing, which is the 24-hour race.
Because it is an Axel Sports front row lockout after we saw from qualification a little bit earlier on with I think it was the number 21 of Nakib Aslan's Axel Sports in the Eureka LMP2, and then it was the Josh Purwine in the Axel Sport number 20 that put it onto the front row with just literally moments to spare. But I think one of the most committed runs I've ever seen, virtually speaking, here at Le Mans was Chuba in the BMW. That was an absolutely fully committed lap in the dying throes, and the number 35 from Abstinau Force Polonia with James Juba and Mantas Rekus in the BMW M6 being your pole sitters, and they got into the 3-minute 51s as well in the process.
Indeed, it was a really committed lap. I don't think James Juba could really have gotten much more out of that BMW if he had tried, but and he certainly was trying very, very hard. And you saw he was just on the ragged edge and through the Porsche corners we saw on board. He was just on the ragged edge between going completely off the circuit, but he somehow managed to keep it going and set a blistering time. I think over a second faster than what anybody else managed. But I think there's going to be a great fight for second in GT3, but they may be able to pick up pieces if misfortune happens to the Abstinau Force Polonia car, although they will be hoping that it doesn't. They'll be hoping for a clean run, a clean start, certainly, once they get underway in a few minutes' time, after, of course, the LMP2 cars have gone away. But remember, it's a rolling start here that the EERC likes to use. So the LMP2 cars will go first, and then a little bit further back around, the GT3 cars will be released. So you've got two races essentially to look out for, and we'll be keeping a keen eye on both of them and let you know if anything noteworthy takes place on the circuit. Because, of course, it's a big circuit, nearly 4-minute lap times for the GT3s and 3.5 minutes, of course, for the LMP2s.
Yes, very much the case. The formation will take place from the start-finish line.
Remember to leave a sufficient gap between you and the prototypes, preferably of around 5 to 10
GT3s are being instructed
seconds.
to leave a gap of around 5 to 10 seconds between themselves and the back part of the GT3s. And we will go green at the entry into Mulsanne from Tetra Rouge. That's where the formation will go up to. So your lineup for LMP2 here at Le Mans is as follows. Nakib Aslan will start in the number 21 Axel Sports Eureka. Alongside will be the sister car of the number 20, piloted by Josh Pervin. Then it is Zoltan Boda from Pimps Racing Hungary and David Kalusai in the Fancy Esports number 5. Roland Sux in the Fancy Esports 66 will be on the inside of row number 3. Alongside him will be Che Hatch in the Eureka IDOS 317. Then we head to Pribek Zolt from Fancy Esports, and then the sister 888 Fancy Esports entry of Patrick Zilvasi. That rounds out the top 4 rows, and completing the top 10 will be Brett Clark in the SRD Esports 99, and we'll have Danny Robbins alongside in the Absteneo Vos Polonia number 10 entry. Then it's Pound Roberts and Jake Denahan. It wasn't Jake Denahan, it's Denis Enchenko in the RSS Union 717. Jake Denahan and Dom Tranquil round out the top 14 positions ahead of Gilbert Posmic and Dane Baird. Then we've got Pascal Egert and Tom Dillon for Reading Game Studios Racing. That is your lineup for LMP2. Then it's James Juba and Billy Eisman for the front row in GT3 ahead of Kovac, Ericsson, Christian Cabal, Lengel, Wozniak, Dikutis. Also, we've got Christian Lewis, Lucas Lichten, Alexis Birichev, Michal Raza, Claudio Souza, Andrei Verdane, and Magnus Kullerov. That is the end of the grid as we are about to get things underway. LMP2s on starters' orders. Are we ready to go racing here at the EERC round 6 at the 24 Hours of Le Mans? We are waiting for the race director to give the signal to go. And it is Axel Sports 21 and 20 alongside each other. Look how tightly packed this formation is, as when they get onto the Mulsanne straight, we will be off and away. You can see the green lights flashing on both sides of the straightaway here at the Mulsanne. It is ready. It is time for everything to start going here
Green
at
flag.
the Circuit de la Sarthe. We are off and away and racing, and it is 4 abreast heading down to the first chicane for the first time as the Axel Sports Duo get a really good run. It's 3 abreast towards... Oh, we've had contact with the GT3s. 2 off into the barrier on the left-hand side of the Mulsanne. Jarl's
GT
already...
green.
So, already...
I think that was one of the Fancy Esports cars involved back there in the GT3 clash there, but Ventura Racing, great start. 34 car was going to 4 wide in LMP2 there. Yes, chaos behind Cuba. Yeah, as we see Ericsson and Kovac swapping positions for the second position in the GT3 class. But yeah, all hell breaking loose in the GT3. LMP2 being relatively composed by comparison, but it's Perwin who got the jump on Aslan, I believe. He's narrowly leading him, although I suspect Aslan will be trying to mount a counter-attack as soon as possible.
Let's not forget that one of the biggest rules is don't take out your teammates. So they will be on separate strategies. They will have discussed that through practice runs and race simulations. As Pervin heading down to the second chicane, there is Pascal Egert in the number 137 Fina Avant Racing. Is closing up on Denham and Sux up ahead in the 88 and the 66, and that is Denham. I think that's just gone wide. Denham's just gone wide, and that is allowing Egert to go up the inside. Can't get through. Oh, one of the bollards has just been kicked asunder, and that is off. I think that's off Arnage as the GT3. Look at the gap now that Tuba has got over Ericsson. That is nearly 1.6 seconds as they head through the Courbe de Buisson for the first time before they get ahead down towards the Porsche curves, as we saw that. It's very, very crazy. Actually, that was the second chicane. My apologies. That might have been Mulsanne that come through as they go through the golf corner through into Indianapolis. But Juba already, Ed, has got a humongous lead as Kovac and Ericsson side by side for P2 for a brief moment. Dikutis and Lengyel also, as Lengyel trying to send it up the inside and go sideways.
That's very wide. You're not going to pull that off, Lengyel.
That was backwards, and he managed to catch that. We've got a car in the wall already,
but he's just managed to get back onto the track, I guess. While you were watching that, Che Hatch, actually, I saw him setting this up. He made a great move on Robbins, Danny Robbins, to get into third place in the IDOS number 317 car. And now he's going to be chasing after the Axel Sport cars. So Che Hatch looks really fired up at the moment. I would not be surprised if he starts closing in on the back of Aslan and putting him under pressure. But yeah, GD3, of course, like you say, a little bit of chaos, mistakes at the back as they all tussle for position. But But Juba looking untroubled out front as he pulls away from Ericsson, nearly 2 seconds already. As we get yellow in the last corner. Something's gone wrong there.
Yeah, Magnus Gunnar up in the 61 360 McLaren has gone off, and that was through the Porsche curves and into towards the Virage du Pont, I believe. Yeah, the entrance into the Porsche curves. The McLaren just loses it, and at the moment, fastest in Sector 1 in the LMP2s, and Sector 3 is the number 21 Axel Sports Eureka of Nakib Aslan. Danny Robbins from Abstineo. Yeah, our pole sitter. And Abstineo Force Bologna's number 10, Danny Robbins, is the fastest in Sector 2 with a 133.830 second partition. And
Robbins has made a really good start, considering he qualified 8th, I believe, and he's gone up to 4th, of course. But Zoltan Boda in the number 23 Pims Hungary racing car is Pims Racing Hungary car. Sorry, he's gone down to 6th, of course. So he was up in 3rd. He's been overcome by these guys who qualified behind him. So not the best start here, but of course it's a long race. No kidding. And there's going to be plenty of time for drivers to swap positions back again. Meanwhile, the championship leader, Denny Yachenko, in the RSS Unison Racing, number 717, he's down in 16th place. He dropped from 12th to 16th. So really trouble for RSS Unison Racing. And we've seen this happen before where they've had bad starts, they've been able to bring it back later in the race. But they're in real trouble here, as we see him battling with Gilbert Posmic for the Hyper Endurance team. A new entrant for this race, I believe. He looks like he's making a move, actually.
It looks like Eggert is also trying to get a bit feisty. There's he and Zooks also battling away. There's for 11th position. Eggert up towards around the outside, and that's very brave in an LMP2 car. As they now go side by side, heading towards the next corner. So Eggert gets ahead in the 137 Finale.
Oh, but he's still just about on the inside. Is he going to try and break late here, Zooks?
No, Zooks didn't really have that opportunity, I think, going into Mulsanne there. So Eggert really had the run. So up into P11. And Suba now has a lead of nearly 2.7 seconds ahead of Kovac. So Gergo Kovac and the McLaren 720 from Fancy Esports, the 29, having to make a run at him. But then look at Jesper Eriksson. He's only like literally, I think that it's only like 0.2 of a second between them.
Oh, Eriksson briefly getting ahead here on the timing screens, actually. So, yeah, it seems that Kovacs has maybe perhaps slipped up. Eriksson has got a really good run down the straight. There we go. He's looking at that battle right now on the screen. And the two McLarens squabbling away with each other as the BMW sprints away up front.
And not too far behind is the GRG Esports 97 of Billy Eisman. And Lorenzo Di Curtis from the DDOS Racing 75 McLaren. That's brave if ever I thought it. And just ahead, that looks like Kovac is kept ahead, or is that Eriksson that's got in front? No, it's Eriksson that got swept around, and Alexis Spirichev has got a penalty. Sole Aston Martin in this field has got a penalty, and that was within the first 10 minutes of the race.
He's already at the back of the field, Spirichev, so that's not going to help do him any favours in that Aston. I'm not sure exactly what that was for, but we'll have to find out maybe a bit later on. But as you see, Pirwin in the lead has actually set the fastest lap, 3:27.856, but still only 7/10 ahead of his teammate Aslan, Jay Hatch. As we see, Eriksson nearly hitting the back of Kovacs there. Yeah, but Jay Hatch only about half a second behind Aslan, so still very tight in LMP2 at the top. But GD3s, it's really all about that battle for second at the moment.
Yeah, Jesper Eriksson pushing about nearly 130 miles an hour heading into the Porsche curves. But don't forget to get involved via social media at EERC_official on Twitter. EERC.info is our official website all the way through the next 23 hours and 50 odd minutes as Jesper Eriksson has Eisman for company coming through the final chicane here at Circuit de la Sarthe. And at the moment, Jay Hatch has a 3-minute 27.221. That's the fastest lap as Gergo Kovac goes quicker than anybody else in GT3. And he's 3.9 seconds behind James Chuba. So Chuba getting away, and the gap is just getting up all the time. But Eisman now really trying to close on Eriksson as we are on board on the 97.
what seems to happen is because Ericsson is battling a Kovacs, and because he's not really been able to get back past Kovacs, that's put him into the clutches of Eisman and Dekutis, and they're all going to start slipstreaming each other down the Mulsanne here. So I wonder if Billy Eisman is going to fancy a move up the inside on the chicanes. He's going to have to set it up from very far back, though. Let's see what happens here as we see yellow in sector 2. So
Billy Bexalt. The Fancy Esports has had a moment, but
that's a shame for him. He was running quite decently as well in like 7th or 8th, but that's down to 17th for him. As we see, there we go, side by side for second in GD3. Ericsson's getting back through.
I'd like to sort of see from an onboard perspective what speeds these cars are pushing, so we can get back on board with Billy Eisman. That'd be quite good as we're going to go through the second part. So let's see what speedo is going to be indicating. They were pushing around nearly 290 kilometers an hour, which is over 170 miles an hour down here. Fastest speed, I'm just looking down at the moment, Ed, is a 333.7 kilometer an hour straight line speed from Nakib Aslan. As again,
Kovacs around the outside, yeah.
That's brave, and he's getting the inside run for the second half of the chicane. Gets through. Eisman closes up on the back bumper of Ericsson. Through there, but now, as they say, it's one thing to get the position, it's another thing entirely to keep it. As here comes Ericsson, he gets a better run coming out of the second chicane, and he's up the inside. He's going to get the run towards Mulsanne corner,
and he can feel Billy Eisman licking his lips, or at least he would be if he didn't have Dekutis right behind him as well. Here we go, all 4 of them converging on the track. This could end in tears if they're not careful. Just about managed to avoid touching each other. And there we go, Jesper Ericsson back through once again. But Kovacs under real pressure here from Eisman as well.
Yeah, so the gap between the 2 leaders now, between Josh Perwin and Nakib Aslan, is only 3/4 of a second, and it's closing. Aslan is on the move, as here is Kovacs again trying to go bumper to bumper. All 3 wide by Aslan, all the trio touch. Oh, this is not what you want. At about 10 or 13 minutes afterwards, Kovacs around the outside of Ericsson, nearly gets nudged aside.
Oh, you've got a whole day to go, boys. You've got a whole day to go. You don't need to do this just yet. Keep the powder dry. But there we go. Kovacs back through again on Eisman. And Ericsson really losing out as a result of that 3 wide moment there. He's going to want to get back up to second. Sharpish. But meanwhile, Eisman really fancies a chance of getting that second spot on the podium here as the Juba just keeps pulling away and away from them further and further in that Axtinio Force Polonia car.
That was an impressive run. Here comes Eisman up the inside of Kovacs, and that's a great move from the 97.
Oh, Kovacs broke very early there. Do you think he's just being a bit conservative here, or did he get caught out?
He nearly got caught out through the Porsche curves there as Ericsson goes towards the inside of the...
I thought Ericsson had hit him at the back there, but just about holding on Kovacs to third place.
That is definitely a defibrillator central right about now between these 3 cars, and Dekutis is the one that's got, I think, could be the Cheshire Cat that's got the cream very, very shortly. If any of the top 3 tangle with each other, we've seen that quite a lot as they hustle their way through the Virage Ford and Virage du Raccordement onto the main straightaway. James Juba, in the meantime, getting away. He's now got nearly a 6-second gap over Billy Eisman in the GRG Esports 97 McLaren 720 that is now in P2. Then it's Kovacs, Ericsson, and Dekutis, Wozniak in 6th, Lichtin, Christian Kabay, Raza, and Lewis. That rounds out the top 10. But in the meantime, Josh Perwin and Nakib Aslan still keeping a very good strategy here, because the gap now between them is only half a second. So these teammates will be working together. As you can see, the number 21 of the Axel Sports cars has the Malaysian flag quite prominently on its centre fin that leads to the rear wing from the main cockpit of the LMP2.
Indeed, and it could be that we see legendary Malaysian superstar Alex Young in that car a little bit later on, if I remember correctly, as we see a little battle for 5th here between Boda and Kalopshai, I believe.
Yeah, looks like Boda's got up the inside of Kalopshai there for P5. So some very nice liveries as well. A bit of chrome flare here and there with a bright sort of reflective purple that you're now seeing going through Mulsanne corner.
Yeah, Pimps Racing Hungary always do favour these very outstanding chrome purple liveries that really, especially in night time, when we get to that day, they'll really stand out quite a lot in the evenings. But they still look pretty decent in the daytime as they chase after the 4th place car of Robbins in the Force Polonium machine. But meanwhile, Iceman is Kovacs and Ericsson still swapping position in GD3 for 3rd in class. So I think Kovacs has finally lost out to Ericsson here. It's hard to tell. They're going up and down. It's almost like they're taking turns with this whole slipstreaming to be in 3rd place. But this is just going to let Iceman pull away from them if they're not careful. As we see Christian Kabay briefly caused a yellow flag there. He seems to have got going again. The yellow car was in the wars a little bit earlier. I think we saw a good yellow car on the walls that may have been Fancy Sports number 28. But as we see Ericsson getting past Eisman again, so a brave move down Indianapolis. So we'll have to see. this battle's just going to run and run, isn't it? And frankly, Team Brazil car doesn't seem too Wozniak doesn't seem too far behind either. Wait, is that the Team Brazil car? Or am I getting mixed up here between another group?
Sorry to cut across you there, Ed. It's 3 wide again between these 3. Iceman's got the inside. Kovac ran the outside again using that sweeping overtake. So Kovac has got that corner now. We go on board with the Pimps Racing Hungary MT3 of Zoltan Boda, who is about 1.5 seconds behind Robbins. And we've had Matt Wilmot on the YouTube chat saying, "Come on, Jesper, how about it's out?" Well, hang on, guys. This is a marathon, not a sprint. But as we all know at Le Mans, Ed, the 24 hours of Le Mans is always a 24-hour sprint, hand on heart. Real life or virtual wise.
Yeah, you can't really afford to let the driver ahead get up, because all of these drivers, as they battle each other, these 3, Ericsson, Eisman and Kovacs, they really know that neither of them wants to let James Stewart get away from them, but if they let the other guy pull ahead, then it could be that they're just racing for 3rd instead of 2nd, so they really want to just keep these battles going for as long as they can, or if they're ahead, they want to pull away, so it's really fascinating watching them basically hold each other up, but they generally seem to be racing very clean. There was a few side-by-side moments, a little bit of contact, but on the whole, these guys giving each other space, being very respectful. As you see, a few changes of order in the lower order for LMP2, Zooks and Bayard swapping positions very briefly there. For 10th, Fancy Eastwoods in the IDOS car, but yeah, this GD3 battle easily, I think, the closest and the most absorbing on track at the moment. Battle at the front in LMP2, by the way. Aslan just under 4 temps behind his teammate Perway and Josh Perway. Che Hatch really starting to slightly lose touch with them, I think. He's down to 2nd behind Perway. But hopefully he can... Oh, as we see Aslan getting a good run down the straight here. Is he going to try a move here? These LMP2 cars really building up speed as they go through... which part of the circuit is this?
This is going to be down to Mulsanne, so look at how close Che Hatch is now. The gap was about 1 second. It is not that far behind between the 3 of them. This is absolutely brilliant. A scrap for the top 3 as we go on board. That looks to be Aslan that we're on the back wing end plate of. 300 kph, so we're fast approaching.
Bayard in trouble.
Yeah, the
Bayard.
The 50 goes around the outside there. That was very, very close indeed.
Yeah, he's hemorrhaging places at the moment, Bayard. I wonder if there might be damage to that car. As we see GD3, Decute is finally making his move. He's up to 3rd now, ahead of Wozniak and Ericsson. So there's been some contact there, I think. I was just talking about how clean the GD3s have been keeping it. And there we go. It's all come to grief. There's Wozniak in 4th now, behind Decute. So it seems that... Eisman and Ericsson have really come to grief somewhere. Are we about to go under a slow zone somewhere? Perhaps it doesn't look like it. It seems that they've got going.
Ericsson's got major damage. The rear wing is off of that car, and that car is crabbing to the right-hand side. The rear axle that is going to need to go in for damage repairs.
Yeah, there's been some huge contact. I would love to see a replay, and here we go. We may be able to see what happened here. Ericsson and Eisman, they would believe they were fighting for 3rd because Kovacs was ahead of them.
Yeah, they've both lost their rear wings, and that's actually through into the second part of the Mulsanne. Here it is. So Eisman ahead of Ericsson. Ericsson goes to brake, and that clashes with the right-hand side of the other McLaren, and both rear wings are asunder. Ericsson's received rear suspension damage as a result of spinning off into the barriers. is going to make the cut through, as will Iceman. So they have both picked up significant damage, and that is going to put them up into, that's dropped them towards the bottom part of the top 10. So Ericsson and Iceman.
A little bit too keen from Jesper Eriksson. They were saying send it to Jesper earlier, all the IDOS fans, but unfortunately Jesper has been a bit too ambitious and made contact with Iceman. We'll have to see if that gets investigated by the race stewards. They're very quick to act. We'll have to see what they decide to do. But we've got a car weaving down the straight, so I'm surprised that they haven't chosen to throw any kind of caution for that.
The drivers be aware the Indianapolis slow zone is now in effect.
The slow zone is actually coming
2
to
between Indianapolis and Arnage.
So
it will be active in 5 seconds.
Indianapolis and Arnage slow zone will be activated.
2, 1.
About
Slow zone 2
now.
enforced.
So slow zone 2 effectively enforced. Drivers can not exceed 80 km. They have to go on the pit limiter and in single file between Indianapolis and Arnage. Our first major drama as Jesper Eriksson now pulls the 117 IDOS back to the pits, but that car is completely crabbing. That is really going to cement them down at the bottom.
Porsche curves slow zone.
Yeah, Iceman is really slowing right down, actually.
Right.
Is he letting Eriksson back through again?
Porsche curves now
3,
being activated
2,
as a slow zone
1.
2. So
slow
zone
zone 3 is in effect. This is between the Porsche curves
so slow zone
and
3 in
the
effect
pit
between
lane.
Porsche curves.
Pit limiter and
pit
no
lane.
overtaking in
Pit
the
lane.
slow zone. Slow
Pit
zone 2
limiter
is
on,
also now
no
clear and
overtaking
back
has
to
been
green.
declared by our race director Alex Skinner. So slow zone 3 in effect between the Porsche curves and the pit lane entry.
This could really affect the LMP2 front runners because they're coming through the lap a lot of the GD3 field now. So that if they get caught in a slow zone, that could really mix things up here as we see a lot of change of positions in the lower order. We see Dane Bird has beached himself in the gravel. There's one of the Fancy Esports cars as well has gone off. They've been really affected by the slow zone here. They've all just been a bit caught out.
I think the thing is that they do have to slow. If they're in a slow zone and it gets announced by the race director, they have an opportunity to slow down. Now there's been contact, and the 66 has just been properly smacked into there.
Oh, what a big crash from the IDOS car as well into the number 66.
And that was Fancy Esports Black. Fancy Esports Black in the 66, and then there was another car that was involved too. So
we could have a really long slow zone period now to recover from this incident too. But unfortunate there. They just got caught out with a car facing the wrong way. There's chaos here in LMP2 in the sort of midfield.
Yeah. So look, it's the 88 that is involved in this, along with that. So that was the other car I was trying to make out, and that was the Fancy Esports entry of Christopher Klanek, Ben
3 is now clear, back to green flag racing. Slow zone 3 is clear. The track is fully green.
The track is now fully back to green, so we are under green flag conditions. And that was Sol Prebeck and Benjamin Ross. That was the other car that was involved. So I think Areca IDOS 417 will have to pit. We've already had, like when you get like Strictly Come Dancing and you get the scores from the judges.
When I hear it in the background when my mum's watching. Oh, as we see Danny Robbins, who was running fourth, absolutely fourth plenty, he's messed up at the chicane and spun around and lost several positions. Down to 12 for Danny Robbins. So what on earth happened there?
Right, there's the Pit Racing Hungary car that went around the outside of the vehicle just now as they come into the Virage du Ford. And then again, Danny sent it up the inside. The pair are going to make contact round about now.
Yeah, there we go. I think it was just a bit too overeager. He couldn't really back out at that point. He was already committed. Pit Racing Hungary just sends him around, unfortunately. You can see on the side of his car, the position counter was dropping down. That's a sinking feeling as a driver when you're facing the wrong way and you want to get going again after an incident like that. And Danny Robbins giving himself a lot of work to do in this early stage of the race to get back up into one of the higher positions. But yeah, and now it's going to get even more hectic as they lap the GD3 field. But meanwhile,
there's yellow in Sector 3, and Christian Lewis has had a moment in the IDOS 217 McLaren. So that is another McLaren that's good. That's 3 of the McLarens. Let's have a look at the replay here.
I'm not sure what's happened to Aslan as well. If he was running second in LMP2, he's dropped right down to fifth. So Trey Hatch is now running second.
Right. Let's have a look at this replay. Christian Lewis is alongside the Pimps the Pimps team. And there's a little bit of contact.
He pushed him off the road there. Pushed the Pimps Hungary car off the road. So I'm not sure that... big impact with the wall too. So he's taking heavy damage. The rear wing falls off. So the 217 car of Eidos Motorsport. Yeah, that's really going to hamper their race.
That was the 22 of Zandor Lengyel in the Pimps Racing Hungary McLaren 720. So again, another McLaren limping its way. Christian Lewis actually bouncing off the barriers on the right-hand side of the Porsche curves. So not been easy for 3 of the McLarens. That is effectively a third of the 9 that have been compromised in accidents, and we have not reached the half-hour mark as Lewis has to go nowhere but wide through the gravel at Virage du Pont to try and keep this car going. And
a little bunny hop as it goes back onto the tarmac, but that's probably the best way to do it, especially if you've got cars ahead, to just go in the gravel if you're damaged, just to avoid further contact. Now, of course, these cars that do get damaged, they can go into the pits for repairs, but the thing is...
as he spins it going into the pit lane.
Oh dear. He's really made scrambled eggs of this. Should really, if he'd slowed down a little, Christian, to get back to the pits, he might have been okay. But yeah, so James Cuber in all of this has really pulled ahead in GD3, giving a 10-second lead over Kovacs. And DeCutis is now running third. But LMP2 is where the big changes seem to happen because of a result of them being caught out by the slow zone and various incidents and accidents in both fields, it must be said. So Trey Hatch is now under half a second behind Perwin. And then we've got Boda in third, Kolokchai fourth, Robert in fifth, and Aslan down to sixth. So I think that number 21, Axel, the sports car, has taken the pole sitter, of course, has taken either some kind of damage or he's really backing off for some reason because he's really dropping into the clutches of, before too long, Pascal Egger in the Frina Von Racing car, who's made a really great opening 8 laps to climb up to 7th through all the chaos.
Yeah, very much the case. We've seen Eggert really, really improve and move up the order as there is Nakib Aslan. And one of the things that and this is a very good point that James Montgomery has put up, saying that if the car is badly damaged, they have to keep it on the pit lane speed limiter and stay off of the racing line. I think that very much might be true. I will await for official clarification on that, but in many respects, what the 217 Eidos McLaren 720S was just doing was just trying to keep out of the way of everybody, but when they're coming through through the Porsche curves, you are literally as close to the wall as you dare coming through the first part of it. And if you've got a car that has got suspension damage, because that was grabbing just like Jesper Eriksson's car was doing a bit earlier on, you're not going to have full control of the car.
Yeah, so Lewis in the pits for repairs will probably drop down to at least 13th. We've got only the top 10 really in GD3 who are still basically within about 70 seconds of each other. But yeah, it's going to be as we come back to DeCutis right behind Kovacs. Are these two going to have their own little slipstream battle? And the person who is really quietly in the background, being chopping away and staying out of trouble, is the Wozniak in the Solo Sport Racing entry, number 14, in the other BMW. So he has really watched the fireworks go on ahead and stayed out of trouble and profited from other people's. While all those around you lose your head, you must keep yours, as they say. So really tidy performance from Wozniak, and Kovacs the Cuties really paddling away now. As Juba pulls 12 seconds ahead, we cut to the LMP2 battle for 10th with Patrick Slavazzi chasing Salt. It's Rubik Salt in one of the fancy esports entries. Also, the two fancy esports cars really squabbling away behind the recovering Danny Robbins in 8th after his earlier.
We come to code 80 in 10 seconds.
Another code 80 is being called.
Yeah.
5, 4,
right.
3,
Yellow and
3,
1. Code 80 enforced.
Christian Kabai beached in the wall.
I am I don't have words to describe how appalled I am by the driving standards
So
here.
effectively,
I'm
driving
seeing right
standards are not
Get a
being
grip,
seen
calm down,
in the right eyes by the
drive
race director.
properly. We'll be
So
utilising
he
code
is,
80s for the rest of this race because no one listened to the driver's briefing.
So slow zones will not be instigated.
We'll stay
Code
under code
80s
80 until the
will
cars
be
are in the pit lane
instigated
and
for the
stopped in their
remainder of
pit
the
box.
race, as per the race director's
strong words
instructions.
from the race director, actually. And
Very
there
strong
we go.
words.
We're only half an hour into the 24 hours, and now we have got the slightly surreal situation of Code 80 being called everywhere.
Yeah.
That the race has been pretty much neutralized there.
Well, I think also...
Stop thinking it's half an hour. It's 24 hours.
The thing is
seriously,
this is a
24-hour from all of you.
race. And
we'll come back to green in 10 seconds.
So they're going to basically come back to green in around 10 seconds time.
5, 4,
so
3,
effectively
2,
it is a 24-hour race.
Green.
So green flag has now been called. And effectively, by now making that decision, if there is a code 80, what will happen is that the slow zones are now basically null and void. They were instructed in the drivers
on the grid that are currently still in the server. Red flag, race is stopped.
So the race has been suspended there. Red flag called by one of the race stewards. So there we go. That seems to be a suspension. So I guess the clock presumably is going to stop at 23 hours, 28 minutes. It's a pretty unprecedented situation, Alex, there with all that carnage going on. Certainly in second downwards in the GD3 field, but also a little bit from some of the midfield in LMP2. I feel a little bit like James Duber was a bit put out because he had such a big lead there, and that effectively could be cancelled out by this. Similarly, Perwin in LMP2 was doing a very great and tidy job with Che Hatch right behind him to hold him off. So I think there will be a bit aggrieved that their driving standards would be called in question as well, lumped in with everyone else. But yeah, definitely some of the you question some of the runners a bit low down the field in well, not necessarily whether they're taking this seriously, but whether they have the correct mindset for a 24-hour race in terms of pacing themselves, maybe in terms of you don't need to go for every single gap that opens up. And we see there's some drivers who have a lot of experience in 24-hour endurance racing in this category. And obviously, we've got a lot of new teams, new drivers taking part for the 24 hours. So perhaps some of them a little bit less experienced, losing their head, losing their cool, and coming to grief, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think one of the, if anyone remembers Alan McNish's crash in 2011.
Everyone, we're going to fully restart the race from hour 0. The race will be a full restart.
So we are being told it is a full
restart. The grid
restart.
will be decided from the qualifying order.
So I
expect all of you to drive properly
effectively be started from 0. So we will be going back to 24 hours once again. So this is where it's going to get interesting. It's about who keeps their cool between now and the end of the race. And effectively, Ed,
all reports will be deemed invalid.
And we've also
everything
been
will be reset as if the start
all
never
reports
happened.
That have been invalidated for the first 30 minutes or so. And effectively, from that perspective, I think it is the right call from the race director, because he's the one that's got to make the judgment call on it. And it's not an easy call to make, is it?
It means we're going to be here for another half hour in this 24-hour race, of course. But yeah, from a commentary perspective, but yeah, indeed, from a racing, I think I sympathise with James Huber having built up a 12-second lead to have that wiped out like this through no real fault of your own is a little annoying. But James Huber being such a good driver, I know he'll be determined to build that up again. And there's still start on pole, of course, and it's really a get out of jail free card for Aslan, because it means that he was getting trouble. He dropped down the order. We didn't quite see what happened, of course, but that means that he gets to start on
As
pole
I've been
again.
asked, we will allow drivers to change after the red flag. So qualifying drivers do not have to start the race.
And
just
teams are
please
being
let
given
us
the opportunity to
who the
switch
qualifying
drivers
driver was
at
and
this
who is getting
point.
in.
So it doesn't
instead,
necessarily
so
have to
we
be
know
the driver that qualifies
to place in more order
that
in the
has to
grid.
start the
Thank
race.
you.
Yeah, I think it's a very good call. But I mean, the thing is that I just sort of see that starting it again people are saying, why restart from zero? It is down to the race director. If we were an hour and a half in, he could have started it from hour 23. It is at the race direction's discretion. And obviously, with the standards of driving that we've seen in the first 33 or so minutes, prompted him to make that call.
Yeah, I guess from that point of view, in terms of the drivers that were taken out through no fault of their own, do you think it was for the fair ways to restart from the qualifying positions? But yeah, it's definitely a little frustrating that we just watched half an hour of a race that doesn't really count for much. But well, I guess you can sort of see it as a first try. Let's hope the second try goes a little smoother on the whole for some of these drivers. I think a little less aggression and a little more patience from some of the drivers would put them in good stead.
Yeah, I think a bit of competence and consistency is probably what they are, the race stewards and the race director are looking for. So that's where it all stems.
It was very
from.
fun to commentate on all that action.
Yes.
If it was a bit hectic and out of control, but I can understand completely the frustration from the stewards and race director having to effectively constantly stop the race, which for a 24-hour is frustrating. But these things happen sometimes, but they shouldn't be happening every 30 seconds.
Very, very true. And we have seen some great battles, but obviously we've seen some moments that I think a lot of drivers will want to forget. And by resetting the race and giving teams the opportunity to change the drivers for the second restart, that might be an opportunity for some of the teams to get a bit more of an upper hand on the others. And it's going to change the complexity of the race from sort of that sort of side point. So yeah, that'll be quite interesting how things pan out when we do go racing once again here at Le Mans.
Yeah, so we are really just waiting for everything to sort itself out now. Massive controversy here at the EERC 24 hours of Circuit de la Sarthe at Le Mans, or Le Mans at Circuit de la Sarthe, rather. Sorry, But yeah, so me and Alex are really just waiting to see if we hear when things are going to get going again. So we will just have to fill until then, unfortunately. But so
that's one of the things in the territory, isn't it? Being a commentator, you've got to try and fill things as well, much
especially
as
for a
you can.
24-hour race. Anyway, it was going to calm down eventually. We'd have to find something else to talk about, I guess, to avoid getting too bored.
Well, there is one thing I do want to talk to you about. Your after breakfast pancakes. How were they early on today?
Oh, very good. It's just my brother had made a few, and it's one of the things he likes to do. So he really likes eggs as well. Often he will start the day with an omelette or something, and you can smell it before he's finished making it. Same with the pancakes, actually, but they're very good. He's very good at doing it, and he made for himself. He made an H, I believe, or he said it was an I, but he's sort of done this kind of H shape, in my opinion, because his name starts with H, so it makes sense. And then I had jam on mine, so it was quite a strawberry jam, so it was quite nice.
No, that's fair enough. I mean, effectively, the drivers are now being told to not to connect to the server until admins deem it is safe to do so, very, very shortly. But yeah, I just think we've got a lot of time to talk about things in general.
Indeed, we do. We got another 24 hours, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so thank you very much for all those watching on the stream at the moment. All 90 plus of you on YouTube at the minute. Obviously, myself and Ed, we've been sharing the stream on our respective social media platforms and through the relevant groups that we are part of. So thank you for joining us. A real shame that we've got to start again, but it is what it is.
Indeed. And has anything like this ever happened in the real history of Le Mans, by the way, Alex? I don't remember it ever happening, that the race being stopped and restarted from the beginning of the 24 hours. I've seen a lot of 24 hours where it's rained and there's been chaos, obviously. I've seen other 24 hours where, of course, the infamous 1955 24 hours where, of course, there was the huge fatal accident that killed upwards of 80 people, I believe, if I remember correctly, and ended up, I believe, Mercedes and a couple of other manufacturers ended up pulling out, and Jaguar ended up winning. But yeah, it's definitely in terms of, of course, we had the what was it, the other 24 hours of Le Mans that had a big star-studded field that had.
The Le Mans 24-hour virtual with you had, what was it, Fernando Alonso and Rubens Barrichello on the same team, and then there. I mean,
it was a very star-studded field, and they had a similar issue as well, where I believe they had to stop, and I don't think they restarted from the very beginning because they were a bit further in when the incident happened.
They classed it as a red flag stoppage because there was a problem with regards to Alonso's car not having enough fuel in it or something like that. And what they did was they kept it was basically the end of the 5th hour as the end. Yeah, what was it? There was a technical issue with the server, so that then caused the team at Motorsport Games and obviously the ACO, who were working in partnership with them, to restart the race. I think there was another red flag a bit later on. I think there were like 2 red flag incidents reference servers, but they kept the clock ticking. So it was very different after 5 hours. But I am trying to look for information about, as we're just being told via the YouTube chat, that the race is restarting momentarily.
Okay, well, we'll keep you posted when it does.
Yes, indeed. I am looking. Well, I mean, I have to give a shout out to my good buddy from Norway, Tommy Osgaard, who was in the winning GTE Porsche. Known Tommy for quite a few years, and he was in the team that I think had Nick Tandy in their crew. So Nick Tandy has won a 24 Hours of Le Mans in real life, and he's won it virtually as well, with the ACO recognised version of it, which is quite an achievement in its own right.
Nick Tandy, one of Porsche's best endurance drivers, it has to be said, with a huge body of success, not just, of course, in European racing, but also in American endurance racing at Petit Le Mans, Sebring, all those Road Atlanta, Road Americas as well. He's run a few of those events as well for Porsche and GT cars, and so yeah, Nick Tandy really glittering career, and it probably won't be top of his CV when he virtual Le Mans, but it'll certainly be something to talk about, to brag about once the World Endurance Championship, I guess, gets back going underway.
Yeah, I'm just having a look on, what was it? So there was 2019, there was the 99 Proton racing car that had actually crashed between the 2 chicanes on the Mulsanne Straight. It doesn't give me a time index on when that happened. And the first comment that I see on that was saying, this is in qualification. Hope they can buff that out in time for tomorrow. Typical. And it's not what you're looking for. It's like red flag stoppages at Le Mans. So it's going to be... Of
course, I mentioned 1955, but that was, of course, before such red flag stoppages was sort of a common procedure in the event of fatal accidents. I don't think the red flags really ever were used until at least maybe the 70s. I remember it was the first, because I remember the 1975 Spanish Grand Prix at Montjuic Park was the first Grand Prix that I can think of that was sort of red flagged early because of a fatal accident. And I think the Austrian Grand Prix the same year as well, where it rained really heavily and Brand Biela won despite spinning over the start-finish line on the lap. It was the final lap of the race, essentially, memorably. But yeah, so that's the first instance I remember of a red flag that had been used in motorsport from my knowledge. It may have been used a little bit earlier in another category, but from Formula One, my knowledge of motorsport only really tends to, in terms of all motorsports ever, only tends to go back to, say, 1980s and sort of Group C and rallying and Group B and those sorts of things. So I don't seem to know too much about motorsports other than Formula One during the 50s and 60s.
Yeah, well, one of the most notable Group C sports car drivers back then was Stefan Belov, who originally had the record of the Nordschleife, which I think we are going to on the final round, if memory serves me correctly. Yeah,
I believe you're right. Yes.
20. So we got this round here at Le Mans, then we got the 6 hours of Circuit of the Americas, and the season finale happens at the venerable Nürburgring Nordschleife, and it is again a 24-hour race.
Indeed, I hope that we don't have to have that one stopped midway through.
Well, that depends on what the date is on the calendar. So if you want to find out about the championship itself, head to EERC.info. And you can also follow us on Twitter at EERC_official. That is with a capital O.
Yeah, of course. So the calendar, it's I believe it's 8th of August, which is the next round, which is 6 hours of Circuit of the Americas. Then it's 12th of September, the 24 Hours of Nordschleife is scheduled to happen. And of course, we didn't mention this before, but probably should mention it, is that there is a €200 cash prize for the class winner of each class of LMP2 and DD3. And there are a couple of other prizes as well, smaller prizes, I believe, as well, that you can read up on the website, which is EERC.info.
Yep. And then you just clag on the lead tab, and then you click on the respective tag.
Yeah.
Sorry, my microphone seems to have a problem at the moment. My apologies there.
Oh, sorry, that's okay. I said clag on the lead tag.
Yeah. Click on the tag.
Okay.
But yeah, I think drivers are now entering back into the server. Ribek Salt, Sultan Border, Nakib Aslan are entering back in again. Don Trakil, Brett Clark, Che Hatch, Mikhail Raza, amongst other people. So there will be quite a few other joining. James Stuber, our pole sitter in GT3, looks to be back in the saddle again. So we're just waiting for all of the cars. Looks to be 35 out of the 41 that were entered.
I wonder if they've excluded some of the troublemakers from the race, especially the way we saw there was a certain car that was I believe it was Ferenc Kabai who had just put himself in the wall. And I wonder if maybe I don't want to unfairly accuse anyone or anything. Maybe he had been involved in an incident and then deemed responsible and then taken out. We'll have to see. But, well, hopefully it's just a case that everyone just going back in, because I think we want to see as many drivers as possible who take the start. But there may be at the race stewards, if they feel that there's no way to get some of these drivers under control, they may have to, in some cases, just get rid of the driver, or in other cases, perhaps exclude the team entirely, which would be indeed a great shame for the others who haven't even turned the wheel in anger in this race yet, even though we started nearly a whole hour ago, technically. But
yeah,
we are going to get going for real this time, hopefully, hopefully just within the next, I assume, 10 minutes or so, because then we'll be at 3 p.m. UK time, of course.
Yes, indeed.
4 p.m. in Europe.
Yes, indeed. An hour later than what the normal 24 Heures du Mans would normally start. And it was quite funny seeing Tony Parker actually waving the flag. That I think probably ended up having a meme, because he was the marshal for the Le Mans 24-hour virtual.
Indeed he was, yes, in the little inset box.
it was just like one of those moments where you thought, okay, that's an interesting way to do it. And then the first thing I realised was, how come he's not waving that flag like full ball like most people will do? Like Brad Pitt did a few years ago.
Well, to be fair, Brad Pitt was actually also at the event, so...
Yes.
Yeah. Of course.
I think he wants to keep his shoulders active as Tony Parker. Bless him.
Of course. If I remember correctly, wasn't it Matt Damon who waved the flag at last year's Le Mans?
Well, yeah, of course. Because of the Ford Le Mans 66, Ford versus Ferrari. See playing the late Carroll Shelby, who himself won at the 24 Hours of Le Mans before having to retire from racing.
In 1959, of course. One thing that isn't really mentioned in the movie is that Shelby in 1959 was suffering with a certain... I think he had a dysentery, yes, throughout the entire of the 24 hours in 1959. He ended up having to... He ate almost nothing for the whole day, apart from dysentery tablets. And he was like a real mess by the end and had to be sort of dragged. There's footage of him literally having another mechanic sort of drag him literally to the podium. He looks like the poor guy looks like he's about to collapse. And he said that afterwards he got to his hotel room and slept for about 12 hours straight. I think this is something he did when he was recollecting about this. He wrote an article for like the website in 2009, about 50 years later. And they were asking him about it, and yeah, so it's certainly times have changed a lot. You certainly wouldn't have drivers racing at such a state, of course, but as Shelby sort of said, you know, to win 24 Hour Le Mans is just such a rare and special occurrence that once you get the chance, you've got to battle through the pain and just go for it. That was Shelby's attitude at the time, of course, and of course the doctors would not let you race if you're suffering dysentery or any other sort of really serious ailment. They would tell you to go home and take it easy. But of course, the other famous story, as we see running over the bollard at Porsche curves, the other famous one is 1953, I believe, where Duncan Hamilton and Tony Rolt, the driver of the Jaguar, were excluded from the race due to technicality, and decided the evening before the race to get blind drunk, and and then I think Lofty England, the manager of the Jaguar, basically came and told them, "Oh, actually, I've been able to appeal to the disqualification. You guys are in the race." And they were like, "Okay, we need to get over this massive hangover we're about to have." Then they were taking baths and lots of gin and tonics at this stage. But they actually went and did the race, and then they won somehow, despite the fact that at one point Duncan Hamilton had the bird fly into his windscreen as well. So the 50s were a pretty crazy time in Le Mans history.
Yeah, so the drivers are in practice now, as the drivers have been asked to return to the server for the restart here at Circuit de la Sarthe in
we don't think there will be another qualifying session.
So,
but we'll have to
Right,
see.
thank you everyone for your patience whilst we're dealing with this. Apologies for it happening. We expected it, but we hoped it wouldn't happen. But honestly, can we please, for the love of God, drive like it's a 24-hour race, not a 24-lap sprint? There are hundreds upon hundreds of laps
to the
in
drivers
this race.
that's treated
You do
as a
not need to
24-hour
try and
race,
win it on the
not
first one.
for 24
Seeing
minutes,
some of the cars going 3 wide into Indianapolis, bouncing off each
they're
other, is
basically
not
being
what needs to be
informed,
happening on lap 3.
Making sure
Keep it
that
clean,
they
keep it calm,
clean
and keep it
and
steady.
just make sure that things are steady
We'll
all the
be
way through the
scrapping slow
24-hour
zones
race.
back to traditional code 60.
So they're going to do a traditional code 60 instead of a slow zone.
So I will be calling the code 60 out
race director will
via
close them,
TeamSpeak
call them as
always.
they happen.
By going, we will come to code 60 in 10 seconds.
I think this is probably the right call,
5,
in my opinion.
4, 3, 2, 1. Code 80 enforced. By the time I say code 80 enforced,
so the rules just being explained to the drivers and to us.
Of car, class, or driver to be on the pit limiter and at 60 kilometers an hour. If anyone is over that by even a kilometer, we will be making sure and we will be penalising you hard.
So they'll be getting harsh penalties even if they are a 1 kilometre an hour over the 60 kph pit lane speed limiter limit.
Yeah. And to be fair, it sort of makes sense. You can sort of understand the desire to replicate real Le Mans in terms of having the free slow zones, which is, of course, the reason they do that is obviously so it doesn't completely end the rate, neutralise the entire field. You have to get the safety car out and go through the whole rigmarole. But of course, you have the option here of doing the code 80 or code 60 in this instance. So it is probably the safer way. And what we even said, I think I even pointed this out during commentary, that once you have, say, the GD3 field being under a slow zone, and then you've got the LMP2 field coming through, it just led to chaos essentially, because the LMP2 cars all got caught out, or a lot of the midfield drivers definitely got caught out. Unfortunately, ended up crashing into each other, and I think the race stewards also taking particular target there at the battle in GE3, where they had 3 cars running 3 wide into Indianapolis, I believe was the specific thing that was being criticised there. So in a way, it's a shame to sort of discourage drivers from racing each other, because we want to see good, clean, hard racing, but what's not necessarily as good to see is drivers being taken out, drivers coming to grief and tripping over one another, and it often leads to fights, arguments. People take this very seriously, of course. It is sim racing, but a lot of people put lots of time, lots of effort, and there's even a cash prize on the line, of course, as I mentioned earlier, €200. So So you can understand a little bit why it's not why people take it so seriously and why they've had to go through all this rigmarole to restart the race.
Yeah, very true. And I think it'd be good to see a lot more cleaner racing, fairer racing. Obviously, we saw some of the moves, like say Kovac going around the outside of Iceman and Ericsson in the GT3. But I think it got a bit too close for comfort just after that four-way scrap had actually happened. So
yeah, because we did see them all dropping down the timing screens, but yeah, we kind of missed. I think we missed some of the bigger contact there. We did see like you say, the Eisman Eriksson incident was a particular one, but we only saw a couple of free ride moments. I think also the very opening start there was a big cliff that was penalised. To be fair, we did see that. I forget who the penalty was for, but it was for one of the drivers near the back of the GT3 field. So it was the Aston Martin driver, wasn't it? Yeah. It was the Cup team car that got no, not Cup team.
the Aston, yeah, that had Alexis Spirichev behind the wheel.
Yeah, it was
of
the number
Aston Martin.
It was the number 17 RSS Unison Racing that was penalised. I presume for the start line incident or something else that happened on the first lap. But
yeah, they did have a penalty. I mean, that's the team alongside Alexis Spirichev. That's got Max Bunovic and Ivan Egorov. So, in some respects, they'll probably be a bit more happier that the fact that there is a restart. And there is the GT3 car of that is of Ericsson there.
yeah, we just been asked by what the race director we want to get some water or something. I don't think they expected us to speak through the whole delay there. I think they expected us to go to a break for a bit, which is probably fair enough. But we'd done a schedule for our commentary, and I scheduled to speak through this whole stint, so I'm going to be there. I might break for water right now while they're still warm up. To be fair, so my throat doesn't completely dry up.
I think that's very much the case. Myself and Ed Hunter will be back in just a couple of moments' time. We're going to get some liquid refreshment and get ourselves ready for the restart. So thank you for watching. We will keep the stream going, and we'll be back. Myself and Ed will be back in just a couple of moments' time. Okay, so just after a brief break there, both myself, Alex Goldschmidt, and Ed Hunter, your leading commentators for the start of the EERC 24 Hours of Le Mans, round 6 out of 8. But I've in a few weeks' time.
Please be ready. We are about to go to the race session.
So we are now being told that we are about to go racing. So it will be starting from 24 hours. Throughout the course of proceedings, myself and Ed Hunter will be joined by Ryan Ferris. I think we'll have James Smith joining us for some of the point of the race tomorrow for Sunday. Unfortunately, Chris Buxton, due to other circumstances, will not be joining us, unfortunately, as planned. So, Chris, get well soon, buddy. We'll speak to you in the not too distant future as they're about to get everyone into the server for the race. As you can hear the tannoy virtually speaking.
GTs, remember to not leave the grid when the lights go
GTs
out.
Have been informed to not leave the grid when the lights go out, and they will be informed by the race director as to leaving.
Sounds like the GD field is kind of in the doghouse there. But
that's more than just a slap wrist.
No, it's definitely more than that. But yeah, I definitely can completely agree with that, Chris. Great guy. I think that's awesome. Of course, you will have Ryan Ferris coming along to help you with some of the night stints.
Any LMP2s that are behind GTs are free to overtake them.
So LMP2s
line up respectively.
Behind the GT3s can actually overtake as we now get things back underway. So it is effectively the same sort of restart as we had earlier on, that through until they go of the through Tetra Rouge and then onto the first parts of the Mulsanne Straight. They will then have the green flags ahead. So again,
GTs are clear to begin their formation.
GT3s
can the Pimps Racing Hungary line back up in the position it was in, please?
They're basically saying
I believe the audience on stream can hear the race director as well. But yeah, so the Pimps Racing Hungary just getting slotting yourself in at the back. I believe it was just out of position where it spawned on the grid. So, but yeah, the field is pretty much identical to qualifying. Where we've got Aslan on pole.
GTs, could you leave a bigger gap, please?
Herwin in second place. Boda in third. Kalokshire in fourth. Roland, no, it's Chain Hatch in fifth. Sorry. Roland Sooks in sixth. Patrick Slavazi in seventh. Rick Zolt in 8th, Danny Robbins in 9th, Brett Clark in 10th, Pound Robert in 11th, Denny Yashenko in 12th, of course. So his bad start will be quickly, he'll be able to sort of get another chance here, which is good for the championship leaders. Jake Denny in 13th.
GTs can continue at full code 60 pace now. That's good enough gap. Thank you so much.
Right, GT3s are under full code 60 conditions. The gap is clear enough to them. So once again, we reset for 24 hours of racing as they will head through into the first part of the Mulsanne. There is live timing. There is a link that I've just put through RaceView into the chat for everyone.
Yeah,
So,
it's just a
ladies
little
and
bit
gentlemen,
unfortunate we can't get that on stream right now, but we'll try and keep everyone as informed as possible until then.
so
We've got 24 hours to sort it out, so...
LMP2s, get ready for the green.
So LMP2s are preparing themselves as instructed by the race director to get going.
Green flag, LMP2
Green,
field.
green. We are racing once ahead, and that's the Pimps Racing Hungary car that has got up into that is Boulder, up into and is going to be first
Get
place.
ready for the green flag.
And green flags are about to wait for GT3s, but it is
What a
an
start
absolute
line.
swarm. Absolute swarm. It's nearly
Green.
3 abreast. Make that nearly 4 abreast in the mid part, as it is green for GT3s. Juba and
Horrible
Iceman.
start for Aslan as well. He's dropped to 8th here.
He got
from the
mugged on
lead.
the start.
He's been
But-
more than mugged. He's been like robbed out of house and home.
Well, I think it's like candy nicked off a baby quick and you can shake a stick at, and that's a lot to say in just one sentence. There's Dane Bird looking to move up, and it's nearly 3 abreast again between 3rd to 5th position. One of the cars getting a bit bumpy. I think that might have been Ericsson, possibly.
Yeah, but here we go, the GT3 field, and actually a not great start for James Juba. Kovacs goes through into the lead of the GT3 class. And Juba, having been leading by 12 seconds before in the original start, is now really in trouble here.
Very much the case as we go on board with Frank Christian Cabay and actually Jesper Eriksson, who's going to try and move. Well, I mean,
Ericsson's
Juba is a bit
defending
close
from
by.
Lewis.
Yeah, but Iceman's just passed Juba.
Yeah, again,
here is
really not what James Juba wanted here.
So, but it's been quite both mad starts, but a lot cleaner. There's a couple of cars off.
The gravel.
Into the gravel, and one's had to use the cut through, and that was, I think, Michael Raza, I think, was one of them in the number 13, has dropped behind Martin Kunderup in the 61. So Raza's dropped, Wozniak's dropped outside of the top 10. Langiel, who was in the trenches a bit earlier on, is down to 13th. As Kovac is now Juba.
That was a good move by Juba, trying to go around the outside of Eisman. That was a brave go at Indianapolis, but didn't quite work out, unfortunately, for him. Meanwhile, LMP2, Aslan getting caught. Hatch seems to have run into trouble because he was right second, right behind Josh Perrine, and has now dropped back. So Perrine really replicating the start he had the first time around. He's not going to get another chance in these 24 hours to do the start again, hopefully. But it's Kolokshine second now. Second behind, and then it's Boda in third, who done so well to take the lead this the rest of the lap, but had a little bit of a harder time with it. And then Aslan in fourth, Hatch in fifth, Robin sixth, Force Bologna, and then Slovazzi in seventh, Robert eighth, Zolt ninth, and Zooks in 10th.
Yeah, so here is Nakib Aslan in.
Oh, look how wide they go.
But it's, when you think about it, in comparison with the GT3 and an LMP2, the LMP2 is going to have consistent downforce, whereas a GT3 is like a brick. Let's be completely honest here in terms of aerodynamic efficiency. The most streamlined, I think, is probably the McLaren out of the 4 different brands that are represented. So, I mean, one of the things that I have been trying to keep my eyes on is whether there was one Porsche, and that was Cook Team in the 333, and I don't think they're actually on the grid. So we've got 33 cars running out of the 41, and there's Lucas Lichten from Madness Racing, the two driver team alongside Chris Weston.
Yeah, brief moment of madness for Lucas Lichten.
I think there was a moment of madness that he didn't really want to experience, and he's got the BRT, the Brazilian Racing Team number 12, just behind.
So Lichten, unlucky 13th position. Well, he may be relieved of that if he's not careful. That's the BRT.
Right, Wozniak's gone in the pits. Wozniak's gone in the pits just now. So that might have been, I'm wondering whether that was for damage or whether for track limits. Because the software will ping people for excessive track limit cuts. So in many respects, that could be...
And Raza coming in, definitely for damage. He was the one we saw going through the gravel earlier and in the random racing McLaren. So
I think these two are coming because of the contact. As Pascal Egert and Fina Avant racing in the 137, having a ding-dong battle here. And that is with that's Dom Tranquille, number 53, just up ahead.
It's a great look battle for 12th place here in LMP2. Egger is trying to go around the outside, but that may become the inside, I think. Where are we on track? This is the end of Mulsanne, isn't it? Yeah, the second chicane. Here we go. Oh, they're back wheels.
Yeah, that was very, very close there for Eggert, but he manages to get through on the second
It was
chicane.
tough, but he nearly hit them on exit as well. So Pascal really fighting just to make his way through here, because he had such a great start in the original version of this race, and now he's trying to replicate that here. As Aslan and Robbins battle over 5th, a bit further up the road, but Aslan just about holding on.
Yeah, just behind this battle for 12th and 13th is James Juba back up in the lead. Kovacs to the inside. And here
so Juba
is...
slipstreamed him, and now Kovacs is trying to do it again. So Juba didn't get out of the slipstream train this time, and that's why he's having a harder time with it.
Billy Eisman side by side through that chicane. Oh, a little bit of contact between the pair. One of the bollards goes flying just behind. Oh, no. This is going to be a repeat of earlier, isn't it?
Oh no, but I think Juba had a lot of
yes,
confidence on the brakes there. So I think that was. I don't think that was a dirty move or anything. I think that was just him holding his line, and Kovacs kind of left the door open.
Jesper Eriksson, if you've just made it 3 abreast, you are an absolute madman, and he's got up the inside into P2 from P4. Whoa. Jesper Eriksson.
There had to be some cooperation.
Oh, that was, I think, a case of when the race director told everyone earlier, don't make it 3 wide, make it calm, and this is a 24-hour race. And Jesper Eriksson, I think, has been a bit more wordly to the wise there, as now he's going to get the toe on Juba. He's going to throw it around the outside, and this is heading towards Indianapolis. He's got the lead.
Yeah, Kovacs really taking advantage of this, how aerodynamically efficient that low McLaren is compared to the BMW. James Juba is really going to have to find some other way to get through and pull away out of this slipstream train that's really going on here. And again, we got the same 3 drivers he's fighting that were behind him before. It's Kovacs, Eriksson, Eisman.
Well, yeah, it's Eriksson up ahead in the 117. So Eriksson made the move through.
Oh, it was Eriksson, sorry.
Yeah, it was Eriksson, Juba, Kovac, Eisman. Not too far behind them is Lewis in the 217 as Kovac looks to come out of the slipstream of Juba. But the 35 BMW from Abstineo Fos Bologna, as Gilbert Posmic from Hyper Endurance has an off-track moment at the Dunlop curve, heading underneath the bridge. So Eriksson is your leader in GT3, and Pervian is leading the way in the number 20 Axel Sports LMP2 car.
Yeah, he's got quite a lead over Kolokshai in the Fancy Esports number 5, nearly 2 seconds now. In fact, it is nearly 3 seconds, rather, as we see almost 3 wide behind in the battle for 5th, I think, between Robbins, Aslan, and Hatch.
Well, Aslan's up into P4, so it's Robbins, Hatch, and that was also Paul Robert in the Venturo 34. We're on board with Che Hatch in the IDOS 317 Eureka LMP2. This is for P5. And
Juba gets the lead in GD3 as we were talking about this again. So he's got past Eriksson, slipstreaming down the Mulsanne, I think. Or perhaps he's a bit further earlier in the lap, but there we go. Che Hatch just about had enough whip to get through there on the Abstinio Force Bologna LMP2 of Robbins, sorry.
Yeah, so getting a bit more steady now, which is actually quite good because now the race is going to start getting... Now, we've got a yellow in Sector 2.
Just as you say that.
Max Heichel in the Reading Game Studios Racing 86 drops down to tail end Charlie of the field, and it's through the second chicane. So let's have a look with Max Heichel coming down the bottom.
Yeah, interesting to see. Well, it looks like he's just on his own, going through that second Mulsanne chicane.
He's just started to the back end. I think he just went into the corner too hot, and it span it 180 degrees in the opposite direction. And he manages to rejoin through the a slight trip through the gravel and back on the circuit.
And of course, he lost out there to Gilbert Posmic, I think. He just got through. But,
so anyway. Posmic and Reichel both having issues as Pascal Eggert is again battling away. And one of the more key points here, Ed, is that the Reading Game Studios Racing 87 of Jake Denahan has got past the Fina Avant 137 of Pascal Eggert. As here is the battle for the lead. Kovac is leading.
This is the battle for the lead in GT3, Yes.
Yeah, GD3.
Juba losing out to Kovacs actually again. These four are really going at it, hammer and tongs, trying to outsmart each other and pull away, because I think they know that Juba, if he breaks away, he can be faster. So, here we go down the inside. Juba really forcing the issue here.
Ericsson trying to get through there too on Kovac, but Michal Raza has had a penalty, and I think it's for that contact a bit earlier on with Solo Sport Racing's number 14 of Michal Wozniak. So again, we've got a 4-car slipstream fest coming through.
The problem that Juba has got is that he can't weave all over the straight, so it's really hard to break the toe here. And so Kovacs, Ericsson, Eisman, they're always going to get a decent run at him on the next straight. Here we go.
Yeah, and again, he sends it around the outside, and he's done that to Ericsson and to Eisman and to Juba. Well, no, it wasn't. It was earlier on when they had Wozniak in that battle, but you can just see how much more planted. Oh, Juba ran to the outside. He's going to get the inside run this time and manages to use as much track as humanly possible.
That's a great move into White House as well.
Oh, that was brilliant. That was absolutely brilliant.
He really committed on the brakes there to pull that one off, and I think Kovacs couldn't really have done too much to defend because Juba was right up the inside like a bullet train, as we see Christian Lewis looking at a tasty little battle just ahead of him between Decutis and Christian Kabay.
Yeah, so that's a very, very good job here as it's side by side for 5th and 6th position. So Lewis looking to just keep in proximity of what's going on, and he's going up, trying to go up the inside of Christian Kabay. I'll be back in a moment because I've got someone whining in the background. So bear with me, that's my dog.
Sure thing. Meanwhile, in LMP2, Aslan has got past the Boda in the Pimps Racing Hungary car. Aslan in the Axel Sports has gone up to 3rd, so Boda in real trouble here as Che Hatch puts him under pressure. Meanwhile, Perwin is really checked out up front. He's nearly 5 seconds ahead of Kalokshai. There we go. Hatch getting the inside run for the second chicane on the Boda. Zoltan Boda really not having anything to respond to. He's had a little bit of a bad run down the straight and lost 2 positions in the space of 1 lap. So here we go. The Pimps Racing Hungary car, having led very briefly at the very beginning of this start of the race, is now starting to struggle. Dane Bird in 16th in the IDOS machine, trying to get past number 15 of Denny Yanishenko, the RSS Unison Racing number 717. Here we go, just to the outside. Dane Bird is really going to be late on the brakes to pull this one off. Seems like Denny Yanishenko doesn't really have much to respond with here. He's dropped again from 12th to 16th.
Yeah, so I think very much the case. I think some of the drivers, you're not necessarily going to have your fastest driver behind the wheel of the car when you start a 24-hour race, and it is about strategy calls. So here's David Kaloshay in the Fancy Esports number 5. That was a bit of a tail-happy moment there for the Malaysian flag-bearing.
That's Aslan.
That was Nakib Aslan there, who's currently running. This is the battle for P2 on the road. And at the minute, the leader, which is still Josh Perwin from Axel Sports number 20, they have a lead of 3.6 seconds.
The rear gunner here, you reckon, just so that Perwin can pull away. As we see, actually Kalokshai not getting the best run and falling into the clutches of Che Hatch and Zoltan Boda again.
It's difficult to say that because are they going to run as a team? They're going to be running on a different strategy. The 21 and the 20 will run on different strategies. If you've got 2 cars...
Aslan was on pole as well, remember, so he would be a bit miffed to have lost it 2 times in a row, given that he just had a restart.
But 15 minutes into a 24-hour race, that is not going to be the biggest bomb that they'll have. If the strategy doesn't get nailed right, if they survive through the night and they have a chance, they're in the top 3 by the end of the top 3, top 5 by the time happy hour starts at sort of early part of the morning when the sun starts to rise. The cars will get quicker once again because the track will warm up. I mean, we're at 24 degrees, virtually speaking, air temperature, 29 degrees track temperature, and there is sunshine at the moment. Yellow in sector number 1. As Jesper Eriksson up the inside of Kovac, and that is Dane Baird in the 417 IDOS Sarthe.
That's a shame. Dane Baird, who just got by the RSS Unison racing car, has now dropped it at Dunlop, so yeah, just got going again. But yeah, as we were watching that GD3 battle for a second, so James Juba, having made that crucial move into White House corner, is now really starting to pull away out of the slipstream. He's 0.7 of a second ahead of Gergo Kovacs, and Kovacs has got Ericsson for Coates Company now, and Eisman not too far behind either. Eisman a little bit further ahead than I'd seen at the last time I checked, so really seems to be hanging back a bit. But yeah, Kovacs has got the mirrors full at the moment.
Yellow in sector 2, ever so briefly there, and it looks like Pascal Eggert for Fina Avant Racing has had another off-track moment. So that now puts him into the clutches of Denis Eschenko from RSS Unison Racing, the 717.
Denis Eschenko, despite not showing amazing pace in qualifying, he's just been able to slowly make his way up through other people going off the road, basically.
I think that's the thing they've got to capitalise on here, because if they don't, first of all, it's going to cause a problem with their strategy. If a driver has a moment, okay, you've got the thermal degradation
this is
of
by
tyres.
Danny Robbins.
Oh my goodness me.
Looked like he was about to spin that one there, as we see him battling with 5th place Che Hatch in front of him, and then Zoltan Boda just in front of Che Hatch in the purple Pimps Racing Hungary car.
Yeah, they've just come through the Mulsanne corner, heading on the long run down through Cours du Golf, down to Indianapolis. And yeah, he's only 0.3 behind Che Hatch, and then Zoltan Boda is literally just a couple of car lengths up the road.
Oh, we're just hearing that Lucas Lichkin in the BMW Madness car is disconnected from the race, so that means that I think he can get back in and get to the pits and might be able to continue, or get one of the other drivers to swap in. But yeah, that's really not an ideal start to the race for BMW Madness. They will have a lot of ground to make up now. It's a shame for them, but as we see Danny Robbins still pressurising Che Hatch here, trying to push that Abstinio Force car as much as he dares in these early stages of the race. But Che Hatch, of course, has got to somehow find a way back around the number 23 Pimps Racing Hungary car of Zoltan Boda. I think that is going to be a really nice battle as this first stint continues. Meanwhile, rerunnable with Pascal Eggert, who's recovering from his spin, trying to chase down Dom Tranquil, the SRD, sports number 53. So he did actually get back in front of the Schenker apparently. So I understood. There's a Schenker in the background. So.
Yeah, Eggert was running up as high as P7 before the full restart, which happened around 32 minutes completed of the 24 hours that were still left. But Chris Weston on YouTube has said, it is a confirmed disconnect for Lucas. So basically, Tom Woby in Sim Racing has said that, he should be able to join back in theory, as there's Alexei Spirichev in the number 17 RSS Unison Racing Aston Martin Vantage.
Having a much better race than the original style, must be said.
Yes, down towards the tail end of the field.
Oh, the McLaren pulling across on him, so he didn't quite have the overlap to go deep on the brakes there. So that must be...
As Christian Lewis, as Pascal Eggert having another moment again.
Oh dear.
That Schenko got passed back in the 717.
Yeah, so really Pascal Eggert not making his life easy for himself at the moment.
Let's see if we can get a replay here. And he's gone through. He's lost it through Dunlop.
Oh, that's a very uncharacteristic.
And Eschenko
really had to take evasive action there onto the grass.
Well, that was definitely, I think, in the terminology, a code brown in real life, wasn't it?
Eggert ending up with an egg on his face there.
Yes, a few crack shells
ones like that.
No, that was definitely that was all it was cracked up to be on that one, Ed. Sorry.
Okay.
I had to fight fire with fire there.
Fair enough. I deserve that.
At least it ended up in the frying pan, didn't it?
Not in the fire. But so Aslan really 2.5 seconds behind Fairwing up front with Boda sitting at purple sector 2 right now. And starting this is just to pull away slightly from Colocho, still only about half a second behind. With Boda really looking to close up that gap to Aslan now. I think Boda, having had a slightly difficult early stint, is now starting to recover a bit. He's ahead of Colocho, And then you've got Kolotchai, Hatch, and Robinson. I think he's literally just got by Kolotchai while we were watching that replay, actually. So, yeah, it's all really happening in LMP2, whereas James Juba got the gap to Jesper Eriksson down to 2.5 seconds. So the gap at the front of both classes is quite similar at this point, actually.
Yeah, and that's just a sign of what things are to come in the case of this race, because we were talking about it. It is about the strategy. And Zoltan Boda, running in the top 3, that's going to be really good for the Pimps Racing car from Hungary. And then Che Hatch from IDOS in the 317 doing a solid job. And he's not that far behind Kolotchai in the Fancy Sports number 5, and that's the leading Fancy Esports car. As you've got Silvazzi down in 8th, Zolt down in 9th, Zux down in 10th position. So it's 3 Fancy Esport cars that actually round out the top 10 in LMP2. And at the minute, James Juba is leading quite considerably from Jesper Eriksson in GT3 at the moment by about 2.7 seconds, apparently.
Did you see that in the background? It was Kovacs and Eriksson. But Eriksson was basically just weaving over the straight, and Kovacs is following him. So these two, I think, are going to be stuck together for most of this thing.
Well, as long as it means that we get some great action, rather than any carambolages down the straightaways and into the chicanes, as Kovacs really gets a good toe here on Eriksson. This is for second position in GT3. He's going to get the run towards the outside. He actually just literally slingshots past him. Brilliantly done. And if you get the draft here down at the Mulsanne Straight, that's going to give you an extra maybe 2-3 tenths of a second in your pocket, especially if you're battling with the dirty air, the buffeting from the wake of the car behind. And that's irrespective of whether it's in multiple different categories, including LMP2 and also GT3.
Unfortunately, we have just lost Danny Robbins from the race. He was running in 6th position in LMP2 behind Che Hatch, as Zoltan Boda is set, I think, the fastest lap of the race, 3 minutes 28.7 over green. But David Kolotchai has just got back past him, unfortunately, just after he's done that. So yeah, a few order changes there in LMP2. But yeah, real disappointing for Danny Robbins in the Abstinio Force Polonia LMP2. But he has got going again down in 18th place, I believe.
Yes, that will be the last of the LMP2 classification, as Kolotchai and Boda again battling.
Well, this is a good little scrap here. Oh, and Che Hatch fancying to go past Kolotchai as well, but not quite having enough space to do so. He's going to have to try and get a good run on the straight. Kolotchai looking very vulnerable right now in the Fancy Esports car.
Yeah, I think he's got the move now. So that's a good work from Che Hatch. So through a chicane and half of the third part of the Mulsanne Straight, Che Hatch goes up in the IDOS 317 up into P4 as they go through the right at Mulsanne on the run down to Indianapolis. And this is quite an interesting battle. Meanwhile, at the lead of LMP2, you've got Josh Perwin from Axel Sports number 20 leading Nakib Aslan from the 21 sister car by 2.3 seconds, as we are on to lap number 7 of this fantastic 6th round of the EERC Endurance Championship, round 6 of 8. Circuit of the Americas, 24 hours of the Nürburgring Nordschleife being the last 2 concluding rounds. There's Alexei Spirichev, again having a really good run in the number 17 RSS Unison Racing, as you said earlier, Ed. A lot better run after what happened in the first race, and he's ahead of the number 217 McLaren. There's Lukas Lichten in the number 3 Madness Racing. And he's
so Lucas has got going again, so it's because he did disconnect earlier, so that's good to see him fighting there with one of the DDoS Racing cars right behind him. That must be...
That's the 75, so that's Lorenzo De Cutis, who is actually ahead. So this is not position. Yeah, so he's being lapped. So
yeah, he's flashing his lights there. Look.
Yeah, but as long as Lukas Lichten just pays attention to the blue flags and gets out of the way, and obviously looks in his mirrors.
There we go. I think he let him through pretty well there. So Lukas Lichten and BMW Madness, their race isn't over just yet, as we see the P2 field lapping the GT field. But I think Lukas Lichten is just going to have to soldier on and see if he can make up places a bit later in the race. There's still a long way to go, an awful long way to go. 23 hours, not 23 minutes. Yeah, it is 23 hours, 30 minutes. Sorry,
Yeah.
my brain is getting all mixed up.
We've got a long 24 or so hours ahead of us, haven't we?
Yeah.
Sorry about that. That just was open for attack there, and I just dived in there like Captain Jack Sparrow from Pirates of the Caribbean.
Oh, I've never heard of a Pirates of this year, Alex.
Well, there you go. A bit of a Phil Buffer's loving my motorsport, so what can I say? There might be a few choice quotes over the times that I'm in the virtual commentary box, but Che Hatch here is doing a really, really good job trying to close up on Zoltan Boda in the Pit Racing Hungary 23. This is the battle for P3. Che Hatch looking really racing here, isn't he, Ed?
Indeed, yeah. I remember watching the closing stages at Hockenheim. He was driving for IDOS in the GT3 class, and he was defending from one of the BMW cars that had just much fresher tyres in the closing stages. That he was able to constantly take advantage of the car, but it was still quite nippy on the straights. So BMW would get a run, but he was able to defend into the hairpin constantly. He made a few moves, some which might have been slightly over the limit, as he did at one point defend really aggressively down the inside and made a bit of contact, but he just about got away with it and escaped a penalty. So yeah, I really enjoyed that as we switch. I think the camera is now on, may now be on auto camera. So we'll have to also apologise if we miss anything too important. As Jesper Eriksson gets the run down into Indianapolis, down the inside of Kovacs.
Yeah, Kovac again. Gergo Kovac in the Fancy Esports GT3 number 29. Good work, though. That's actually, just keeping an eye on where we are on the circuit. That looks to be the, that's.
We're just going through White House now, aren't we?
That is going to be. Let me just keep an eye on where they are on circuit. That is going to be through Arnage that they've just gone through.
Yep.
So they'll be heading down towards the Porsche curves.
So Jesper Eriksson really hoping he can break away from Kovac and start to keep James Huber just about in check. But James Huber really has pulled the gap to nearly 3 seconds now. Aslan, 9/10 behind Josh Kerwin, actually in the lead. So the two Axel sports cars relatively close together, and a decent gap to Boda third. So I think it's going to be two battles. It's going to be the two Axel sports cars in the lead now in P2. Then we've got Boda in the Pimps Racing Hungary car, and then Che Hatch in the IDOS 317 car, all fighting together. And then we've got David Kolokshai in the other Fancy Esports number 5 car. Now a little bit of a gap, like a 2.5 seconds to Che Hatch. So
yeah, Che Hatch in the moment has actually set the fastest sector number 2 out of anybody, an 81.705. That is nearly 2.5 tenths quicker than Sultan Boda, and that is nearly a second quicker than the current leader in sector number 2. There's Boda.
Sector 3 wasn't. That's 96.7. So what kind of lap time is he just set? He's set a 3:31.3, which is pretty decent. The leader has set a 3:30.4. So the Axel sports cars are really starting to pull away here. I think Che Hatch may even be being slightly held up by Zoltan Boda at this point, given he's less than half a second behind him.
Yeah, I mean, he's actually just dropped to 10th in the first sector, as now we're seeing the back markers being lapped. The GT3s are starting to be lapped by the LMP2s. And this is another strategy call that drivers have to look at and the teams have to look at, Ed, because you can have the perfect strategy, as blue flags being shown to Lewis, I believe, there, in the IDOS 217 McLaren 720. One of the things is that even though the GT3s have to adhere to the blue flags, the LMP2s coming through have to make sure that they negotiate the back marker traffic cleanly and fairly, give everyone enough racing room. Because either way, if we have an LMP2 going up the inside of a GT3 and both end up spinning out of control due to contact, that's not going to be looked at favourably, is it?
No, and it has happened before. It's happened once or twice at Hockenheim. I think it even happened to Che Hatch while he was running in the GT3 class. He got sort of. He got. I think it was actually one of his teammates in the LMP2 IDOS team that whiffed him out of the way, basically, because he was just come up to him at the wrong point. But yeah, it's the other thing is you see GD cars having their own private battles, and then you in the LMP2 car, you're maybe leading the race and getting held up by this battle, and then you have a battle of your own with one of the other LMP2 cars to worry about. As you see Roland Sukes negotiating the traffic and sticking close into the wheel tracks of Krubek Zolt in the other fancy esports cars, these two are teammates, number 88 and number 66.
Yeah, in the meantime, Brett Clark has actually dropped down to 10th position, which is where the number 99 SRD Esports actually did qualify after the 30-minute qualification session. But Duke's looking very, very racy behind teammate Zolt. 66 versus 88.
Yeah, and we've seen before that the fancy esports drivers do like to race each other, even if they're like locked out the podium last time at Hockenheim. They still raced each other for positions and try to outsmart each other with strategies. So they don't like to just hold position and wait for the hours to count down. They like to actually try and beat each other. There's a lot of healthy competition in that team. Definitely.
That's a good sign of a team that will push forward. Jay Hatch again, closing on Zoltan Boda through the Virage du Pont, and through the S's du Karting. As they are now going to be going through Corvette into Maison Blanche and then into Virage Ford, and then obviously the final chicane here. And that was a bit cleaner by Jay Hatch in comparison with Zoltan Boda there, wasn't it? Because Boda was really using as much of the curb as possible as Kalosai from Fancy Esports and the number 5 behind just like literally wallops the sausage curb.
So Jay Hatch actually setting I think this lap of 140 set his personal best, which is 3 minutes 29.4. The drivers ahead, of course, have all set slightly better lap times. Zoltan Boda's got 3:28.7, and Josh Cohen's got 3:28.9. It's his best lap. Although Aslan's got 3:29.3, so he's only a tenth quicker than Jay Hatch's best lap.
Right, Brett Clark has just pitted.
Oh dear, so Brett Clark.
So I'm wondering if that was for track limits infringement, or is there a bit of damage to the 99?
Because he dropped down, yes, so I think there might be something wrong with that number 99 SRD.
Yeah, there's Gergo Kovac, who is now...
Ericsson's pulled away from him.
He's pulled away quite a convincing gap there. 6.3 seconds. And I'm just looking at the times between James Juba and Ericsson. And Juba has been running in the 3-minute 55s. He's clear by nearly 3/10. Oh, Kunderup into the barriers.
Ooh,
back
dear.
end first.
And that could be a full course yellow if they're not careful.
That's the Porsche curves, isn't it?
Indeed it is.
So,
Got going again very slowly, so maybe perhaps the drivetrain has taken a bit of a hammering there.
yeah, he's going to have to make sure that he watches out for it. Lukas Lichten still running in P33 overall, but is 2 laps off of the leaders in the whole scheme of things. There's Privek Zolt, 3.1 seconds of 7th position, which is currently being occupied by Fancy Esports 888 entry Patrick Silvasi.
Yeah, and he's already starting to pull away a little bit from Roland Zooks to about just over a second ahead. His teammate, of course, in Fancy Esports. So the result is been having a good couple of laps.
So it looks like there's a driver change. Chris Weston has got in to the number 3. There's Kunderup limping the McLaren back to the pits.
Yes, it could just be that they've had to do that driver change at SRD. It may even have been because we've had to have the race start a bit later, and so that's forced them to do the driver change earlier because you never know what all these driver schedules are like with this.
Yeah, they've got Steve O'Connor behind the wheel of that car now, so see if Steve can pick up the pace and hopefully make some moves up the order. 23 hours, 23 minutes and 41 seconds as Kunderup now pits into what is effectively a very difficult time for the 360 Racing McLaren and the number 61. There's Pascal Egert now up into P12 and is ahead again. RSS Unison Racing 717 entry with Denis Eschenko behind the wheel as they get past Gregor Kovac, who's still rounding out the top 3 in GT3 at the moment.
Yeah, so Pascal Egger setting his last lap was a 3:33, but he's been setting 3:31s, whereas Dom Tranquil, Denis Eschenko have been setting 3:32, so he's been consistently lapping, I assume, with at least half a second perhaps faster than the guys just behind him. He's just retaken, as we see, is that a bunch of pit stops being made? It looks like on the timing screens at least. I'm seeing all the leaders coming into the pits here in the LMP2. Looks like maybe the fuel's running out, maybe the tyres are running out, or it's just time to change drivers. They're feeling a bit exhausted already after 40 minutes of racing.
Yeah, that's very much the case because now they're having to alter their their driver changes. As Pascal Egger, now that looked like he was grass cutting a little bit heading into the pit lane entry.
Yeah, that was a bit, was like getting a late call there.
So that is the top 14 LMP2 cars in the pits.
Yeah, very busy. It's like rush hour down there as we see.
Oh, bit of a tag for one of the LMP2 cars. Oh my goodness me. Now,
yeah, I wasn't sure who that was who crashed into the back of him there. I think that was wasn't.
That was the Venturo racing car, the 34, I think, LMP2 car that got a little punt from behind whilst trying to get out of the pit lane.
Oh, the orange car. I believe that might be.
It's the one that's actually at the front of the screen, isn't it? So
yeah, it's not Frinavant because I think that's
Fina Avant.
I think it might have been. I think that might have been Eidos Motorsport number 417 that crashed into the back there. So that would be.
Eidos Motorsport. So 417. That's got Dane Baird behind the wheel.
Yeah, Dane Baird obviously changing over to something else. But yeah, Dane Baird has had not slightly difficult stint. They're not ending in the best way, but hopefully he'll have a better shot later in the race. So we've had a real shake-up in the order now, haven't we? I don't think Gilbert Posmic has pit yet in the number 14 Hyper Endurance team. So Josh Perrin, they seem to pit for tyres and possibly more likely fuel. So Josh Perrin is in second. Nakub Aslan is third. Horn Robert, who I also don't think is in fourth. Che Hatch is fifth. Zoltan Boda is sixth. So Hatch is, I think, jumped Boda in the pit stops here. David Kolokshai is seventh. And then you've got Patrick Slavazi 8th, Krivik Zolt 9th, and Roland Zooks in 10th, just ahead of Steve O'Connor, who did the driver change at SRD, as you mentioned.
Yeah.
Oh, as we see, how's that Gilbert Posmic coming across lapped? That's the Force Polonia that he's just lapping here. It just went really wide at the. That's not Indianapolis, is it?
No, that might be heading down to Mulsanne Corner. Let's just keep an eye on what they're doing now. So that will be Mulsanne, and yes, that will be heading down towards Indianapolis and Arnage as well. Spinishev getting a bit spirited on the throttle coming out of Mulsanne Corner in the 17 Aston Martin, still in 7th position in that GT3 at the moment. So we're only 40.9 seconds off of James Stewart, who's leading, and Zoltan Boda is trying to go
Zoltan
alongside.
Boda getting his revenge on Che Hatch here. He's going to go around the outside of it. Whoa.
That was a pretty spot-on move there. Just really, really well timed it. And
the Pims Racing Hungary team will be pretty happy with that.
But then you've got the Venturo of the 34. There's Jake Dennehan, who's had a moment and ran over the one on the front of the bollards.
Two bollards, it looks like.
Oh, crikey. So one's been punted off the circuit. Right, let's have a look at the replay. It's going to come down straight away, go into the braking zone.
Yes, he got the.
And he got a touch from behind. He got a touch from the 53 behind. And they both send off bollards on the inside of Mulsanne. And then there's one in the path directly, and he rides over it.
That was SRD. That wasn't Dom Tranquil, was it? It was Dom Tranquil, I think.
Yeah, so Dom Tranquil is not changed in that car. So a lot of the drivers have not changed in there. They keep Aslan still circulating in the 21. There is Jake Dennehan.
As Posmek finally pits from the lead, being of course 20 seconds there, but that was because he was out of sequence with the other. So Perwin retakes the lead on lap 12, and Aslan into third, 4 seconds now behind Perwin. So Perwin's really pulled away in this last phase that we've had. Boda is now in third, Hatch is fourth, having just lost his shot at the podium there almost. He's now 3 seconds behind Boda, so Boda really rocketing ahead on these fresh tyres, it seems. Then we've got Robert in fifth. That's Paul Robert, who I think is in the Ventura, who hasn't hit. He's got Kolokchai all over him. Where's Kolokchai only 4 seconds back? Because I think Robert's just been overtaken by. As we see a big change of the order. Is that Aslan dropping down? What's happened to Aslan?
Well, Aslan's dropped down from down to P5. So let's just have a look at the replay.
He dropped
here.
it at Dunlop because he's behind the Hatch.
Yes, I think the car went wide because he's trying to negotiate his way around. That's Iceman, isn't it? Yeah, Harry Iceman. And then the Pimps Racing Hungary car goes through as a result of it, and that is 3 positions lost by Nakil Aslan.
Billy Iceman, who was running in fourth, and he's now dropped. He's now dropped to fifth because the Kutis has got by him as a result of that spin. But yeah, really, he was a lap guy, should have really made way there. It was a really awkward moment for Aslan to come upon him, wasn't it? At the inside, just the entry to Mulsanne.
Yeah, so at the moment, Sultan Borda leads from Chatty Hatch in LMP2 at the moment with just under 3/4 of an hour completed. Jake Dennehan battling away with Dom Tranquille. These two were...
Hang on, what's happened here? What's happened to the leader, Perwin? He's dropped down too.
Yeah, down to P5.
Behind Aslan, in fact. Yeah, so I don't know what happened there. We've had the two Axel sports cars both hitting trouble. It'll be interesting to see a replay. What happened to Perwin's dropping down further now. Kolokchai's got by him as well. So I think Josh Perwin's in real trouble here. His time spins are inaccurate, but yeah, so this is now a real battle between Shane Hatch and Zoltan Boda.
Well, I'm looking at the outlaps. The best one out of everybody was Paul Robert in the Venturo 34, did a 4-minute 32.9 on an outlap.
So I'm told that Perwin is apparently pitted again for some reason.
Right.
And that's why he's had to sacrifice the lead, basically. He's still behind Kolokchai by about 12 seconds, in fact, I think. Or maybe 10 seconds, I'm not sure I'm reading the time screen properly. But yeah. No, he's only a second. He's under a second, actually, behind Kolokchai. So yeah, I don't know what happened there. Because he pitted very late. And then so he pitted very late, apparently, and then he's pitted again, I think, because we see James Cuba being lapped by the leaders. The leaders in both classes meeting each other there, and Boda actually getting really badly held up there, unintentionally, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we go on board with Zoltan Borda again.
Yeah, but all this trouble for the Axel sports cars actually really opens the door for Paul and Robert in the Ventura number 34 on his alternate strategy in third, because now he hasn't got to worry too much about Aslan.
Frank Christian Cabai has had a moment in the Fantasy Sports 28 GT3 on the approach to the Porsche curves.
Yeah, he's just looking to spun off again, and he did this in the original start as well. That had to be abandoned at the very end. And he's got going again, thankfully, in 7th place. But that puts Spirichev through, actually. So Spirichev, again, his good day gets even better.
That's fine. Yeah, it's still quite interesting with the fact that the drivers are now having to really, as Ferenc Christian Cabai now comes in.
And in fact, Aslan has really rapidly caught Robert, as I was saying that earlier, so Robert is in a little bit of trouble here.
And it's starting and weaving down the straightaway.
Axel's just got so much more. He's got such a much better run down onto the Mulsanne straight, and there really wasn't too much Robert could have done there. So Axel's was back on the podium at the moment, but Robert, of course, a bit out of sequence. So he's just going to try and hold on to his coattails for as long as he can, I think. In the background, Kalopshai and Perwin having a little battle too.
Yep, now he's got 2.7 seconds between himself and Borda for P2 at the moment, but Paul Robert is still going with him in the minute, which I think is very much as Andrei Verdani from Just Racing Team comes in to the pits. Christian Lewis from the IDOS 217 McLaren 720S has now had a penalty issued. So it's getting very, very interesting as we are fast approaching the first hour out of 24 for round 6 of the EERC Endurance Championship being hosted here at a virtual Circuit de la Sarthe here at Pays de la Loire in Le Mans, France. And it's been quite a good one, and this is going to get really interesting now as Jake Denahan being chased by Denis Eschenko and Dom Tranquille. Oh, Christian Lewis again off.
Oh dear, that's not going to help with his penalty as well. Sometimes you get a penalty and it does put you off a little bit. I wonder if Eschenko made that run on Denahan and Tranquille. Here we go. Doesn't look like it. Eschenko really does struggling to make up places in the order, but he has been very consistent. At least he's not made any mistakes so far. Here we go. So Denahan having a go at Tranquille down the inside, the Mulsanne corner. Oh, they had to really back out of that one there. Maybe he just didn't feel there was enough. Oh, look how slow Tranquille is on the exit of the corner. And that's really let them all close up again.
Here comes Denahan up the inside on the run down to Indianapolis.
Now, is Eschenko going to get past both of them here if he's careful?
If he got a double if they were line astern, he'd have more of a chance.
There's no way through here. They're blocking the racetrack.
Well,
let's get the headlights on so they know he's there.
Oh, that was close for Denahan. He tried to go up the inside. And Tranquille just nearly cut his nose off big time.
It was a little trick there. Tranquille really setting yourself up as somebody who does not like to be messed with.
Yes, that was definitely you shall not pass manoeuvre there from Don Tranquille. As if Jake Denahan, I think, just got a wake-up call and a scare like it was in the middle of the night sort of situation, you know.
Yeah, so we haven't talked too much about the GT3 class, actually. James Dubert is leading by 8 seconds now, nearly 9 seconds actually, over Kovacs. And then we've got Decutis in 4th, Eisman in 5th after having the contact with Aslan, who's recovered up to 3rd now. And then we've got Spirichev in 6th, Lengel in 7th, and I think Lewis and Souza are the last guys sort of on roughly the lead lap in GT3. And then we've got Wozniak and Christian Verdani, Buzaza, etc., who have all made a pit stop for one reason or another. And just an update on Danny Robbins in the LMP2 Force Polonia. It seems that he's got going again at the very back, but he's like 3 laps down, 2 laps down. He's just unlapped himself somehow, I think. But and he's just making his way through the GT runners, which shouldn't be too difficult given that he has a much faster car. I'm sure he'd like to be much further up the field. There's still a lot of ground to make up for that Force Polonia car. He's going to have to negotiate with a teammate in the GT3 class at some point. But in LMP2, Chase Hatch is leading by 1.1 seconds from Zoltan Boda. And we've got Nikib Aslan, actually sports in 3rd, just starting to close up on them. About 2.2 seconds down. Then we've got Paul Robert just dropping off the back of Aslan, and Josh Perwin about 4 seconds down on Robert. And then we've got Kalopshai. So Perwin is just past Kalopshai, as we see on screen. And then
I've just noticed a couple of laps ago that James Juba has actually set the fastest GT3 lap time of the race so far. Of 3 minute 55.428. Che Hatch has a personal best of a 3 minute 29.229. And Zoltan Boda having the fastest lap of the race in overall 3 minute 28.703 with a top speed of 337.9 kilometers an hour.
Oh, here close. We go. This is Denahan finally getting past Tranquille. The 11th place. The second chicane, so I'm not sure where Shenko has gone. Seems to have dropped off the back a little bit, but that was a good good effort by Dan because he'd been setting him up for a couple of laps there, and yes, it looked like Schenker finally making a mistake that let him through. There's Schenker in the background, actually falling into the clutches of Dean Bird and Pascal Eggert. There's a decent little battle actually here on the fringes of the top 10. Maybe a couple of these guys would sneak in a bit later in the race if those ahead hit trouble.
Yeah, I think another battle that needs to be looked at here is Pribek Salt and Ronan Zux in the two fancy esport cars, the 88 and the 66, as we go to Pribek Salt, who's about 1.1 seconds adrift. The gap was down as low as about just under 16 seconds.
They all seem to go very wide out of that one, didn't they?
As Nakib Aslan, Nakib Aslan sets the fastest lap of the race, 3 minute 28.499 in the 21 Erika from Axel Sports as Zolt absolutely mullers the sausage curve on the inside of the final chicane, hanging onto the start-finish straights here at Le Mans. There's Patrick Silvazzi that we're on board with at the moment, and he's got about 7.7 seconds between himself and David Kalosai in the number 5.
So the issue for Perwin has really opened up the race for Aslan's teammate, actually, of course, who started on pole. And he's been gradually closing that gap to Boda and, of course, Hatch, the leader at the moment. And Che Hatch seems to have he's had a really good fight with Boda, but he seems to have really profited from the problems that the Axel Sports guys ran into. Of course, Josh Perwin didn't seem to be his fault having to make that extra stop, whereas Aslan, you can maybe argue there was a bit of a misjudgment with the lapped car, that maybe he didn't really quite need to pass Eisman at that point, but you can sort of understand Eisman just came upon Eisman at a really bad point, so I think it was perhaps a racing incident on reflection. You see the leaders
right.
in GT3 pitting.
Yeah, the top 4 have already pitted, so make that the top 5. So Eriksson, Chuba, Kovac, Dikultis, and Eisman all in the pits.
They all seem to be on a very similar strategy, especially in GT3. In LMP2, you've still got Robert, who seems to be going on a completely different strategy to the others and going much longer into the race in the Ventura number 34.
Yeah, he's done on lap number 15. Here comes Alexis Birichev in the RSS Unison Racing number 17 Aston Martin GT3.
Yeah, so really good stint actually for Birichev. He's just he's had to stop. He's trying to find a way in. It seems like someone else is in his pit box. Oh dear, undo a lot of his good work. Yellow in sector 1. I wonder if it's for Spirichev struggling to find his way in. There we go. Just gets in just before James Juba comes out. And is Juba going to be jumped here in the Force Plania car by one of the McLarens? There's a DDoS racing car.
What is Harry Eisman doing trying to go at the inside of people on the pit lane? A bit more sensible from Jesper Eriksson there, as Alexis Birichev now serves as pit lane. Is Claudio Souza from the Brazilian racing team.
Has to be said, Eisman, not the best at staying out of trouble today.
I think he's not the only one.
No, but his name seems to keep coming up in these little incidents here and there.
I mean, he's in
third at the moment, so it seems to be working so far.
Well, Lorenzo De Cutis has jumped James Juba in the pit stop phase here.
Yes, De Cutis had a really crackingly quick pit stop, so I wonder if he's on a shorter fuel load.
Is he not? I'm wondering if he's not taken tyres. Because
he skipped a step somewhere, because now Juba's all over him. I think Juba's going to have him for breakfast here, perhaps lunch and dinner too.
That depends on what time zone he's in. Side by side down the first part of the Mulsanne.
I think Juba is actually from the UK, if I remember correctly. But
well, I mean, I'm taking that as a generalisation to the entire field. I didn't explain myself there fully, did I?
Okay. There we go. So Juba retakes the lead in GT3. The Cutis didn't really put up too much of a fight there. The Cutis all over the curb there. Looked like he was about to lose it. He just about holds on.
I'm wondering if they didn't actually change tyres, DDoS
The
Racing.
Cutis was fifth before the fifth or fourth before the pit stop, I think. So it's really, I think the real battle thing, he's jumped Eisman and Eriksson really. And Eisman wasn't doing too great either, so he seems to have a great pit stop as well. I wonder if these GT3 runners are trying to make up for lost time by having really quick pit stops.
Yeah, Emerson Luciani now behind the wheel of the number 12 Brazilian racing team. car having
He's only
taken
getting
over
a big
from
tap
Fabio.
at the backside from one of the offensive esports cars.
And now Ricardo Raza, I think, has got another penalty.
Another one. Okay.
Yeah, been in the trenches a bit earlier on. But yeah, so
Well, that should be what Danny Robbins needs to make up progress up the order, because he's just a few seconds behind.
Now, is this for pit lane speed limit infraction? Because
Ooh.
they've just pitted, haven't they? They've just pitted.
Could well be, because it was a bit crowded in there. We saw it could be that the Kovacs maybe take the wrong spot, and that was what was stopping Spirichev from pitting. So Spirichev, having been delayed there, has lost about 20 seconds and has gone down to 8th in the order, which is a shame for him. So real big mix-up in GD3. Usually the big mix-ups come when there's a full course yellow and everyone pits under it, but not this time. It seems this all just happened at random.
Yeah, fast approaching the completion of the first of 24 hours of racing here at Le Mans.
I was about to say it's flown by, but then I think about the false start we had earlier, and it's not. Maybe that's
why. Look, everyone's going to remember that, so there's no point. There's no point in mentioning it any further.
That's true. Let's pretend it never happened.
Well, here's Privet Salt chasing. Is that? I think it's Silvazi up ahead.
Indeed, it is.
And that is for position. The gap was about 0.8 of a second between each other. And Zolt now closing. He's gone through the move zone corner. Go through the slight right kink.
And up ahead, Aslan's got ahead of Boda, I think, for second
You're right.
place.
Yeah,
so
you're
Boda
right.
has messed up somewhere. There we go. It's Axel Esports back in the top 2 positions, at least for one of them. Perween is got by Robert and Kolokshire, I think, because I think we must have missed the move we made on Robert. Yeah, I remember him getting past Kolokshire. But yeah, Perween really starting to. He's got a bigger gap to make up, having made the extra pit stop. But with those fresher tyres, it definitely seems to be gaining on the lead of this. So Che Hatch really being held up by that the GD3 car, rather. Look at that.
Yeah, that's the.
That's Christian Kabay, isn't it?
Yeah, in the 28
bumps into the
McLaren.
side there. Oh, and that helps Boda close in as well. So here we go. The lead in LMP2 all closed up again through one back marker's interference.
Yeah. As they hustle their way, 1.5 seconds covers the top 3. As Che Hatch floors the throttle coming out of the final chicane across the start-finish line. That was a 3-minute 31.885, but Nakib Aslan on the move. That is 2.3 seconds quicker. 3-minute 29.555, because Hatch was impeded by back markers there in some respects, but yeah, you have to look at the split differentials. I mean, Nakib Aslan was quicker in all 3 sectors. A 33.1 in the first for him, a 33.7 for Hatch in the first sector, an 81.857 in sector 2 for Aslan, an 82.121 for Hatch, and then it was a 94.6 in sector 3 and a 96.0 for Hatch in sector 3. So yellow in sector 3 now.
Yeah.
23 hours to go, 17 laps completed, and that is Danny Robbins off the track in the Abstineo Force Polonia number 10.
Oh, he's had enough trouble today with his disconnection. He would have been right behind, right in the mix with Kolokshire and Bowie if that hadn't happened. But as it stands, there's still a long way to go. Others could hit trouble, and there could be still a chance for Abstineo Force Polonia to get some good points out of this one. But here we go. Here's a replay of Robbins' his spin. But as I was saying, what I wanted to believe is Che Hatch. The thing about him is he's now in a situation where he has to defend the lead. This is something he's done a couple of times before, and he's very good. Here we go.
Robbins went into the side of the 217 and expand them both around, going into the approach into the Porsche curves, and they tangle a little bit.
217 IDOS Motorsport car, of course.
Yeah, that was, I think,
Christine Lewis, isn't it?
I'm just having a look because they might have actually changed drivers. No, that was Chris Tompkins.
Okay.
Chris Tompkins behind the wheel,
so
he's
just got in and had that incident happen to him. So that's a shame. The 217 car's already been in the wars a little bit today. And, those Abstineo Force Polonia.
Yeah. So
I think Hatch's lead down to a second actually. Aslan really closing in. So Hatch is going to have to get the anchors out and defend like crazy and hope that Boda helps him out a bit here by trying to repass Aslan.
So with 17 laps completed, we're on lap number 18. Let's have a quick run through the top 10 in each class. Jay Hatch leads by about 0.8 of a second ahead of Nakib Aslan from Axel Sport. Zoltan Boulder from Pimps Racing Hungary rounds out the top 3. Josh Perrian in the the second place in qualifying. Axel Sports number 20 ahead of Venturo 34. Colin Robert, David Kalasai from the number 5 Fancy Esports entry. Patrick Silvasi, Pribek Salt, Robert Skuz and Steve O'Connor. 99 SRD Esports. That is the top 10 in LMP2. Let's have a look at GT3 when it comes to the top 10 side of things. Looks like James Juba still leading the way in the number 35 Abstinera Force Polonia car ahead of Lorenzo De Cutis in the 75 DDOS Racing McLaren. Jesper Eriksson for IDOS in the 117 ahead of GRG 97, which is Billy Eisman still behind the wheel with Gabriel Kovac in the Fancy Esports GT329. The number 28 of Fancy Esports GT3 McLaren 720 of Ferenc Christian Kabay, Alexei Spirichev in the 17 RSS Unison Racing Aston Martin, Sandor Lengyal in the Pimps Hungary Racing 22 McLaren, Andre Verdani in the Just Racing Team BMW, and the BRT number 12 BMW M6 of Emerson Luciani round out the top 10 in GT3 here at round 6 of the EERC Endurance Championship for our 24-hour race here at Le Mans.
Yes, and good timing there, because Aslan is close right to the back of the leader, Jay Hatch. It's really looking like Aslan is on fire at the moment, and he's gonna. We've got another back marker. That's not the 217 again, is it? That Jay's having to negotiate. There we go. He waits on the outside and lets him through.
No.
Oh, but
no, that was definitely not the 217. That could be. That is Jesper Eriksson. Jesper Eriksson has just got past.
He's running quite high up in GT3. In fact, he's running third.
Yeah, good solid drive from Eriksson at the minute, so keeping it a bit more calm and composed, unlike the 32 minutes, the 33 minutes.
Oh, here we go.
had.
Look at this.
Oh, up the inside.
Aslan, because Aslan got held up a bit because the end came upon the traffic at just the wrong moment, and there we go. Boda going around the outside at the edge of Kane. Very opportunistic move. I think Boda fancies to go to the lead now, don't you?
I don't think just Boda fancies the lead. Aslan wants to get in there too, and Aslan now is going to get a double toe because Jay Hatch is leading the way. The gap is around about 1.4 seconds between first to third position. And you can just see how much closer Aslan is on Boda heading towards the outside. Can't get through on the first chicane, but he's going to get a
better at that one. That would have been a bit risky if he tried that.
He was I think he's sizing up Boda for an attack, because now, think of it this way, he's closing. The gap's now down to about, what, 3 car lengths there, going down the second part of the Mulsanne, the middle third of this main straightaway. And it's about who's going to brake a bit later than everybody else, and it's actually through the third pass as they go through Mulsanne. So Zoltan Boda only 0.6 behind Jay Hatch, and then it's a further 0.4 back to Nakib Aslan in the Axel Sports 21 Arica. Great battle as they're about to pass the GT3 leader of James Juba, who duly gets out of the way. Very competently done there from the 35 BMW.
Indeed, and Juba having a great race all on his own up front. But here we go, and you've got to feel for Nakib Aslan, because that's 2 times now he's come at the same corner. This Dunlop coming onto Mulsanne, that he's come across a GT3 car that has gotten his way at exactly the wrong moment and cost him positions. But he's still one of the fastest guys on the track at the moment, and as long as he stays in that slipstream, I don't think he will give it up just yet. So Boda is going to have to really drive a very wide car here and make sure that he doesn't lose this second position. And this is exactly what Jay Hatch needed, to be honest, because he does not want an Aslan all over him. Boda, he might just about have the measure of, I think.
Very true, as now the gap between first and second position is extended to 1.1 seconds. That's Jay Hatch leading. Zoltan Boda in second for the number 23 Pimps Racing Hungary Arica LMP2. And then it's the number 21 of Axel Sports, Nakib Aslan. This is quite an interesting battle as we are now well and truly into the first 10 minutes of this second out of 24 hours as we go on board when Nakib Aslan going down towards the Dunlop curve, the iconic Michelin sign. This is the current 2020 variation of the Le Mans circuit that we are running on, so it's up to date.
Yeah, done a great job getting this into our factor too, to be honest.
Yeah,
I believe it's a
Alexis
similar one.
Birichev has a moment there in the RSS Unison
Oh,
Racing,
no.
number 17, drops him down
It's
to
going
7th.
so well, Alexi.
Yeah.
Well, until the pit stop, of course. Yes, but the RSS Unison Racing, a really strong team. RSS Unison, always capable of getting really good results with some really good drivers. And it's a shame that Alexi is on a little bit to grief there, but he's still in the race, still in 7th place, and there's still going to be a chance to. I think he's also lost out to Danny Robbins, who has recently started making his way back up in the LMP2 car, who got disconnected and started making his way back up through the field. So really, Absolutely Force Bologna leading one class and starting to recover back, hopefully to the back of the LMP2 field soon enough.
So we ride on board the back wing camera of Che Hatch in the IDOS 317. All three drivers, that is Hatch, Boda and Aslan, negotiated their way past Michal Raza in the number 13 in racing McLaren 720 SGT3. Down the second part of the Mulsanne they go. You can just see the amount of speed, down into the brakes, into the chicane. And Boda not getting away from Aslan now. The gap now is less than half a second between them.
And of course, while these three are all fighting, that's really helping Josh Perwin catch up to them. So this is really not what Aslan wants. He needs to clear these two sharp-ish.
Yeah, considering the fact that Perwin has just set the third fastest lap of the race altogether, a 3-minute 28.799. Zoltan Boda was actually the quickest driver, as this is about... Oh, that was close. Gergo Kovac was in the middle of that, and this is Jack Dennehan against Steve O'Connor for P10.
Yeah, I think Kovac's doing well. He must have got the call to get out of the way very, very late there.
I think he got the blue flags thrown right in his peripheral vision.
Aslan passed Boda for second in LMP2. Here we go. So
that's a great
the
move.
Outside. Oh, I'd like to see the beginning of that, but really impressive stuff from Nakib Aslan and catching Boda off guard, and now Hatch is going to be under some serious pressure now.
He will be if Nakib Aslan gets a good run coming out of Mulsanne, but I've just looked at the second sector times for both Axel Sports cars. They were lapping the second sector within 1/100th of each other. And the car that was quickest was the number 20 of Josh Perwin, an 81.729, an 81.739 for Nakib Aslan. Zoltan Boda had the worst second sector out of the top 4 positions, 82.013. Che Hatch at the moment still has a 1.3 second gap ahead of second place Nakib Aslan at the moment. As here is Che Hatch hustling his way through the curves into the Virage du Pont. And we go into the last couple of corners here.
Yeah, and so even with that extra pit stop, I still don't quite understand why Josh Perrin had to make the extra stop. But even with that, he's still really in the hunt here. Possibly, perhaps with an advantage you might be able to use in the later stages. Che Hatch is having a really good lap time there as the pressure is on to try and pull away from Nakib Aslan. But Nakib Aslan himself is 3:27.8. There we go. So that is, I think, the fastest lap of the race. So really, everyone on lap 20 is starting to bring out everything they've got and to try and battle for the lead here.
Well, I mean, just looking at that lap from Nakib Aslan, a 93.443 second third sector. That was impressive, and that was over 2/10 quicker. James Juba sets another fastest lap in GT3, 3-minute 54.776.
Well, he set the 51, wasn't it, in qualifying? So he's going to start getting near that quite soon. I don't think, as Ericsson has actually passed the Cutis for second in GT3, while the LMP2s were lapping them. So that's quite good work by him. So Ericsson's really the only one who might be able to get near Juba. But it seems he's got such a lot of ground to make up, really. And with Cutis, still got a big gap to Eisman from earlier. So yeah, things really starting to spread out a little bit in GT3. Although Kovacs and Christopher Bayer are quite close together, actually, in the battle for 5th.
Yeah, looks like Perwine actually pitted a bit later.
Oh, Max Reichel spins around for the Reading Game Studios racing. That's just on DuPont Virage. My French pronunciation may not be as good as yours, Alex, but I'm trying to remember all the specifics.
Let's have a look at Max Reichel. going through into the Porsche curves, then into the Virage du Pont. He goes through, and just the back end steps out and twists
Very
it round.
early. He was trying to save that, and he did well there, actually. That must be one of the SRD cars. I think it might have been Dom Tranquil or Steve O'Connor who got by there.
I think that might have been the case. So I'm just going to think you were right there, that it was Dom Tranquil that got past. No, or it might have been Steve O'Connor, possibly.
Both of them in the pits now, actually. Max Rachel and Steve
O'Connor. Jake Denahan, and they both have contact in the pits. So Denahan tries to get in the pits, and the other one's trying to leave the pits, and that was Steve O'Connor, I believe. A big thank you to Ross Smith, our broadcast director, for pointing out that Josh Purwan actually pitted later. He was artificially the leader, but then lost it when he came into pits. That's why he dropped down the order so substantially.
Okay, so he just got undercut by the other top three, basically.
Effectively, yeah. Effectively, yes. So
he stayed out way too long. So I'm interested to see how Robert was able to get up there. But anyway, Robert now started to drop away from the back of Kalokshai. Actually, still might be able to get a really good result in the Venturo. Perhaps not the overall win, but might be able to pick up the pieces from the other top five. So Hatch has sort of stabilised the gap at 1.2. Oh, yellow in sector 3 as Aslan actually gets the gap down to under a second as Aidan Williams goes off in the 316 McLaren. Just at the Porsche curves, isn't it?
Yeah, that was the car that nearly ended up rear-ending the barriers, thanks to Martin, his teammate, Martin Kurnerup, I think it was. As Danny Robbins gets a penalty. Oh, Williams off again and hits the barriers. The car's had the rear wing fall off.
Oh dear,
He's lost it in the Virage du Pont. Looks like a little bit of a possible lag spike there, I believe, as he went in. It pitched the car to the right-hand side, smacks the barriers.
Aidan Williams was not having the greatest of races before this. All the LMP2 leaders all come into pit now on the same lap. So, Aidan losing it again. There's not very much left of this car by the time he gets it in the pits.
There's rear suspension damage on that car. That's why it's crabbing so badly, and it's so difficult to control. You know, you have a big off like that, it looked like the right-hand side of the car took the brunt of the impact, as we now have the top 9 from LMP2. So Zivasi, Robert, Koletai, Aslan, Perwin, Zolt, Zooks, Boda, and Hatch. There is Che Hatch.
Yep, and there behind him is...
LMP2! Oh, nearly collides. That's the pits racing
Boda
car.
who got held up there.
Yeah, Boda and Aidan Williams nearly come to blow in the pits.
I think Boda didn't get held up too badly there, but that could really help. Aslan actually, because now he's not got to worry about Boda slipstreaming him as much. And a penalty for Emerson Luciani.
And that car's losing. That's the car's lost a rear wing. Look at the right front end. That is crabbing.
Yes, I think there's been an
damage.
incident with the Brazilian racing team car of Emerson Luciani that we've not seen, and that has merited the penalty. On top of him, really heavily damaging himself. So we'd have to see what Emerson has done. Here we go, right. As the PT field continues to get itself out of the pits.
So this is possibly... Now, this has actually done the Mulsanne, so gone down the first part of the Mulsanne, so we're just waiting for the replay to come through. And it looks like the car has spun all on its own. So, he's had a clash. He's had a clash with the Just Racing BMW. That's what's happened, I think.
Oh, yeah, we just saw the very end. Oh.
Yeah, that's a big hit.
And the wheel came off as well, actually. No wonder he was...
the right front. So the sub-axle, the front wheel hub, the front brake disc and caliper and pads all ripped asunder from the BRT number 12 BMW. Yeah. Huge hit.
I think the stewards have clearly looked at that and given Emerson the blame there. So I'm not sure exactly. Can he get back to the pits? Is he gonna teleport back to the pits, or is he gonna try and get through this gravel trap? I don't know, but this could be another full course yellow. Actually, it's the same for the people who just pit. And actually, Boda losing out a lot because he's 22. Unless we are under full course yellow,
We haven't been instructed as Alexis Birichev has slowed a little bit.
Is like, yeah, I wonder what that's for. Does he think that's because of the yellow flag?
Possibly.
He's been overtaken. He's coming to a complete stop almost. There we go.
That is dependent on, obviously, I've heard no notification from the race director to say that we've got a code 80. We've got a code 80, it looks like. Yeah, code 80 has been called.
Right, fair enough. I did think when there was such a big crash that it would result in a code 80, and so that explains also why Boda is so far behind Aslan, despite Williams only holding up a little bit in that GD3 car. But
now, apparently, have a look at Luciani saying DNF.
So Luciani has called it quits then. That's a shame for his teammates and the Brazilian racing team.
Well, that puts us down one GT3 car.
That means that would probably be our first retirement then, because I think we've still got 32 running. We'll have to see. I guess Luciani might, as one of his teammates, could jump in and get going, but they're not right at the very back just yet. But
well, one of the impressive things here, Ed, was that he set a fast first sector time, 37.354.
Ah, okay.
So that car.
As we get going again, I think. Yeah, it seems like we have got going again. There's Hatch and Aslan are just negotiating James Huber.
Yep.
But yeah, that's a real shame for Luciani. There was such a big incident there, because it looked like one of those things where he just made a bit of a misjudgment with the other car. And,
yeah, the other car was actually the 96 Just Racing Team entry of the BMW M6 for Andrea Verdani, who is effectively
Verdani in 11th, of course, so not completely out of it, but 171 seconds behind Juba, the leader in GD3. So that's really looking like the gaps are widening out in GD3.
Yeah, they are starting to expand in LMP2 as well. As now the gap between Che Hatch and Nakib Aslan is over 1.1 seconds.
Yeah, Hatch seemed to just get the jump a little bit on Aslan when the race restarted there. But Aslan has been showing quicker pace generally, so it'll be interesting to see if he can make a bit of an impression on the leader. But Boda, he did lose out a lot in that stop, so he's 19 seconds down on the lead now, despite battling right for it just before that code 60 rather, I should say, was called. So yeah, and this is going to let Josh Perween have a go at Boda, I believe, in the next couple of laps for third place.
Yeah, Perween is just closing that gap quite significantly. 3.8 seconds to Boda in the 23, as Emerson Luciani is being shown as having a penalty. And also we've got Williams. Williams has now had a problem there as well. That's showing as a DNF. That's Aiden
but he had
Williams.
two crashes with the repairs, so I wonder if he's been disqualified then, but possibly for the contact with Boda, one of the leaders now in B2, as Cosmic hits actually from about 6th or 7th place. He's starting to drop down the order a bit, so I think Cosmic, because he stayed out pretty long in the first stint as well, a lap extra. So, as Josh Perrin just about gets by Juba just before the corner at Mulsanne. It's good timing there.
Yeah, very much the case.
But Cosmic, I wonder if Cosmic is on the different strategy run. He's trying to run that. Cosmic and the Hyper Endurance team are really trying to.
Chris Tompkins. Chris Tompkins in the IDOS 217 has had a moment.
Another for that 217 car. The rear wing has fallen off and the car has been taken back to the pit lane.
Right. I think we're going to have a replay in just a moment.
I wonder, it looked to me like he spun on his own.
It's just going down the straightaway. The back end's just stepped out. And
yeah, it's a very weird place to have that incident. Almost like he set it up and it's not got much. It's very oversteering perhaps, because it looked like he just lost control completely on the very exit of the corner as well. So he got through it and then just lost control. Anyway, he gets going again from the pit lane, having done a few repairs. Very quick repairs, these IDOS.
Yep.
And Chris Tompkins will continue again in 10th place, I believe. As we see, battle of 7th between Sarthe and Zolt.
Yep.
Two fancy esports drivers.
Yep.
Yeah, another
Zolt
yellow
getting,
signal briefly.
Yeah, Sarthe getting passed by Zolt there. But in the meantime, Naqib Aslan has just put in the fastest sector of the race for Sector 1, 32.392 out of anybody. And that was over 0.3 of a second quicker than Che Hatch. Gap now down to 2.5 seconds. We'll make that 2.3 seconds. So,
yeah,
Che
Hatch not quite being able to repass there, as we can see on the screen.
Yeah, so still quite interesting on lap number 22 here. And this is a great battle between the two fancy esports cars as we now go on the front bumper cam of Pascal Egger from Fina Avant Racing.
Yeah, Pascal Egger was swapping positions with Dane Baird, so it'd be interesting to see if Egger can make the try and make another attempt at the move, because he's got, is that the RSS Unison of Shenko right behind as well?
Yeah, very much the case, I believe.
Sarthe all over the curbs there, actually. Now Whitehouse corner. And, not really quite able to keep in touch. Aslan, another new best lap time. 327.2.
That is, and he's done a 32.3 in the first sector and 93.0 in sector number 3.
Yeah, Che Hatch is really going to have to pull out all the stops if he wants to keep the lead at the end of this stint, because Aslan seems determined to close in and snatch it from him. Because Aslan was on pole, of course. He had the bad start. I don't think he's led a lap of this race yet, Aslan. I think he'd like to change that.
Yeah, I think that's the case. But Pascal Egger now really getting racy. Now Dane Baird just up ahead, as they're just trying to get past the 75 of Lorenzo De Cutis. Yeah, was trying to get past Lorenzo De Cutis. And then they've got Egger into the pits now.
So Egger bailing out that battle. Another penalty for Emerson Luciani. Emerson definitely seems to be still running because they keep giving him penalties.
Probably because he hasn't served the one that was originally pinged for.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen him come in to the pits yet. Oh, he's in there now, actually. So, at the very back of the GP3 field, behind even Aidan Williams, 25 laps behind Luciano Sang, so I'm not sure how he's managed to do that, but that's a real shame for his race. It seems to have really come undone a little here.
There's Frank Christian Cabay. There's Jesper Eriksson. Eriksson is 25 seconds behind.
And he's got a
penalty.
Yeah.
Now, is that for track limit infringements, I think? Because if you cut the track a certain amount of times...
Or was it for holding up maybe the LMP2 readers and ignoring blue flags?
It could be for a multitude of sins. I really don't know what they are for, but right, it might have been that I've just been informed that it might have been when we had code 80. Some might have right. Okay, Connor had a big moment and brought out the yellow in sector 1. Effectively, so that's Steve O'Connor.
Yeah, in the SRD.
In the SRD, had the moment, brought out the yellow for sector 1. So that could also be for speeding under yellow flag conditions or overtaking under yellow flag conditions.
That's true, yes.
Chris Tompkins again in the barriers. The 217 McLaren not faring very well at all here at Le Mans, I'm afraid.
He seems magnetized to the barriers, unfortunately. I guess it's another trip to the pits for Chris Tompkins. Ericsson getting that penalty, he was the one who was already 24 seconds behind Juba, but he was 11 seconds ahead of De Cutis. So this hands De Cutis a spot on the podium, I think. He might just come out ahead of Iceman, or definitely ahead of Kovacs. Might be a bit touch and go to Iceman when he serves that penalty. But yeah, Che Hatch, meanwhile, really trying to respond to Aslan's lap times, actually. He set a sector 2 that was 2 tenths quicker. On this lap, Zoltan Boda actually second the fastest sector through the race, And here we go, they cross the line, and it's 3:28 for Chetney Hatch, but 3:27.9 for Nikita Aslan.
That's exactly 0.4 of a second in favour of the latter, and the gap now down to 1.1.
So Chetney Hatch really under pressure here. He needs to respond to what Aslan is doing if he wants to stay in the lead. He's doing such a good job to hold on to it, I think.
Yeah, I think it's mainly a case of just sort of getting into a rhythm, getting into a groove. Because if I'm honest here, I don't think Aslan needs to take the lead yet. It's about the strategy. It's about undercutting on the pit stops, or if the car runs a little bit longer into a stint. So it depends on how much fuel Hatch has put in the car, Nikita Aslan has put in the car. Who's going in the car next? Are they going to put one of their fast drivers in there again?
Yeah, it's odd we haven't seen any real divergence rather in the strategy, especially from the front runners in LMP2 and GT3. The only one who is trying to go like a lap longer every time is it's the endurance racing car, and even then the hyper endurance team. That's it. But Victor.
Hang on a second.
In the car. I'm not sure. This used to have an upside down question mark and a half sign in his name.
Well, hang on a second. I'm going to have a look at the moment on the entry list. So that's number 14.
Yeah.
Bear with me. Just like you. I've had to.
I think he's
Victor Bun.
Victor B is what I've seen here. So.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's an A with an accent grave over the top of it.
If I'm not mistaken, the Hyper Endurance have 5 drivers at their disposal they can use in this race.
Yes, they've got Gabo Balog, Laszlo Molinar, Dominic Skuz, and Gilbert Posmic. So
yes,
those...
as well, Posmic has just finished his stint a few laps ago. But so that'll be interesting to see if they can. They probably won't be fighting for the lead, but they might be able to use it a bit later on to maybe one stop less, perhaps, than some of their rivals. The lower reaches in that battle for the midfield in 15th through 10th, it seems. Dane Bird, meanwhile, in the middle of that, is really closing in on Eschenko. Eschenko looking a bit powerless to really resist this attack from the IDOS car. Dane Bird making up some ground. Through he goes into 11th place. A very clean, straightforward move. It looked like as we get yellow in the final sector, thing has happened to somebody.
That's Chris Weston. Chris Weston from Madness Racing takes a trip over the grass.
Oh dear, and trip to the pits. So he's going to be battling over Chris Tompkins at this rate, it seems, the other Chris. But he's trundling in quite slowly. I wonder if that being... Well, I know, of course, because there's a pit lane speed limit. But yeah, definitely with that disconnection earlier, not an ideal first hour and a half to the race for Chris Weston.
No, as we now have 22 hours and pretty much 30 minutes left to go here at Le Mans. There's Josh Perwin still in 4th place, closing on Zoltan Boda, the Pimps Racing Hungary car. It's getting into some sort of form of rhythm now, isn't it? You know, people are just getting into the groove. They're now sort of like finally warmed up a bit more after the exciting starts that were not really filled with many incidents at all, were they?
No, it was generally, especially in the front runners, quite clean. We did not see a three-way fight for second in GD3, or at least not as often. But we saw a lot of drivers taking their time and being a bit more methodical and careful in their approach. I think the race director's words did have some impact on them. But I was going to talk about it later. Whereas we have to see RSS Unison, Denny Yashenko, and Bird going very Bayard, so I keep not figuring out how to pronounce that, Dane Bird's name. But they're going very wide with DuPont. I think the racing has been very clean. Only a couple of incidents where certain drivers have tripped over. Oh, a penalty for Alexei Spirichev in 6th position. He worked his way back up to 6th position, and unfortunately That is all that hard work's good. Well, actually, there's a big gap to Lengo in 7th, so he might just be okay with that one. But that's definitely going to hurt his chances of pursuing Kovacs. So Spurchev in the RSS Unison GD3 going to have to serve that penalty. Oh, Zinchenko going as wide as he dares there. That's not the first time he's done that. He was avoiding Pascal Eggert there earlier in the race, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, very much the case. Well, Aslan has dropped a huge amount of time as Chris Tompkins again into the barriers.
Yeah.
Just been not exactly a race for IDOS 217, McLaren 720 as they get a lap put on them.
They've not exactly covered themselves in glory today.
Yeah, no, that's...
As Steve O'Connor is actually still in the bits in 15th, now 16th position for SRD, the number 99 car. So he'll drop a few positions.
Gap between James Juba and Jesper Eriksson is now around 28 seconds as Steve O'Connor comes out of the pits, and it looks like that Gergo Kovac has got Danny Robbins just up ahead. So Robbins is 22nd overall. But
Robbins did have to serve a penalty, I believe.
Yes, he did.
So that's why he hasn't quite finished clearing the GP3 runners. And of course, he's got a big gap to Eisman, who's next up the road. And yeah, another driver having a difficult start to the race, Danny Robbins. So Abstinio Forspoloni will be doing well to recover and catch up to the back of, I believe, Max Rachel in the Reading Game Studios is the next LMP2. Oh no, it's Steve O'Connor, of course, who's just pit in there for SRD in 17th. So he's got to catch up about 2 laps to him. Maybe 3 actually, because Steve O'Connor is nearly another lap ahead of James Duba, who's the first of the GP3 runners, obviously. And yes, 55. Big gap actually. Not 55. 5 seconds. My timing screen was malfunctioning there, saying that Aslan had dropped 55 seconds on the hatch, but that's not the case. Aslan is about 5 seconds behind, so yeah, he had a lap, like you say, where he went from being 1.5 behind to nearly 6 behind. In fact, he has dropped a bit more recently, so Hatch has really just kept going, and Aslan has made another mistake, it seems. But not being able to put him into the clutches of Boda. Boda, I think, has actually done really well to hold off Josh Perwin, who's not really closed up as much as I expected him to.
Well, Frank Christian Cabay in the 28 Fancy Esports GT3 McLaren in the pits. Looks like Emerson Luciani from Brazilian racing team, the number 12 BMW. Okay, right. Plibeck Zolt in the Fancy Esports 88 is also in the pits.
Indeed, he is.
So putting probably fuel in the car, putting a new set of tyres. Let's see if there is a driver change.
Yeah, this is interesting. This is where we're going to start to see strategies divulge, I think. Especially if Fancy Esports decide to put a different driver in the 88, if Plibeck is starting to fatigue a bit.
Yeah, considering the fact he did an additional half an hour, so he's run for pretty much just over 2 hours behind the wheel. As there has been a change at Fancy Esports number 28. Donatisna now is behind the wheel of the number 28 McLaren 720S. And that was nearly 1:40 in the pits, so 1 minute 4 second pit stop for McLaren.
Yeah, and he gets going again, down in 14th place behind Pascal Eggert, of course.
So Zolt has decided not to hand over the car just quite yet.
No, he gets going in 15th. Victor B has just got by him for Hyper Endurance. And of course that's important because Hyper Endurance are the ones running a lap later than everyone else at the moment in terms of when they're pitting. So that could really... this battle for like 13th, 14th, 15th, etc. That could really be decided. Obviously, it could be that because they've obviously changed drive already at hyper endurance, so it's clearly the fuel that they think is going to be the key to getting ahead in this race. As we watch Danny Robbins struggling on in 20th place, or it's just 18th. I think he's just got by James Huber, and or at least that's the cutest behind him. So I think Danny Robbins is actually in 20th with Jesper Eriksson and James Huber still ahead on the road. Jesper Eriksson, despite having that penalty, he's still only 27 seconds, because he was about 15 before, I think. So it does make sense. This is Spirichev finally serving his penalty, I think, in 6th place in QD3.
Looks like there's no change at the 88 of Plibeck-Zolt as Alexis Berichev rejoins. And that will put him in 7th position. So Gergo Kovac will be ahead of the RSS Unison Racing. And speaking of RSS Unison Racing, we're now on board with the 717 of 11th place driver Denis Eschenko, 0.9 of a second behind Dane Baird, the IDOS 417 Erika LMP2, as Plibeck-Zolt gets a penalty. Now, was that pit lane related? I think that might have been if they haven't hit the limiter.
Must have sped in the pits, yeah. I couldn't see. There was nothing else he hit or impeded in the pit lane, unless he just looked at the officials that were all the wrong way and they decided, right, penalty for you. But,
yeah, we do get regular updates on what might have transpired, but Che Hatch now has 4.4 seconds of an advantage over Nakib Aslan from the Axel Sports number 21. So it's IDOS 317 leading, 21 out for Axel Sports in second. Pimps Racing Hungary in the 23 and third. Axel Sports number 20 and fourth, ahead of the number 5 Fancy Esports Erika LMP2, rounding out the top 5. And in GT3s, we've got James Stuber for the 35 Absineo Fos Polonia BMW, ahead of Jesper Eriksson, Lorenzo Di Cutis, Billy Eisman, Gergo Kovac, and looks like Alexei Spirichev. So still pretty good.
Just getting out a second ahead of Lengel, actually, after serving the penalty. So actually doing well not to lose a position there.
That was a very good turnaround for the RSS Unison crew, as Sandor Lengel now going up the inside of Alexei Spirichev and gets a little bit of a tank slapper through.
Ooh.
Don't forget to check out our website at eerc.info. And on Twitter, we are at ERRC_official.
Yeah, I think Lengel totaled to get the lap car through, so this is actually quite clever driving from Spirichev to try and get back through here. He's got on the power a bit earlier. Side by side, they almost touch as they go into Mulsanne corner. Oh, he's going to try and go around the outside here. This is a brave move.
In the sole Aston Martin entry, he powers past the McLaren through around the outside of Mulsanne corner.
Great stuff by Spirichev. It's nice to see him fighting someone for a change rather than running on his own. But,
they're pushing nearly 270 kilometers an hour as Lengel back up the inside of Pilichev. Pilichev now does the switchback, trying to cut through on the run down to Indianapolis and Arnage. And Lengel gets the advantage. So now go down into the right at Arnage. And there's one of the LMPs. That is the number 34, I believe.
That's Robert, yeah.
In the event.
Oh, he barges into the side of Spirichev.
So that's compromised Spirichev in that respect. So,
yeah,
as I said earlier,
I feel Robert was a little bit too forceful there, in my opinion.
It could have been the case. But
he did come up again. It's a case of coming upon them at a really bad time. And Robert's doing his own race, running really well in 6th. I hope he doesn't get penalised for that, to be honest. That would be a shame for him. As we see Eisman hitting as well from 4th, which lets Kovacs through. Did he hit, or did he just lose some time or something? Yeah, that was a little weird. Because we definitely saw positions with Kovacs, that's for sure. But
yeah.
But the battle at the front in LMP2, Aslan has started to close in a little bit again on Che Hatch. But Che Hatch has kept the gap fairly stable and been doing pretty impressive, I have to say. I was impressed by Che Hatch before, but it's really cool. They finally put him in the LMP2 car at Le Mans, and he's really delivered. so far. As I say that, Haslam closes another half a second on him, but there he is in the background.
Yes, there he is.
So I'm thinking sooner, perhaps rather than later, we're going to get to a I don't want to say a dull phase of the race because you rarely get those, but a slower phase where we might be waiting for things to happen. Perhaps we might need to do other things to distract ourselves and keep people entertained. I mean, as in talk about other subjects.
Well, that will come over the course of the night time, and I know that I've got plenty of things I can talk about, especially when I've actually been at 24-hour races.
Yeah.
Oh no! It's not tricks up my sleeve. It's experience that's relevant to a 24-hour race, because there is a little bit of a teaser here. I've done a 24-hour race before, not as a commentator, but as a reporter. Back in 2000.
About to say as a driver.
No. They say if you can drive, do it. If you can't, talk about it. And I'm obviously the latter. A few of my friends at home would agree with me. But I was at the 2012 Brit Car 24-hour race at Silverstone, and I did the whole race literally on nothing but adrenaline, doing social media updates, reports every couple of hours. So I know what it's like to do a 24-hour race. I was up for 39 hours and had to have 3 power naps on the way home from Silverstone back to my house. So a journey that would have taken me 3 hours took me 5.
So Vidani hits in the GT3 class, I think losing position to Wozniak. He's got a big gap to Deissner in 10th, so I think Vidani is pretty assured to come out back in. Oh no, he hasn't. Deissner goes through. So I guess it's a really long stop for Vidani, longer than I thought it would be. So it'll be interesting now see if Andre Vidani in the Just Racing team can make sure he doesn't hemorrhage too much time through this pit stop. Personal best, 4 minutes, 1 second, so not quite on the pace of James Duber yet, but certainly having a solid run in the low reaches of the top 10. As Jesper Eriksson is also pit. Is this him finally serving his penalty? Do you just serve the penalty whenever you feel like, or is this him actually hitting to feel like?
Well, let's just have a look at the pit stop, because if it was like a 10-second stop-go penalty, well, that's been exceeded.
Meanwhile, we go back to Dane Bird fighting with Denny Yashenko. These two have been having a really close battle all race. It's been quite entertaining, must be said.
It's good to see Dane Bird actually having a really good run. Pit stop for Ericsson is exceeded now, 30 seconds, so that is a mandatory or scheduled pit stop for that car.
In fact, Dane Bird, I think, was doing pretty well to hold off Denny Yashenko for as long as he did, because Yashenko must have got through quite recently. And I think Bird hasn't given up just yet. He might be able to make a good run on the next lap to try and get back through. But yeah, we're looking at the teams on the timing screen now. As we see, of course, Jesper Eriksson for Eidos, the only driver in the pits at the moment, in fifth, about to drop down to sixth, I think. No, he's putting a new driver in, Nick Newcomb, at Eidos.
Oh, Wozniak off. Wozniak off. Nearly gets collected by one of the LMP2s there. So Michael Wozniak.
Yes, I wonder if drivers are really starting, who've been out since the start now, are really starting to fatigue a little bit as we are 2 hours in almost.
Yeah, looks like we're going to get a replay here. As Wozniak comes through into the chicane. And, right, that was nearly a Paul Dall'Anna moment there. Anyone might remember when Paul Dall'Anna was actually leading the GT AM category at Le Mans a couple of years ago and went off at that very same place, and it literally ripped the front of the Aston Martin that he was driving asunder, and I think it was like an hour or so before the end of the race. Absolutely heartbroken.
Still a yellow flag in sector 2 actually, but Mikhail Wozniak's got going. Oh, is that Chris Tompkins? It looks like
no, Christian Lewis.
Oh, it's Christian Lewis
back in the car now.
There we go. So, how many drivers are in that 217 McLaren Eidos?
I'm just going to have a look now. Hang on a second.
They've got 4. I think they've got 4. So I was just wondering if those were the only 2 they had. So they should have another 2 to call upon if either of them is getting fatigued.
Patrick Magnusson and Thomas Hinds as well.
Yeah.
So
there's worrying. Christian Lewis gets back in the car, and then within the case of a few laps, is starting to make almost the same mistakes that Chris Tompkins was doing.
I think at the end of the day, the race is still very green, as we've got a yellow in Sector 1 now, and that is Lucas Arroyo from Just Racing in the 96 BMW. And that is a 6-driver crew in there. So alongside Andre Verdani, Lucas Arroyo is Hamilton Santos.
Oh, he's holding up the fancy esports car behind him as well as he gets going again. This came on a kind of slightly bad time for that driver, so that is going to put, I think that was that Kolokshar, David Kolokshar, as we see Ashenko battling to defend from Dane Bird. And Bird, I think, really starting to challenge again.
Bird actually did a 3-minute 31.4 and has got past, ran outside of the number 717 from RSS Unison Racing. That's a great move from Dane Baird there at around about 250, well, that's over 270 kilometres an hour in 6th gear.
Indeed it is. Yeah, great driving by Dane Baird, actually, to really keep up with Denis Ashenko and make a really brave, bold outside move, which I don't think Ashenko really expected him to do, to try around the outside of that corner. We've seen a couple of people try that. We saw Spirito try it in QB3. Still not been able to get back past Lingel, by the way. Spirito just about a couple of seconds behind. Decutis pits from second in QB3, speaking of that. And we're going to hand it back to Kovacs, I believe. I forget what the gap is. In fact, Kovacs pits as well. So
and James Juber's got a penalty. Ooh. The leader has got a penalty in GT3.
Yeah, that would affect him if he didn't have a 30-second lead already. But he's trying to do an extra lap here as well than the other leaders in GT3.
Well, normally from my real-world experience, if you get a penalty issued, you have 3 laps to serve it, which I would probably imagine is going to be the case here as well. But yellow in Sector 3.
This is going to be annoying for James Huber. I say annoying, most people winning the penalty.
Dom Tranquil in the 53 SRD Esports LMP2 has just come off. And that is Eggert going around the outside of the 53 up into 12th position, I believe. Let's see what happens.
Those two come to contact with each other really nice.
No. They did. But in this case, what effectively happened, let's have a look at the replay. You can just see through Virage Dupont, the back end steps out multiple times. The front end hits the wall.
And he tried to save it.
Yeah, through Virage Dupont, the back end stepped out one way to the left, and then it went to the left, then it went to the right, and spat him out the other side. And here comes Eggert. Just watch this move round the outside, and had enough room to get through, and even put 2 wheels on the grass to get past. So.
Has to be said that Dom Tranquil was quite sensible to stay still there rather than moving backwards into the path of Pascal Eggert. But
yeah, still. Can you believe there's only been? This is how long Le Mans is. 30 laps. We're now on to, and the gap between Che Hatch and Nakib Aslan is only 2.3 seconds. Maybe even more than that now. It's consistently fluctuating. Yellow in Sector 1 again. Here's Nakib Aslan trying to get past, I think, one of the BMWs just ahead.
Yeah, so there's been some driver changes in GT3 at this point.
Right, David Martin now behind the wheel of the... So he's just taken over from Billy Eisman. So David Martin now in the 97 McLaren for GRG. And then we've had a change that is for...
The Solo Sport Racing, number 14. Michael Vidal takes over from Michael Wozniak, I believe.
Yeah, that's the case.
Also, we've had...
Right, two leaders in the pits. Aslan and Hatch and Boda now in the pits for LMP2.
Yeah, there we go. We'll talk about the driver changes in GT3 just in a second. So Josh Perwin also pits. So this seems to be driver change central.
Yeah, Nico Barclay in for the DDoS Racing 75. Nick Newcomb in for the IDOS 117. Peter Benedict Naj in for the 29 Fancy Esports GT3. Yeah, Spirichev, I'm not too sure on that one. Obviously, we had Random Racing has still got Michal Raza in there.
Oh, is it London? LMP2 cars were sort of going backwards into James Juba there for a second, I thought, but there we go. There's Aslan getting going again.
So Juba is actually in for a mandatory pit stop. His Zooks from Fancy Esports.
Juba is also serving that penalty too.
Okay.
It could be.
He could be.
Oh, look at that. Roland Sook's almost getting hit by Boda.
Well, I think at the end of the day, he's also parked a bit skew-iffy in the pit lane.
He's realised that as well.
I think he's just gone. Juba's not going to be happy about that, and that could be a protest for that one. He's just having... This is compromising him.
Oh, look, he's having to parallel park his way out of that. There we go. Oh, that was a bit painful.
Nicely done. And Mroshek now gets behind the wheel. That's David Mroshek in the Asineo Force Polonia 35 BMW.
Indeed.
And
so
at the moment, the gap is
driver in Force Polonia for the GT3 car.
So the gap now between Mroshek and Newcomb, and this is for the leading GT3, is about 22.7 seconds. Jay Hatch is now back in front of Aslan again. Yeah.
But the gap is smaller though. It's 2.4.
Yeah. We've had a change. The gap actually, the race view timing that we've got at the moment is not working complete synchronicity. But if you look on the gap on the left-hand side, Aslan is about 3 seconds adrift of the leader because it will up and down like a yo-yo, as we will see. But there has been a change. Norbert Jakob has got behind the wheel of the number 5 Fancy Esports LMP2 entry in 5th place. Ibrahim Khan now takes over on the 34 Venturo LMP2 entry. And it looks like Reading Game Studios Racing have swapped to Pavel Pankiewicz in the 87. Alistair Long will take the wheel of the IDOS 417. So some drivers actually doing a lot more driving. And when you look at Fina Arendt, they've still got Pascal Eggert behind the wheel of the 137 at the minute.
And RSS Unison at 717 putting in Peter Vankov. Peter Vankov was an instrumental part of that team winning LMP2 last time out at Hockenheim. So I'm really interested to see what Peter Vankov can do here.
Right, so that's nearly another hour gone, Ed.
Indeed. I keep saying indeed a lot. I just don't have much to add to some of those comments today. Time has passed. Yes, it has.
But now Adrian Porter has taken over the number 53 SRD Esports entry.
Yep. So I just wanted to go through some of the new drivers that were taken over. So in GD3, David Mrochek has obviously taken over the leading Force Polonia number 35. Nick Newcomb has taken over the IDOS number 117, which is about 20 seconds down, having with Asineo Force Polonia's lead having been cut for not just for the penalty, but also being slightly held up in the pits. David Mrochek will be hoping to extend it. Nico Barclay has taken over the DDoS Racing number 75 from his teammate, which was Renzo Di Cutis. Peter Benedict Nagy has taken over the Fancy Esports GT3 number 29. Sandor Lengiel still driving the Pimps Hungary racing car, which is in 5th in class. But then we got Alexei Spirichev who's still going in the Aston RSS Unison. David Martin in the McLaren GRG Esports number 7. Michael Vedel in the Solo Sport Racing entry, having taken over from his teammate Michael Bosnia. As we see in the background, great battle. This is Vagapov having another go at Alistair Long, who's taken over the IDOS from Baird. And of course, finishing off the order of the top 10, we've got Donat Deissner in Fantasy Sports, who hasn't changed over yet, and Michael Batten-Rosaza in Random Racing McLaren, who also hasn't swapped over yet. So, yeah, that's our top 10 in GP3.
Let's have a look at LMP2 in that case then. Yeah, because Donat Deissner actually did replace the previous driver earlier on. Che Hatch in the 317 leads by, I think, not much now, because Nakib Aslan has been closing, and they have stayed in the cars, respectively, the 317 IDOS, 21 Axel Sports entry. Zoltan Boda staying behind the wheel of the Pimps Racing Hungary 23, ahead of the number 20 Axel Sports entry, with Josh Perwian behind the wheel. Norbert Jakob now is behind the wheel of the number 5 Fancy Esports LMP2 entry. Ibrahim Khan has taken over the Ventura number 34. Patrick Silvazzi still is behind the wheel, the 888 Fancy Esports LMP2 entry, ahead of Ronald Zugs, who still is behind the wheel of the 66 Fancy Esports entry. Pavel Pankovic is ahead. Well, has quickly changed. I've just seen that. Because Alistair Long, I think, has just got past. So Alistair Long in the wheel, behind the wheel of the 417 IDOS entry, ahead of the 87 of Pavel Pankovic from Reading Game Studios Racing. Peter Vagapov in the 717 Unison, RSS Unison Racing, who now rounds out the top 10. Lap number 32 here at Le Mans.
And Danny Robbins comes to pick in the LMP2 Abstinio Force Polonia number 10. So he'll be swapping over, I presume, to his teammate. He's done a pretty good job to get back through the GD3 field, and he's a lap down on Tom Dillon, who's himself a lap down on the leader. So that illustrates how much ground he lost due to that disconnection. But he's at least made the job slightly easier for himself. Ibrahim Khan in the Ventura number 34 has set the fastest first sector, 32.306. Bay Hatch has set the fastest second sector, trying to respond to Aslan, who's been closing in on him. As we watch Pavel Pankovic battling for 10th place. He's going to go down the inside here. Is that down the inside of Agapov? Oh, there we go. Yeah, that's the RSS Unison LMP2. Is Vagapov going to do much to respond? No, so that's surprising to me that Vagapov, far from making up ground, has actually lost the position early in the stint.
As we go back on board on the rear wing angle, this is a great shot here as they filter their way down through the Mulsanne into the chicanes. That is just coming through the right at Mulsanne corner.
Plenty of curb there taken by Mr. Vagapov. I think he's pretty keen to get that position back.
Yes.
And don't forget, like I said, this guy is a race winner and the championship leader, so he needs to get as many points out of this 24 Hours of Le Mans as he can.
Oh, that was round the outside of one of the GT3 cars. That was the car that was actually formerly occupied by Jesper Eriksson. And I think that is Nick Newcomb they have just passed in the 117.
Yeah, that's the IDOS number 17.
So, great job by Pavel Bankovic. Oh, he spins! 90 degrees right-hander.
Oh, we just talked commentator's curse. What a great job. Poor Pavel. He just lost the position there down to Peter Vagapov again. All that hard work. And just at that 90-degree corner at the back, got away from him there. Very dramatic moment there for the Reading Game Studios racing driver.
So just under 22 hours remaining here at round 6 of the EERC Endurance Championship 2020 here, taking place at the virtual Circuit de la Sarthe at Le Mans in Pays de la Loire in France, just a little bit south of Paris. Che Hatch leads in LMP2, and at the moment it is David Mrocek leading GT3 here as the sunshine continues to beat down on the virtual setting at Pays de la Loire. 24 degrees air temperature, 29 degrees track temperature, and sunshine and blue skies up ahead as here is Mrocek in the number 35 BMW M6. Seems like that car is really doing a fantastic job, because now Mrocek has an advantage of over 27 seconds ahead of the 117 IDOS McLaren 720 GT3.
I just realised, by the way, that RaceSpot doing their own 24 hours of Spa Frankfurt on iRacing at the moment. So we have 2 24-hour races going out simultaneously. But don't watch their stream, keep watching ours.
Don't give them a plug then.
Yeah. I don't know, I just thought it was interesting the way we've got the scheduling conflict there. But anyway.
Hey, look, it is what it is. Funnily enough, I happen to know the bloke who's actually the CEO of VCO Motorsports that are running in association with that. So he's a good guy. One of my former DTM contacts from back in the day. That is Alexei Spirichev in the number 17 Aston Martin going through the Porsche curves.
He's got back up to 6th. Because remember, he was stuck behind Lengel earlier.
They were having a bit of a battle.
Oh, he's still behind Lengel. I think someone else ahead of them must have pitted.
I think it could be maybe David Martin might have pitted a bit earlier.
That might have been it, yeah.
So, in many respects, Spirichev is definitely doing a good job.
Yeah, it's a shame about that penalty, because he'd way ahead of Legev if that had not happened. He did a pretty good Lengel rather than I'm not sure where I made up a driver name there. But
Lengel, yeah.
Sandro Legel really
it's very interesting because, as I said, I've had to deal with what is it? I was at the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals, and I know Mikhail Nassi will like this little statistic. One of the guys in one of the Axel Sports crews. Well, for those wondering about Mikhail Nassi, he is a 7-time attendee of the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. He's running in the number 20 car alongside Alex Young, Amer Hamoud, Josh Perwine, who's currently behind the wheel of the car, who has now pitted from P4.
Indeed he has.
Miko is actually a 4-time senior Rotax competitor. He actually qualified for the actual grand final at the end of the week's competition. He's been there as an engineer, like a race mechanic, and also, now that looks like a stop-go penalty that he's gone through for. So he's driven straight through, drive-through penalty there, 32 seconds in the pit lane. Josh Perwin.
Oh, another issue in the pits for Josh Perwin then.
Well, it is what it is. They have to, so basically he's been to the Rotax Grand Finals twice, 7 times, 4 times as a driver, senior Rotax category. He made the final only once. He's been there once as a driver coach and twice as a photographer.
Oh, wow.
And this is how much experience can be transferred from the real racing world to the sim racing world. He's a driver coach based out of Singapore and Malaysia. His coaching varies from kids and karting to gentleman drivers and GT cars and everything in between.
Oh, there you go. That is very impressive. But Perwin is going to have quite the job to make up the time to the leaders now. He was leading, of course, after the start for the first opening phase of the race, and now has really found himself losing time really to the sister car of Nakib Aslan. So Aslan still dropping a little bit to 3 seconds behind Jay Hatch. I think he was really, like, at time experience, who set a really good 62. It was like a 81.7 or something like that. It was Ibrahim Khan in the Ventura number 34, who is cut the gap to Norbert Jacab in Fancy Esports number 5, first of the Fancy Esports cars. He's only 2.4 behind him now, so I think Ibrahim Khan could really start gaining some ground in this race.
And speaking of Ibrahim Khan, there is the driver in the 34 Venturo Marika LMP2 entry. It's 2.5 seconds behind Jakab in the number 5.
Yeah, I think the Venturo team have driven a really solid race with the number 34. Roberts was able to sort of sneak his way up through the first pit stop phase, and they've sort of kept them in touch, just about in touch. It could be a really good battle between Perwin, Jakab and Khan in this phase of the race, I feel. It's all quite close together.
There's Michael Vedel in the 14 Solo Sport Racing BMW.
And that's Jakab just lapping it right now, just wants to lap it, you can tell.
Well, I think at the end of the day, the GT3 drivers and also the LMP2 drivers have to really mind out.
Indeed they do, but look how much Khan has gained on Jakab through all of that. So Vettel really just in the wrong place at the wrong time. And now Ibrahim Khan is going to have a go in that yellow.
He is, and that's heading towards the Porsche curves. Has he got it?
Venturo.
He's made it.
Yeah,
stick.
there we go.
3 into P5 before the Porsche curves, and they're pushing 250 Ks on the exit as Aidan Williams gets a penalty.
So that must be the third one this race, I think, for Aidan Williams. Well, when he crashed a
Aidan
few
Williams,
times.
yeah, that's in the 360 McLaren.
That is, sorry, that's that's still not great news for Aidan. He had been having a pretty clean, cleaning up a little bit and having a better stint of the race until now, so that's going to be disappointing for him.
Yeah, so it looks like, yeah, Ibrahim Khan has really got ahead of Norbert Jakob.
Is he going to be able to catch Perwin? Of course, Khan has just got in the car. Perwin has been in since the start, so Khan might have a much fresher, much more energy to draw upon for this fight if he can keep up his lap times. I've been really impressed by especially that little move there, and also his lap times. He's just been really quick out of the blocks.
Well, at the moment, Ibrahim Khan has just done a 3 minute 28.758. The last lap from Josh Perwin, 3 minute 50.194. So has there been a couple of moments?
Or was that the lap he served the penalty on?
Possibly the case, because, well, yes and no. So it probably might have been half of that penalty. So think of it this way: he's probably done a 3:35, give or take, because that was 32 seconds a straight drive through the pit lane. And
but still, if I was Josh Perwin, I wouldn't feel comfortable with Ibrahim Khan closing in on me. Of course, you still got Norbert Jakob not too far behind either. Jakob will be hoping just to slipstream behind him and coast up to the back of Perwin.
But at the moment, that's not happening, because what's now happening is that Ibrahim Khan is closing on the McLaren just up ahead.
What's also happening is Aslan has got almost within a second of leader Che Hatch.
And took nearly a second out of him in the second sector.
I wonder if Che Hatch is starting to fatigue at this point, given that he's been in the car over 2 hours now.
Well, so has Nakib Aslan. And
That's
when
true.
you consider that depending on the differing time zones and obviously the atmospherics wherever these drivers are in the world, you know, you talk about Malaysia, you're talking about a very, very hot country, and getting behind the wheel of a Sin, and it's going to be hot, it's going to be humid, the drivers are going to be really pushing with direct drive and force feedback, and that's where it really, really does come into its own. I mean, if
so
anyone
you really
remembers,
need a fan blowing on your face during the race.
well, I think you need a tower fan blowing by one side of the simulator, because you know the seats is going to be, you know, you're going to be in effectively a racing driver position.
Yeah,
because you want the full
right
realism.
over.
Yeah, exactly. So from that perspective, when I've been speaking to people during the last few months since I started doing sim racing commentary over a multitude of championships, it doesn't matter whether you get behind the wheel of a real car or a car in the virtual sense, you will still perspire, you will still sweat, you will still dehydrate, as we've got a quick yellow in sector 2 there. And that's when it really comes into it. It's not just the mental, it's the physical exertion, because these drivers are absolutely flying. I mean, look at Nakib Aslan, he's closing. Let's just have a look at this battle on the lead. Let's
you
go
can
on
see
board.
for yourself how small the gap is. Hatch is going to be under real pressure here, as I'm getting a really good run down the straight. He's probably not going to be quite close enough to dive up the inside here. Just a reminder, you can follow us on our social media and check our website, EERC.info or EERC_official on Twitter.
Right.
There's a line.
We are pushing ever closer to 340 kilometers an hour. I saw an indicated 337 on Nakib Aslan's dash display just then.
So Che Hatch was hesitant coming out of that first chicane. And Aslan is really going to go in for the kill here.
He's going to go for it towards the second half. Or through the second
back marker
half.
shouldn't interrupt him too much there. So.
No. Aslan's decided to brake a little bit there, because that dirty air, that buffeting is really going to hamper him. But now, coming out of the second chicane here on the Mulsanne straight, up a gear through 260 kph. They're going to be pushing about 5th gear. Now we're going to go north of 300. Just look at the speed increase. And Nakib Aslan at the minute. 312, 315, 320. Definitely on the brakes there through into the Mulsanne. And that is around about 60 miles an hour. They've just gone through that corner. Oh, he's got a great run coming out of Mulsanne. Heading down towards Indianapolis. He's got the inside front and he's got it. He's got it. Yeah, you were spot on there. Hatch went wide. I think he might have outbraked himself going through into Mulsanne. The exertion and the tide is starting to come in. But look at Che Hatch. He's got the retow back on the inside run, heading down. He's powering around the outside of Aslan. Is he going to retake the lead into the corner? Oh, he's got it going into Indianapolis. Is he late on the brakes enough to get through? He makes it stick at the minute.
Yeah, LMP2, remember?
Well, this is for the overall lead here in the race. And you can just see, oh, moment for Aslan. Moment for Aslan through into the right at Almage.
Ooh.
Wow.
The wheel facing steering left into a right-hand corner there, which is not ideal for a second there. But Che Hatch really holding on by the skin of his teeth here. That was a really gritty move to get back by. And Aslan will be feeling very confident now because he knows he's so close to getting into that lead. But still, Aslan has not led a lap of this race, which is incredible to think given the pace that he's shown.
Well, we're on lap number 36. As the leaders come through the Porsche curves yet again at nearly 240 kilometers an hour. And wow, this has been absolutely on tenterhooks all the way through the first, 2 hours and nigh on 15 minutes of this race after a full-blown restart, as Aslan getting a bit hampered there by Nick Newcomb in the 117 McLaren.
Oh, careful, Nick. You nearly didn't see him there.
Yes, indeed.
But,
oh my goodness me.
Aslan negotiates him successfully, and but now had to close up that 2 seconds to Che Hatch once again. But that was very exciting. I was convinced Aslan had him there, but Che Hatch surprised us once again and pulled out all the stops.
Yeah, very much the case. But Nakib Aslan now loses out, and that is about a 1.6 second differential between himself and Che Hatch, who continues to lead. 21 hours, 46 minutes and 30 seconds still on the clock as we go on board with Che Hatch.
And that's a nice feeling when you just have a fight and you look back and suddenly there's a bit of a distance that you think, oh, thank goodness, I can just get on with it without worrying about compromising my line to defend position. But yeah, the battle with the GD3 by contrast, very big gap, 36 seconds to Newcomb. So Mrozek really just almost checking out at this point.
Yeah, speed increasing as there is David Mrozek in the Abstineo Force Polonia BMW M6 GT3. So getting close to around 250 kilometers an hour down the Mulsanne Straight. Bit of a differential on the top end, so Mrozek nearly hitting 275 kilometers an hour, whereas we've seen top speeds so this is down into, now this is Perwine versus Ibrahim Khan, who's about 0.3 of a second adrift. This is the battle for position, P4, so Axel Sports number 20 versus the Venturo number 34. This is going to be very, very interesting indeed, as Ibrahim Khan is now going to be pushing nearly 330 kilometers an hour. He's in the tow, into the braking zone, yellow in sector 3, as we are still on board with Ibrahim Khan, who gets a bit tail happy going through the second part of the chicane. Up the gears, 4th, 235. Look at the speed increasing on the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. Pascal Egger from Fina Almont Racing, 137, has now got a penalty to serve, down in P12. But again, through the slipstream, into the right at Mulsanne. Josh Perwin still ahead in the number 20 Axel Sports entry, ahead of Venturo number 4. Great onboards. Big thank you to Ross Smith, our broadcast director, for steering the broadcast true all the way through so far. Again, the speed increases. Oh, Khan looking to really try and send it around the outside of Purwine, going into the next corner. Oh, that's a brilliant move. Hot on the brakes through into Indianapolis, and then into the left at Indianapolis, into the right at Arnage. And that is a great move there for position. At just over the 2 hour and 16 minute mark here at Le Mans. Again, the speed increases as they head down to the Porsche curves. Going to hit close to 300 kph, a little bit down the speedo, so they're going to bring it down to around about 200 kph, then pick up the speed once again. So they're pushing.
Great stuff by Khan, it must be said.
That was brilliant.
Yeah.
It was absolutely brilliant from him. And there is that was one of the McLarens just up ahead. That was, I think, I don't remember which one that was.
It's the yellow and black one. I think that might be Random Racing.
Random Racing, yeah, which still has Michael Raza just behind the wheel at the moment.
Yeah.
As we are on lap number 38 of this race. I'm going to jump off commentary in about 6 minutes' time, and I'll be back at 2000 hours. There is summertime of 2100 Central European time as Nakib Aslan closing again on Che Hatch, the battle for the lead. We've got to keep our eyes on this. Now down to just under a second yellow. Sector 3 ever so briefly there.
Yeah, I'll have to. I think I can last up until about possibly 6:30 or 7. So there might be an hour of downtime while everyone's eating dinner before you come back. But
well, I'll try and see if I can come back a little bit earlier, but I've got a real long shift ahead of me.
Fair enough.
We will have
you
Ryan
might need
Ferris.
to go to bed early and then wake up for your shift. Go to bed in the middle of the evening.
To be honest with you, I'm probably going to get a cold shower and get another cup of coffee on the go, so at least I can wake myself up a little bit. So
here we go. This looks interesting. Che Hatch being closed in by Aslan again.
Yes, this has been pretty much even Stevens all the way through thus far.
I wonder, is this fight going to rage on for the next 20 hours? In which case, we've got an interesting couple of hours of commentary ahead of us.
It is going to be very, very interesting indeed. There's plenty of racing going on this weekend. FIA Formula 2, FIA Formula 3 and Formula 1 this weekend at Styria, yes, because we've got the Styrian Grand Prix this weekend.
The Styrian Mountains in Austria, yes.
Yes, the Große Preis der Steiermark. There's my German pronunciation coming through. But then, of course, we've also got the Porsche Sprint Challenge GP season getting underway this weekend. Good to know that Alex Soth-Jones is competing in that one. He's been doing a lot of sim racing over the past few months to keep himself sharp and ready. But Che Hatch, that gap now is just under, it's about a second. So Che Hatch, I think, still has the momentum ahead of Nakib Aslan as Ibrahim Khan sets the fastest sector in Sector 2.
Oh, is this Barkley taking Newcomb
yeah.
for second?
Barkley up the inside. Newcomb really close on the brakes. Drew into Indianapolis. That was very, very well timed there by the number 75 of DDOS Racing.
That's DDoS passing IDOS, of course.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Battle of the DOSes.
Another fastest Sector 2 of the race for Ibrahim Khan, 81.487. Very impressive. So Ibrahim Khan, really 30-second gap to Boda, of course, but he's really starting to make an impact on this race. It really feels like it's turning into a bit of possibly a 4-horse race at the front, really, at this stage. Blake Checkett's getting a penalty.
And that's in the Oreca Absteneo Cross Bologna number 10.
That car has not had probably had the hardest luck of all of the LMP2 runners.
I think it's one of the hardest hit cars during the race so far, if I'm completely honest here.
It's had 2 penalties and a disconnection at this stage, I think, from my recollection. And I think they even had an off earlier.
Oh, dear.
Quite the Blake Chickett's a pretty good driver. They were actually running second in GD3 with behind the other Force Playing car before they had an issue. I forget exactly. I think they may have got disconnected from my recollection in Hockenheim. But yeah, they were a very impressive team, Force Bologna. I definitely want to watch for the future. And but perhaps it's going to take a. They're going to need. It's good that the race is so long because it gives Blake Jackets and the Force Bologna team enough time to get that car back into the mix for LMP2. At the moment, it's a whole lap to the leader. It's going to look like a long slog. They've been good so far, right?
Yeah, it looks
That
like there's a bit
penalty
of
is
banter. Yeah, well, there's been a bit of banter between Jake Dennehan and Dane Baird, who is, according to YouTube, known as the Great Dane Racing. Hey, it's Dane Baird here from the 417 IDOS car. My surname is pronounced how the lead commentator says it. Am I really the lead commentator? I'm not too sure. I'm just a commentator.
Well, I was here before, so maybe I'm the legacy commentator. Maybe.
Who knows? Who knows?
I noticed you do this. I've made this mistake too. You're calling Che Hatch Clay Hatch.
I have.
So it's the most tempting thing ever because
It's quite easily done. It's quite easily done, especially if you get yourself mixed up on the type font as well.
yes.
But then.
Ross Smith joining in now too.
Oh, there we go. Go Clay Hatch. I'll just call him Mr. Hatch from now on. That's the whole point of a 24-hour race because it's all about the bants, isn't it?
Yeah, indeed. You need a sense of humour if you're going to talk for a whole day.
Well, also, if you can't laugh at yourself, life ain't worth living. So.
Well, just generally, that's a good point as well.
Exactly.
Anyway, speaking of living life, I'm sure Che Hatch is having a great one right now, but it's become slightly more stressful since Aslan is now going back into the picture for I think the third or fourth time he's trying to mount an attack. There's yellow in the final sector briefly, so I thought that was going to help him, but nope. That's not going to help Che Hatch at all, so it's just lifted.
Yeah, very, very quick. Jake Dennehan said, "Oh, watch out, it's Hatch attack." Oh, this is brilliant. This is absolutely brilliant. A big thank you to the 80 people that are watching also so far on the official. You can the official YouTube channel.
People. I'm pretty sure one of them is me. But
Probably one of them is me as well, because obviously we have to keep an eye on the YouTube chat as well. But
anyway, Che Hatch being held by lapping an LMP2 car. That's one of the fancy esports cars. All but just about gets out of the way. Number 14.
Yeah, number 14, who has Victor Ban behind the wheel. That's the Hyper Endurance Racing Team car.
Yeah, the one that's pitting a lap later than everyone else. But they've been lapped now, so definitely not in the fight for the leading positions. But a bit of
right.
map moment for Che Hatch.
Indeed. Well, on that note, I will see those watching on our official YouTube channel back at 2000 British summertime. It's 2100 Central European summertime. So I will now leave you all in the capable hands of Mr. Headhunter.
Mr. Headhunter, thank you.
Headhunter, yes. Have you got your balls? Have you got your crossbow out ready to fire at somebody?
I don't know. I think there's been enough violence in this race so far.
Well, that was in the first 32 minutes, the original restart, wasn't it? So
yes, it's been a bit cleaner since.
So,
anyway, you take care, Alex, and best of luck for later today.
Okay.
I'll see if I can stay on for a bit later, but I might have to call it a day before midnight.
No problem at all. See you all later, everybody. I'll leave it over to Ed.
Right. Okay, so Aslan still leading, closing on the leader, just about a second behind Che Hatch, but okay, we'll be hoping the Hatch, a master plan, keep that lead in his hands. Then, of course, it's Boda, about 38 seconds behind in the Pimps Racing Hungary LMP2. We've got Ibrahim Khan, of course, closing on Boda. He's closed about 5 seconds on him in the last couple of laps. And we've got Josh Perwin, who Ibrahim Khan has pulled away from in the second Axel Sports car. He's about 6 seconds behind Ibrahim Khan. Then it's Perwin. No, I said Perwin. It's Jacob, sorry, Norbert Jacob in the Fancy Esports number 5 in 6th position. He is a long way down on the leaders. 92 seconds, 10 seconds behind Perwin. Then it's Slovasi. Again, another 10 seconds down on Jacob in the second Fancy Esports car. And he is about almost 9 seconds ahead of Slux in 8th place. Sorry. I'm not very good at pronouncing names that have Zs quite early on in them for some reason. It's just a little, it doesn't quite roll to the tongue as naturally, unfortunately. But he's in 8th. We've got Long in 9th for Eidos. Peter Vagapov in 10th, RSS Unison, number 717. The championship leader, of course, he's about 20 seconds down. 20, long way, even longer than that, more like 30 actually behind Long. And we've got Pascal Egger in 11th, and Pankiewicz is just pit in the number 87 Reading Game Studios racing car, Pavel Pankiewicz. I wonder if he is going to switch to his teammate. That's in 12th place. We have Adrian Porter in 13th for SRD in 53. We have Victor Bourne, who's just got by Adrian Porter actually on track. Number 4, because Adrian Porter is coming to pits. So it's Victor Bourne in the Hyper Endurance team, number 14. As we see the leaders, Che Hatch and Aslan coming into the pits, of course. So I got a bit caught in the timing screen there. Just behind the BMW Madness car, Western. On the road anyway. Boda is coming in now too, from 3rd. This could be the point where the leaders opt to change drivers. We'll have to see who they put in. There we go. So Boda's going right in front of Hatch, actually. So this could be quite awkward for Hatch trying to maneuver his way out of here.
I think Pankiewicz actually was serving a penalty from earlier. He came in.
Let me introduce my co-commentator, Ross Smith. Hello, Ross. Thank you for joining.
Drop in unannounced.
Yeah, fair enough. I didn't really give you an entry point there, I'm sorry. Because I didn't know
you're all right.
Or not. Anyway, Che Hatch gets going again in the lead for Eidos. Yellow in 6th Womboot, intermittent, seems to have cleared now. Hakimi, has taken over the Axel Sports, number 21, Mika Hakimi. So he'll be looking to build off of all the good work as Jeff Close takes the lead. Actually, Jeff Close is driving the Eidos now. It's not. It's no longer Jay Hatch. So Jeff Close he's been his teammate for a long time at Eidos and GD3 as well. Jeff Close has been able to hold on to the lead as we see the other P2 runners are starting to change drivers as well. Anyway, so what are your thoughts, Ross, on the lead battles so far?
Well, certainly with Hatch and Aslan, it has been really evenly matched throughout the first couple hours, and Closey and Hakimi are both very competent drivers, and we've seen them from Hockenheim. They were obviously be able to set down some pretty good times. So they're right there together. We'll see what they do on these first few laps once they get the cars up to temperature, up to speed, and they're right behind.
Jeff Close locking up, actually, going into the first chicane. That puts Hakimi all over the back of him. So a little cold tyres, got brakes. That's put the bit of a mistake from Jeff Close, and here they go. He's being held up a little bit by the Abstinio Force Polonia GD3 of Moroznek. Here comes Hakimi. So, it didn't take long for the Axel Sport car to pounce, did it?
No, not at all. No, he's right
Jeff
there.
Close respond here, because that's really going to knock his confidence to make such a small error locking up into the first chicane. But there we go, Axel Sport lead, and that's the first time that car has led all race. We are 41 laps in. We lead it in LMP2.
I think Jeff might have been thrown off a little bit by the GTE car coming up to the chicane, and he just may have gotten caught out a bit.
As we see Michael Vedel also going off in 8th place in GD3 for solo sport racing, having a little bit off at that looked like my memory's gone. It's not Indianapolis, it's White House Corner, I'm thinking of. So.
See if we can catch what happened with him.
Yeah, here we go. So, does he just lock the rears coming in? Oh, no, it hits the curb, wheel spins, oversteers. It nearly hits that P2 of, that's one of the SRDs, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Yeah, so we just had a bunch of driver changes then in LMP2, so let's go through them. Mika Hakimi leads that Axel Sports number 21 now. Jeff Close and number 317 Eidos is in second. And has dropped a second and a half actually behind, I think, on my time. Yeah, 2 seconds on the graphic on screen. Then we got Bertalan Savana, who's taken over the Pimps Racing Hungary car, which is, of course, was being piloted by I'm really bad at retaining that. Boda, that was it, Boda.
Oh, yeah.
Then we got Norbert Jacob for Broken Fancy Esports number 5, who's been in for a while. Arif Rosland has taken over the second Axel Sports car. And so he'll be looking to hope to catch up to. But I think Jacob has actually jumped Rosland because of having hit early. So the Fancy Esports working their way up to 4th. Patrick Slavazzi in the other Fancy Esports Triple 8 is in 6th. Ibrahim Khan has actually really lost out in the pit stops and dropped down to 7th because he had actually got by the Axel Sports car in a really great move, and now he's lost out and dropped down to 7th, number 34. Then we got Bence Bacconivari, number 66 Fancy Esports. Alistair Long in 9th in number 417 Eidos. Pascal Ayer still running for 3 Minute Bond Racing in 10th, so he's been able to jump Peter Bangakov somehow. Then we'll just quickly go through the GD3 order. It's Abstinio Force Polonia still leading very comfortably. Nick Newcomb actually pits from 3rd in the Eidos, but Nico Barkley is 2nd, a long way down. I believe he's almost a whole lap down. It's Blake Checketts actually who's taken over, I believe, the... oh no, it's still Maroxon. Sorry, I got confused there between the two Abstinio Force Polonia cars. So Nico Barkley is 2nd, like I said, in 75. Nick Newcomb, I think, is still going to come out 3rd because he's got a big gap to Peter Benedict Nagy, number 29. Alexei Spirachev is still running in 5th now, so he's gained a place. He's finally got by Sandor Lengyel. So Lengyel perhaps fatiguing a bit more than Spirachev. Spirachev, I think, is doing a pretty good race for RSS Unison. David Martin is in 7th for GRG Esports. Michael Vidal, who's all spinning, is still running 8th for Solo Sport. Lucas Arujo for Just Racing is in 9th in the 96 car. And in rounding out the top 10 GD3, it's Donat Deissner in the Fancy Esports GD3, number 28. So there we go. And this is the DDoS car we're looking at on screen as some of the is that the leader in is that the leader or is that Roslan coming through? Because Khan has actually got Bartley Slavassi to get back up into 6th while we were going through the order there. It's still Kimi leading. He's increased the gap to Close to 4 seconds. So Close not quite as confident as Jay Hatch in these opening few laps out of the pits.
Yeah, Hakimi's really starting to open up that lead, and obviously with Closey going through and having a bit of that lockup, kind of shakes the confidence a bit. But regardless, Hakimi's just taken off. I mean, it's over 5 seconds, like you're saying. It's not the battle we just saw from their co-drivers.
But that's a shame in a way for Jay Hatch, because he's, if Close isn't able to turn things around, he's going to come back in and he's going to inherit a car that's no longer in the lead. We go back to Vagapov, who I think Eggert must have stopped because Vagapov has gone back up to 10th now for RSS Unison.
He has a penalty too.
Oh, Vagapov has a penalty. Sorry, I must have missed that while I was getting caught up in going through the order. Blake Checkins in the last running LMP2 and David Martin, GRG, are both in the pits at the moment. So we'll have to see where Martin in particular filters out, because he's so Vidal is actually I think Vidal was already ahead by quite a margin actually. But he's no, actually Vidal has, after his spin, has still been able to gain a place through Martin's pit stop. I wonder if Martin's going to change over to someone else. Oh, there we go. Actually, he's got going and delaying on the P2 cars. That's number 14. was the Hyper Endurance team. I'm a bit confused. How do I pronounce Victor B's name?
Victor, I think it's Baloff. Or sorry,
Baloff.
no, that's Gabor. Sorry, Victor B. Where is he?
Yeah, because I see him on the terminal screen. I see a bunch of characters in between B and N, basically.
Oh, Bakanivari.
Okay. I might just call him Victor Bacan.
Interesting
Anyway,
livery.
Michael Vidal is still going again. No, he's still going in 7th forever. Yeah, GD3, it seems to have been a much more... We had a great battle early on, where, of course, basically the DDoS Racing and Fantasy Esports basically were able to, as Ibrahim Khan sets the fastest Sector 1, actually, 32.152, he's able to catch Arif Ruslan in Axel Esports. He's got to catch that car again after the pit stops. That must be frustrating. But there was a really good battle early on in the laps of the race between sorry, names escape me sometimes. James Huber and the other these 3 other cars that were able to basically hold them up in the early part of the race because they made a better start. And then essentially what happened was he got out and pulled away, and him and David Mrozek had pulled out a really huge lead of 39 seconds, I believe, over Nico Barclay. So Benedict Nagy pits actually from 3rd in the Fantasy Esports PB3. Is that going to let Sandor Lengel through? Yes, it is. And Spirichev too as well. Actually, Spirichev ahead of Lengel. So Benedict Nagy going to drop down a few places. Ibrahim Khan gets past Ruslan. There we go. So good move by Khan. He's had to do it again there, and it looks like he's had to do it at a Dunlop corner. But yeah, really. And is he going to catch 4th place here as well? Is that Jacquard?
I think it is, yeah.
There we go. 2 in 1 for Ibrahim Khan.
Impressive.
Wow, it's really, like I said, ever since he got in the car, he's been sick of the time he's been light in that Ventura car. It's a shame he had the slow pit stop because it would be pretty close to Savannah if it wasn't for that. In 3rd, so I think Ibrahim Khan really doing a good job to chase for that podium. It'd be really nice to have seen the replay for those moves he just did. But here he goes, flashing his lights so that the GD3 leader, Mrozek, gets out of his way. Oh!
Uh-oh. Oh, no, not what we want to see.
Oh, dear. All that good work once again undone for Ibrahim Khan. And through no fault of his own, the giant BMW just didn't see him in time.
Attention, slow car in the Porsche curves.
Yeah, we just had a warning to the drivers for the GD3 leader, and that is really going to blow GD3 wide open, Ross.
Yeah, Rojek was just... Watch this again here.
Yeah, he just didn't see him, and when he realised it was too late. Frustrating for Ibrahim Khan. I hope he didn't take too much damage in that, but really squeezed in the wall for good measure as well. But really just shows when the faster cars are coming up to you, you've really got to be alert and make sure you don't. Yeah, both of them coming into the pits for repairs. Are we under a code 60 with us?
No, I think it was just kind of calling it
back to the pits.
Yeah. Yeah, it was just a warning.
Vidal and the Just Esports car of Arujo coming in as well. So the GD3 cars making their stops. The Barkley pitting as well, so could Spirichev, it's 96 seconds down. I don't think he's going to inherit the lead here. But this is actually good for Barkley. Although I think even with that, Mrozek is probably going to get back in the lead. Oh, it's Harry Smith in the Madness Racing car spun it at Dunlop. was frustrating for him. Madness Racing had not had. They'd hoped to have their 2 laps down in GD3. They would really love to be taking advantage of all this madness going on up in front of them, as their name suggests. But,
Excellent.
So Khan dropping down to 10th now with his repairs. That has really wrecked any. It's just changed on the blink of an eye for Khan. He was looking good for challenging for the podium, and now he's got so much work to do. He's going to drop out of the top 10. In fact, Pankiewicz, Pankiewicz, I think I just pronounced it correctly. He was able to get past in the Reading Game Studios, so that's good for them actually, because they're not one of the more fancy teams. So getting into the top 10 would be a big deal for them. Of course, they've still got to worry about Frina Bond Racing and Pascal Egert, who are not too far behind.
That was just that is one of the trickier parts of the track too, just going up through the Porsche curves and then out through there. I mean, it's rare to see that kind of action between those drivers because they're usually very on top of it. But
Mroczek had been doing a really good job actually to let the leaders through for most of his stint, and just one misjudgment has put him in hot water, especially given events from earlier in this race. That's really disappointing. But anyway, he's suffered for this. He's still in the pits as a 3rd and 4th place pitting in as well. So Barclay now takes the lead for DDoS Racing, I believe.
That's right.
And Nick Newcomb in the IDOS also moves up to 2nd. So Mroczek has finally got going, so Spirichev will not be able to jump in for the RSS Unison, nor will Lengiel. It really shows how costly that penalty for Spirichev was earlier in the race. But yeah, this is a great opportunity for DDoS Racing and Nico Barkley now that this has opened up. But of course, we've seen the pace of Mroczek from earlier, so he's 76 seconds down right now, but I can guarantee you that Studio Force Polonia are not out of the hunt for this yet, with 21 hours still left to run.
Yeah, there's tons of time in hand for them to be able to make up some of that. And with Ibrahim Khan's pace, assuming that the car isn't too boogered up from that, he should be able to make up quite a few positions. We've seen it in shorter endurance races, even 6 and 8 hours after, spins, taps, losing wings here and there from different things. So I'm sure he'll be able to make up quite a bit of that.
I wouldn't call it boogered up myself. We have an expression here in the UK called buggered up. Which
of course.
Which is what I would call it. I thought that was what you were going for there. But anyway, I wouldn't put your boogers on this car. Is what I'm saying. Oh, there we go. Tom Dillon has.
Speaking of being buggered.
Yeah, he's lost the rear wing at Dunlop Curve. Just lost it on the way in, it seems. And so a lot of dramatic action now in this stint. We've had a change of lead in both classes. Hakimi taking the lead and building a huge one actually. 13 seconds over close he has now. And then we've got GD3, the leader.
Attention drivers, there's a car with no rear wing coming into turn 5s and 6. Please be aware.
Yeah, so the other driver is being warned of Tom Dillon by one of the race directors. And it looks like that's Ibrahim Khan coming through now as well.
Yeah, almost involved again.
Oh dear. It's such a shame for Ibrahim Khan because he had such a clean race up to that point. But these things, but I'm sure this gives the plus side is this gives us an opportunity to see more Ibrahim Khan overtakes.
Attention all drivers, we come to code 80 in 10 seconds.
Does he mean code 60 or code 80?
5,
that's a good question.
4,
yes, it was very made explicit beforehand that they're doing a code
1.
60.
Code 80, all cars on the pit limiter.
Alright, well, if someone breaks the code 80 confirmed. So if someone decides to break the code 80, break the code 60 and go to code 80, then they're only following instructions from the race director, I guess.
That's right.
I hope this doesn't cause controversy later. It was made clear, all the drivers heard it, so.
Well, if I were a driver out there and I hear code 80, then I'm going to hit the pit limiter, and if it says 80, sure. I'm good.
Yeah, Tom Dillon deciding not to bother with the chicane and hitting the bollard in disgust. At his own mistake, I guess.
And now I have to look again, but I feel like in the past when drivers have skipped parts of the track, even if they are damaged and trying to get back, they will cop a penalty for it.
A couple of cars pitting under code 80, Barkley from the lead in GD3, and also O'Connor and Zolt in LMP2, Steve O'Connor in SRD, and Quebec Zolt for Fancy Esports. Quebec has been in since the beginning, I think. He might need to change over at this point. Well, he's been in he's been in a while, is what I'm saying. And so I think Pascal Egger has also been in since the very beginning, sort of running in 11th for Finavon Racing. But yeah, this is a real godsend for Nico Barkley. It gives him a big strategic advantage over his rivals.
And rejoin the path of David, making contact, was put it into the wall, giving.
Nope. Looks like a whisper.
Apologies.
Bit of a whisper function gone astray.
I think that was the steward accidentally telling us about their deliberation over the Ibrahim Khan Rosnek incident.
And that it looked truly like a racing incident where he just, it was a bit of an overlap, just enough that he caught him out. I don't know that I've.
It's one of those things where he caught him at the worst possible place and a sort of blind corner, so you may not even seen him until it was too late. So yeah, I do hope that because that car actually has already had a penalty today, so I really hope they don't become too overzealous and basically lob the number 35 Force Polania car with penalties until it becomes out of the running.
Yeah.
To be fair, they're so quick and they've sent such great pace that even with 20 hours to go, 21 hours rather, you still can't count them out, even if they give them a penalty right now.
A driver change for RSS as Buksha comes in for Spirchev.
That's going to be interesting because Spirchev had done something good first, and so let's see if Buksha can keep it up.
RSS has a bit of a history for being controversial with some of the running. I see it from both teams. They tend to be rather aggressive with their driving styles, and as you said before, they've already caught a penalty, so they're trying to fight back from that. Still not bad, 5th place, 90 seconds out from the leader.
Yeah.
Or I'm sorry, I'm looking at the other one. 140 seconds, but not a lap down. So 24 hours. He's still have plenty of time.
The field spread in GD3 seems to be much wider, to be fair. I think Vagapov in the 717, the championship leading 717, he won last time at Hockenheim. I think he's been a little off the pace in this whole race. He's been end up fighting with cars that you'd expect him to be up there with the Fancy Esports at least, and he's been really. It's been with Frinavond and who am I thinking of? Who else they were fighting with? To be fair, they're not that far behind the last the second of the Fancy Esports cars, which is Ben Spacon Vari. But But the guy leading the championship, won the last race, Peter Vagapov and RSS Unison. You'd really expect them to be. Obviously, there's still a long way to go. Others could drop out ahead, but it feels like they've not really shown as much pace and confidence as you would expect. And they've been in some really good battles. It was Bayard had a really good fight with him, like pretty much the entire first couple of 30 laps or so.
Taking a quick look at our standings as they were entering this race, and as you mentioned, RSS Unison, big lead right now, and being down the order at a 24 event, that's it's not gonna hurt them too much, not gonna dethrone them, but that could eat their lead away if they can't turn it around and get back up where they really should be based on past performances.
So Axel Sport, this is the first round that they've done, right? So are they eligible for points in LMP2 or?
Yeah, any team coming in that has made the race, they can score points, and certainly when you look at some of the bottom half of the chart and some of those teams, you can very quickly gain positions just by finishing well.
Yeah, it's true because there's some teams that don't do every race and others that do. Fancy Esports in particular like to put lots of their cars in, I guess, in LMP2 to not to stack the deck in their favour, to just give themselves the best chance. But number 5 is highest in the championship, and they're running in 4th place with Norbert Chakab. So they could gain really a lot of points on Peter Vagapov and RSS Unison, number 717 in this race. If things end as they are, of course, but there's still a long way to go. And of course, Scuderia Adriatica are not here today, so lots of points to gain on them. Madness Racing, not having the best time at Le Mans. And by the way, it's not double points, is it? It's normal points every round. Because I know real life Le Mans may be double points. But, but yeah, I think Force Poloni had really hoped to really close in on Didos and maybe even Beams Racing Hungary. And now that's going to be made significantly harder with that incident that they've suffered. So I think we're going to see a heck of a fight in the next phase of this race from several drivers. Arif Rosalind pits from 5th. Are we still under code 80?
Yeah, we're still going around, and that was one of the reasons why the race director and stewards wanted to utilize those sector, the slow sectors early on in the race. But unfortunately, teams were not really able to handle some of those, and there's a bit of confusion, so they just went back to the tried and true code 80.
Yeah, because it seemed from the outside, at least, that it seemed to me that what was happening with the slow zones was that the GD cars were being told to slow down. The LMP cars were coming in and basically coming into a slow section full of GD cars, and they all basically panicked a bit, and there was a huge incident where they crashed into each other. That was what seemed to be one of the things that set up, as well as obviously GD3 cars going 3 wide in particular. Yeah, it was all a bit. It felt like the driving standards in that initial start weren't great, but there was also the confusion with the slow zones that some of the teams adapted to them better than others, and you just ended up with a mess where not everyone really understood, it seemed, and that was where the confusion lay.
Yeah, but now we're back to standard code 80, and unfortunately one of the downsides, which was what they were trying to avoid and we're seeing right now, is that you have much more drawn out caution periods.
No, at least the 24-hour clock still keeps going. It'd be annoying if they kept adding more time to the race.
Yeah.
They would do in, say, a touring car race or something, where they want to make sure there's the most racing laps in possible. But thankfully, this is endurance racing, where it's not meant to be endured. Because you could, in theory, if that happened during Le Mans 24 hours, you could have a Le Mans that could last like a day and a half rather than a day.
Right. Now, I think in the case of this restart, they I only saw some of the back and forth, so I didn't see any of the official responses as to why. But I think some of the decision was because there were a few teams that were severely caught out, and it was so close to the start, and because there were some issues with the server, and they didn't want to futz with that too much. It kind of
had
made
2 disconnections from what I remember, so they've
right.
been pretty stable.
Attention, all drivers, we are back to green in 10 seconds.
Just as Ibrahim Khan comes into the pits from 13th in LMP2, they're about to go green again, so more bad luck for the Venturo number 34. It all happens. It never rains, but it pours on Ibrahim Khan, it seems. Yeah, he sort of has a history associated with various bouts of bad luck.
Attention, all drivers, we are back to green in 10 seconds.
Oh, it needs to be a quick pit stop. As Tom Dillon also comes in the Reading Studios number 86. 4, Ibrahim Khan has got out of pits. Okay,
2,
so
1, green.
Actually, that worked perfectly for Ibrahim Khan. Against my expectations.
Also able to get in and get out right as we are.
Yeah, it's Tom Dillon who's really lost out. He's still in the pits at the moment, as we were looking at Bookshare at RSS Unison having a go at, is that the Fancy Esports QB3?
Yeah, the guys from the very beginning, they've been in battle.
They were leading at the very start, and there's Tom Dillon. Of course, he's been coasting around trying to get back to the pitch. He was missing his rear wing. I'd almost forgotten that happened because it was so long ago. It feels like.
Yeah.
Because obviously they're going so slow, the lap doesn't take like 3.5 minutes, it becomes like 7 minutes.
Now, this is sort of an interesting study in procedure because we're going to have the second 24-hour race at the Nürburgring, and obviously quite a bit longer to get around there. So if you wreck out in the in that turn 1 hairpin and have to go the entire way around the course, I guess you do have a chance maybe to cut back in.
Well, Butcher has got past Benedict Nagy. Sorry to cut you off there, Ross. But Butcher has got into 4th place past Benedict Nagy in GD3. So that is another place. Oh, actually, he's fighting back now. So the Aston Martin not having things its own way. Really would love to see that battle in GD3 for 4th place.
Apologies for that. Having a bit of an issue with the remote connection. Give me one moment here. We can get that back.
Yeah, Butcher has finally got back through, actually. So there we go. RSS Unison past Fancy Esports in the battle for 4th place. And of course, the next car along, 60 seconds up the road, of course, is David Rozek, who's only 20 seconds behind Mick Newcomb. So actually, Peter Benedict Nagy has even got back past again. They're really slipstreaming each other down the straights. This could be a really interesting battle. Oh, penalty for Maciej Jagustin, who I believe has only just got in the car in 12th place in the random racing number 13. So Butcher, on the outside here, he's got a sweep in across, and I think that's secured the move for RSS Unison. Good driving by Butcher. Nicely fighting between him and Benedict Nagy. As Martin actually passes Vedel a bit further down for 8th. And is that 6th place actually? Lengel, who's in the Pimps Hungary car that's actually also in this battle too. So this could get very interesting. I wonder if Benedict Nagy's tyres are starting to wear down. Are we still in code 8? Because the graphics seems to still be on there. I don't think we are.
No, we've... sorry, a bit of a connection issue here, so I'm working on that, but we'll...
Fair enough, sorry. Didn't mean to put pressure on you. Oh, as we see LMP2 car trying to lap the GTs and almost going off the outside, almost into the gravel there, I thought. Oh no, he's still there. He's going down the inside of the Pimps Racing Hungary car. Piloted by Lengel.
Is that unique back there in that LMP2?
I don't know. Oh, here we go. David Martin trying to get back around the outside of Vedel, the Solo Esports car. But Martin's GRG Esports is going to have to wait another lap. You're not really going to go around the outside if you're not far enough alongside, of course. And, Ibrahim Khan has been given a penalty. Oh no, did he speed in the pit lane? Like I said, it never rains, it pours on Ibrahim Khan.
Great race made better.
It could just be the frustration creeping in from earlier, but Ibrahim Khan is really hemorrhaging time now. He's gonna be overtaken by Blake Checkers at 3 laps down at this rate. But he's only 68 seconds behind the leader, Mika Hakimi. But it's going to be more by the end of his penalty. But Jeff Close, 26 seconds behind as we go into. We go into hour. Is this hour 3 now? Really?
Yeah. I think
we just begun hour 3 with 21 to go. Jeff Close. He's going actually a little bit on a few seconds on this lap, so Hakimi's made a mistake. Jeff Close really struggling to get past the DDoS car. Having a bit of a tank slab at home in there, but recovers it. I can feel Che Hatch with despair there. Oh, don't bin it, Jeff. So Jeff keeping it on the island just about. There's Penkovic passes Eggert in the 3-1 racing car for 10th. So a good little battle there. And Pascal Egger definitely wants revenge as they approach the second Mulsanne chicane on the Mulsanne straight. Here we go, turn one race coming up to 300 kilometers per hour. Egger pulls out to the left and retakes 10th position. A good little battle between these two. Jankovic, I remind you, driving for Reading Game Studios. So these two, neither of these two are some of the more fancied squads, but they could really do with a top 10 finish here.
And these guys should be going back and forth throughout the rest of the race. They seem to have pretty even pace, even though Eggert is starting to pull just a little bit on him now.
Anyway, update. David Morozek has set a 3 minutes 54.701, which is the fastest lap of GD3 class. In his pursuit of Nick Newcomb's Eidos car, he's cut the gap to 15 seconds now. So Morozek, at this rate, it's not going to be too long before he catches back up. So,
yep.
I think lucky in a way to escape penalty for that incident, but it was definitely a race incident in my view. And it definitely feels like Ibrahim Khan came off worse in that crash. Oh, speaking of which, Ibrahim Khan is a bit fired up himself. He set a 3 minutes 27.176. So that is an excellent lap by Ibrahim Khan. And here's we see Vidal side by side here with Martin. Vidal trying to go around the outside of Martin this time to retake the position as the LMP2 car comes to lap them and is all a bit out of sorts. But yeah, good little fight between these two. Vidal actually doing a really solid job for Solo Sport Racing. Hold on to that 8th place despite spinning earlier.
It's the 14 car, hypercar of being driven by Bahn right now.
So here comes David Martin down the inside again. And he retakes it. That's a really brave move, actually. Just about had enough space. Vidal run into the back again. These two really cooperating as well. A good clean fight.
Yeah, good motorcraft, and yeah, like you said, respect here, which is really what you want to see this early on in the
Here comes the
entire
leader,
race.
the LMP2 leader as well to lap them. Kimi continuing on, ploughing ahead. 30-second gap to Jeff Close now. And the closer, if he's not careful, he's got to worry about Saviano, 25 seconds down. But he could get to the point where Savannah is a bit closer than he is to Hakimi. As Abstinio forced Bologna. As Jeff Close gets a penalty in second, so he definitely does need to worry about Savannah now. I put the curse on him there. I don't know what that penalty was for Jeff Close, perhaps exceeding track limits, because we did see him going a bit wide and pushing to try and keep Hakimi in sight, and it's backfired. I can hear Che Hatch with his head in his hands.
Yeah, that is disappointing. Now he has 30 seconds back behind him, so that's going to put him right in Savagna's clutches as soon as he serves that penalty.
Oh, someone is in trouble. It's Bruce Duncan, who's spun in the SRD down in 15th place. He's got going again at the just after the Porsche curves. And that car doesn't look too healthy to me.
No, he's not able to turn it back on, so he's got suspension damage.
Yeah, he's staying well out of the way of the lead. Oh, attacking the advertising hoarding. MMA. Really not having a good field day. This feels like it's gone all over the track advertising last time. So I think Bruce Duncan may have caused more problems than he solved there.
Yeah, that's fortunately they're all flat and not sticking. But yeah, he's just struggling to get that thing going.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of the drivers struggle with getting back into the pit lane entry. But yeah, Brucey boy is going to be in a bit of trouble here. But he's made it back to the pits and at least he's able to continue. Yeah. When I say things like that, you can tell I've been commentating for a while.
You've been doing good. You've been doing well. Good job.
Interesting. So, message Jagustin in random racing near the back of the GD3 field to set the fastest sector 2, 71.587. How's he done that? He must have some kind of advantage from coming out the pits or something. Because that's 10 seconds faster than anyone else has been able to do. Or my timing screen is messing up, and he's not actually done that. But anyway.
56. So it's may have
penalty for Dimitri Buksha in the RSS Unison GD3. So that's a second penalty for that car. As Michael Vettel spins again. Oh, that's a shame. He's such a great fight with David Martin for GID Esports, and now he's giving himself a lot more work to do, dropping 10 seconds behind Martin with that spin at the first chicane. Are we about to see a replay of that? Things that we always catch. We always seem to catch Michael Vettel's spins, don't we?
Yeah, poor Michael. He's been typically doing solo pretty proudly, but
yeah, it's not quite clicked for him at Le Mans, unfortunately. He's had some good fights, though. Some good racing, at least. So it's on the exit, goes a bit too wide, loses grip. Oh, unlucky not to hit the barrier, too. Thankfully, able to a little spin turn. So not really a spin, just a turn. But
yeah,
he's able to continue. But could have been a lot worse. Seems to this be steadily keeping on. Pankiewicz pit while we were watching that replay, as is Bruce Duncan, of course, from the damage. So Pankiewicz in the Rudin Game Studios car, dropping behind Roz Benjamin, who's taken over Fancy Esports number 88. And I think Victor Balkan is going to catch Pankiewicz in the Hyper Endurance car as well. So yeah, I think Pankiewicz should get ahead of Adrian Porter in the SRD. So I know he's switching over to Ryan Mazunda as Jeff Close pits to serve his penalty as well in IDOS number 317. So that is going to put him into touching distance with Savannah. He may even let Savannah through. So Pips Racing Hungary could be on for a second place here. There we go. We'll change for second place in LMP2.
Speaking of Pimps Hungary, the McLaren down in 5th place just took it by Peter Nagy in the Fancy
Peter
Esports.
Nagy has been sort of struggling to hang on in there. I'm lucky that the Butcher has got another penalty, but Nagy having another go. He doesn't get past too easy, does he? So Langell is going to have to try harder than that, but Nagel's got the inside. Nagy's going to have to brake really late into the Dunlop corner. There we go. And the Pimps Hungary car is still there. I almost forget there's a danger in the last sector. Someone is on the proper.
And Vagabov is off.
Ooh, that's rare. Don't see too many mistakes from Peter Vagabov. That shows how much he's struggling. Eggert is even able to pass him as a result of that.
I wonder if he had some damage. Yeah, oh yeah, definitely has some damage.
Oh dear! Into the wall. There's Peter Vagabov spinning out. But meanwhile, Nagy and Lengel were still side by side. There they are, I found. Just taking Peter Vagabov. But what did Peter do here? This is really... He was not having the strongest of races, and now this has really put him in trouble.
Attention all drivers, we come to code 80 in 10 seconds.
So it looks like another code 80 has been called to... Thankfully, Vagabond wasn't too far from the pits.
5.
Oh.
Four,
What happened? Did his wheel fail or something? He just went straight on.
Code 80,
Yeah.
all cars on the pit.
Oh, heavy impact as well. That's what happens when you go straight to the scene of the accident on the barrier. But yeah, not sure quite what happened to Peter there. But hopefully he's able to get back to the pits and continue.
He's barely able to keep it going at even low speed.
And James Duber has corrected me in the chat some time ago, saying that the corner is called the Mulsanne corner, not the Dunlop corner. I got confused because I think Alex Goldschmidt, my co-commentator from earlier, who's joining us back later at 8, he was calling it the Dunlop corner for some reason, and I started calling it that. When it is the Mulsanne corner, because it's at the end of the Mulsanne straight. I apologise. So, yeah, Vagapov really, look at those wheels spinning as well. They're like barely hanging on to that RSS Unison LMP2 as Eggert hits ahead in 9th, which is probably quite sensible, really, because now that gives him a huge advantage over Peter Vagapov, because he's now effectively a pit stop ahead.
This will benefit Khan a little bit as he's able to take advantage and get in there. He's way down the order.
And I not picked up on this before, but Norbert Jacob is actually very close to Jeff Close in the order, only a 10th or so down. So I think that the Eidos car may even drop to 4th here. Always seems to happen. It happened at Hockenheim too. Eidos did really well early in the race and then seemed to fade away once the driver changes happened. Is Butcher going to try and serve his penalty under Code 80? Or can he not do that? Will he have to? Has he already served his penalty? I've just kind of lost track of that.
Yeah, I didn't see if he was able to make it in just beforehand either. You're not supposed to be able to.
Well, we'll have to see. But Rozek has made good progress, only 4 seconds behind Nick Newcomb. In fact, Butcher is going to come out ahead of Lengel. Spent Nagy is pitting at the same time. Is Butcher going to come out ahead of Lengel? We'll have to see, because Lengel obviously going quite slowly because of the Code 80. Oh, he's just about to take him, I think. Or is he? No, he's just come out just behind Lengel. So Butcher, if he has served his penalty just beforehand, then this is really good timing, this Code 80 for him. But if he hasn't, then he could be in trouble. There's a Vagapov has finally made it to the pits, of course, as we just saw. That could mean the Code 80 could be over very soon, now that the damaged car is out of the way and out of danger of everybody else.
Sander
Who are we
will be
going to
able to
watch
take
for
it.
in this restart? Should we watch Norbert Jacob, I think, is probably looking to make a move on Close. I think that's a good battle. We also need to keep an eye out, half an eye out for Morozek. And also, I think Ibrahim Khan down in 15th. He's a long way behind Ryan Mazumda for Reading Game Studios, 40 seconds. But you wouldn't bet against him to start to close that gap. Hakimi bits from the lead. Hakimi has made it and decided to take a stop here. Of course, with the 60-second gap to Saviana. That makes perfect sense. So Mika Hakimi putting in some more fuel, going for the fresh tyres. Yes. But despite taking a long time to get to the front, the Axel Sports really starting to control this race with their lead car. Oof. Anyway,
attention all drivers, we come back to green in 10 seconds.
There we go, so the restart is imminent. Just a word of warning, I may have to leave very soon for dinner.
5, 4,
of course.
3, 2, 1, green,
I'll
green,
stay
green.
until that happens. We're going to be at 5:30 as we get going again. You get a little bit of a run here on the Jeff Close. Jeff Close really on the back foot, having lost two places since getting into the car. And Jacob is all over him like a cheap suit. Keeney, meanwhile, from the lead, exits the pits with a 40-second gap.
Warning, slow car, turn 1.
Oh, there's a slow car at turn 1, apparently. We're not sure who that is. Not Keeney coming out of the pits, but...
Trying to see. No, it wasn't Eggert.
Okay. So, it's Axel Kerr who's swapped in for Eggert. That's why they pitted. Oh, Vagapov going off! After having coming out of the pits. So, Vagapov down to 12th now, with Bam coming through. As his close lost out to Savannah. Oh, no, Jacob, sorry. No, Jacob, obviously, that happened ages ago, but Savannah and Jacob are going into the pits now. So that puts Close back up to second. So this seems to be a pit phase. There seems to be drivers that are running out of tyres and putting some fresh ones on.
It didn't look like Vagapov was had gotten any repairs, because that was still massive. Unless he spun it off going up through Dunlop
Yeah,
and
very
smacked the wall.
uncharacteristic errors from Peter Vagapov. I think this is all probably stemmed from perhaps some kind of screen freeze, something that stopped his steering input from being detected, because it just happened right on the straight, didn't it?
Attention, all drivers, we come back to code 80.
Yeah, oh god, we're going to have to wait for Peter Vagapov to make the way all the way back to the pits with his still damaged car, aren't we? So
That's
Roseland in all of this with Savannah Long and Jacob all pitting. This puts Roslan up to third in the other Axel sports car.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Code 80. Code 80. All cars on the pit limiter.
This must be really embarrassing for Peter Vagapov, having won the previous race, having leading the championship, to be having so many problems.
Yeah, that's. I mean, they have a comfortable lead in the points, but I mean, you don't want to for a 24-hour race.
Too comfortable, yeah.
Right.
Yeah. And this is actually, funnily enough, this puts him into. This is going to put him into touching distance with Ibrahim Khan, of course, who's still going. Ibrahim Khan 2 laps down, but Peter Vagapov 145 seconds down with a damaged suspension and trying to make sure he's not facing the wrong way down the circuit. So.
Yeah, even on the pit limiter, he's it almost looks like he's weaving around like he's trying to warm his tires, but he's just holding on for dear life.
Yeah, the RS's Unison car looks more like it's being held together by spit and prayers at the moment.
Yeah,
even with all his wings on. As Nick Newcomb pits from second in GD3 class. I believe this may give Mrozek an opportunity to overtake him, because he was only a couple of seconds down. As is Araraju from 10th. Oh no, Mrozek pits as well. But Barkley still leads in GD3 for DDoS Racing. Bakoviat has pit from 7th. So I think 4th through to 7th have all made pit stops recently. So is the leader. So it's Close and Roseland who are sort of out of sequence here, aren't they?
Looking at the GT3s, as you were saying, Newcomb and Mrozek are both in. As you see Mrozek come out for Bologna. And I'm wondering if Nico Barclay is going to try and make it in. Not sure where he is on track, but I don't know if he's going to be able to take advantage of.
So Newcomb's been jumped here. He's made a much longer pit stop than Mrozek. I wonder why that is. Because they've just put more fuel in the car at Eidos?
Might be it. So they'll come out, they'll be about 5 seconds apart from each other.
I feel like losing track position to Mrozek was perhaps not the most best call strategically, although they wouldn't have known how much fuel Force Polenia were going to put in.
Right.
But that releases Mrozek, and we know how fast he is. The best chance for Eidos and for DDoS Racing, for that matter, in my opinion, would have been to try and hold him behind for as long as possible. But of course, the only reason why they're in this position when Mrozek isn't leading is because of that incident with Ibrahim Khan. It damaged both cars. Shall we go through the order very quickly while we're waiting for this code 80 to end?
Seems like a good time.
Yeah. So, leading LMP2 is Mika Hakimi for Axel Sports number 21. Jeff Close is in second place for Eidos number 317. Ignore the time screen thing that says here, because I think that's from the previous lap. Norbert Jacob, Arif Roslan is third for the second Axel Sports car, number 20. And then we've got Bertolins Savanya in fourth for Pimps Racing Hungary. Norbert Jacob is fifth for Fancy Sports number 5. Alistair Long is sixth for Eidos number 417. Bence Bakonvari is 7th for Fancy Sports number 66. Axel Kerr is 8th for Freenavond Racing, number 137. Ros Benjamin is 9th for Fancy Sports 88. And then it's Victor Volkan in rounding out the top 10 for Hyper Endurance. So Hyper Endurance with their crazy fuel strategy of hitting a lap later than everyone else still just about in that reaches of the top 10. They're a lap down, of course, but not that far from Ros Benjamin in Fantasy Sports 88. Then, of course, we move into the top 10 in GE3. So it's Nico Barclay still leading in DDoS Racing number 75. David Mozek for Agostinho Force Bologna is 48 seconds down on Nico Barclay, the leader in GD3. So he's making good grounds to make up that lead and make up the gap to the lead, rather. Nick Newcomb having this pit with David Mozek has come out 4.9 seconds behind him for IDOS, number 117. Then it's Dimitri Buksha in 4th place for RSS Unison Racing. Sandor Legenel is in for Pimps Hungary. Peter Benedict-Lanegi is in 6th for Fantasy Sports number 29. Number 28 is Donut Deissner. He's in 7th place for Fantasy Sports. Then we've got David Martin for GRG, having just spun again in number 97. Oh no, he didn't spin. It was Vedel who spun. Sorry, David Martin did nothing wrong. Vedel, who I believe rounds out. No, Vedel's 9th for Solar Sport Racing, and Lucas Arujo rounds up the top 10 for Just Racing. So there we go.
So you can see Vagapov still trying to make his way back. Getting closer, almost up to Porsche Curves now.
Yeah.
Or no, I'm sorry, we're still going to Indianapolis, aren't we?
Oh yeah, we are. Oh. I thought maybe we should have gone through the entire field rather than just the top 10 in both classes. That would stretch that out a bit more, but killed a bit more time. So. I'm a bit confused here. My turn screen says, because I thought Ibrahim Khan was the next car to Peter Vagapov. But actually, Patrick Slavazzi is in between the both of them, about 9 seconds down on Peter. Benedict Nagy has he's had some kind of incident because he's DNF'd and got back to the pit lane.
Okay. Wondering if that was a disconnect as well.
It's a little bit painful watching Vagapov hobble around. Because I think it's almost certain that Slavazzi is going to get by him in Fantasy Sports 888, who's 13 seconds down on Vagapov, of course. But once the Code 80 ends, that's going to be down to nothing, basically.
Right.
And it's going to be interesting to see Vagapov fight against Ibrahim Khan, I think. They're going to come out roughly in the same position. As Benedict Nagy, I think, is emerging back from the pits in 7th, behind Biesner. So he's had some kind of separate incident to Vagapov, I believe. I had not noticed while I was going through the order. Ban is also in the pits in 10th, so that promotes Benjamin tonight. You know, it's a good thing they did make it a Code 80, because if it was a Code 60, if they kept to that, then this would be very painful, even more than it is already.
Yeah, this is, and again, this is one of the reasons why the slow sectors were being looked at. But
Well, we're going to have to think about. We may have to think out how we do this for Nordschleife.
For sure, twice as long a track, and yeah, it's
not a lot of space at the Nordschleife as well. If you're lucky someone.
No. Fortunately, Le Mans, I mean, you've got plenty of room on these big open straights like the Mulsanne, and I mean, just even through some of the other sections. But yeah, you almost have kind of goat tracks going through some of the sections in Nordschleife. It feels like, anyway, when you're running at top speed trying to hold on to the thing.
Yeah, the one thing that Le Mans and Ticket de Sarthe and the Nordschleife have in common, apart from it's banging up, really tanks into the wall there. That's not going to do the suspension any more favors. Maybe he's trying to buff it out so both sides are both as damage, so it'll run roughly in a straight line.
Yeah, keep it even.
As Jeff Close decides to catch up on his pit stops as he's finally made it to the pits. So this is probably quite helpful for Close because it means that he will basically, I think he may get the jump on, possibly not Roslan, but definitely on Savannah and Jacob. Jacob was right behind him, remember, before this Code 80.
Mm-hmm.
So this has actually worked out. It's actually worked out perfectly for IDOS Racing, and I'm sure Jay Hatch will be breathing a sigh of relief at that. He's not going to let him. He's going to come out hopefully in second and not in third or fourth, and he's come out and get in the car again. Meanwhile, we look at Blake Checkett's on his little recovery, the second of the LMP2 Amstinio Force Bologna car. Still an 18th and last in class, but only 9 seconds down on the Reading Game Studios racing car. So Abstinio not showing particularly bad pace. I guess it's hard to judge how well they've been doing because they were running 6th early on, and then they had the disconnect. So we never really got to see too much of their pace as Jeff Close exits the pits as Vagapov enters. So
attention all drivers, we are back to green in 10 seconds.
So Close even getting out ahead of Roslan. So yeah, this is working out perfectly for
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green, green, green.
There we go. So there's Axel Kerr, who is basically in kind of no man's land, about 30 seconds ahead of Benjamin, but about 50 seconds behind Baki Nuvari. For me, I think now with that Code 80 spreading out there on the 2 field, the big fights are going to be in GD3. Here we go. There's one of them. It's Lengel fighting against Buksha. Buksha, who really kind of has managed to stay in this race through the Code 80. Yeah, and I may be the only one here for a while, but I've got to go off too soon, so it's one of those things. But anyway, thanks for joining me, Ross, and hopefully I'll hear more from you a bit later. As Sandro Legel is all over the back of Buksha, looking for a way through.
Sorry to have to leave at this point because this is going to be a good battle too, but thank you, Ed. I'll be back with you here in a little bit.
It was fun to have you to fill those Code 80s.
Yeah. All right, we'll be back.
Oh, and D-Snow has just taken Martin for safe. So, not sure exactly how that's happened. Because there's a big gap between the two now. I think Bendik Nagy has hit trouble somewhere because he is hemorrhaging positions like crazy. 20 and a half hours left to go. The yellow in sector 2, I wonder if that's for Bendik Nagy, but he seems to have kept going in 10th. But Lengel really starting to drop off at the back of Buksha. Look at the Blake Checkers, who's gone up to 17th. Who's Blake overtaken? It must have been Ryan Mazunga, of course, for Reading Game Studios, who Blake was right behind. As we see Long getting past Baki Nuvari for 6th. There's Ryan Mazunda, who's just been overtaken. Oh, and I've got to go too. So we will leave the stream on, and we will be back at 8 p.m. at the minimum with Alex Goldschmidt. But if you don't hear from us since then I hope you enjoy watching the action. We've got the auto director on, so we're back soon. It's Akimi leading LMP2 and Barkley leading GD3.
Slow car on the north-hand straight, be aware. Stay off the racing line, slow down. Attention all drivers, red flag on the pit limiter and line up on the grid. On the pit limiter now. Red flag. GT3's back off.
So just a bit of information. Can the GT fields please back off away from the LMP2 field? And Pavel, the LMP2, Pavel, can you please overtake the GTs and catch up to the prototypes, please? And GTs, can you back off further, please? That's still too close. Hello, everybody. Contrary to what Chris has said, I'm here now. So if we can just do another lap on the code 80 limiter, or code 60 limiter, sorry, around the circuit, just so you guys don't, have any risk of your engines blowing. We're still in the process of adding laps, so we're apologies it's taking so long. We'll get it done as quickly and as smoothly as we can. We are working on it as best we can right now. So if you can just, all of you, just drive on the code 60 limiter again for me, just single file. Don't worry about giving a gap until we need to come back to green, and I'll let you know when you need to do so. So if you guys can do that for me, it'd be really, really appreciated, and we really appreciate you working with us through this. Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the resumption of round 6 of the EERC Endurance Championship being held here at Le Mans. Apologies for the delay. We are trying to get things with regard underway. The stewards are actually the administrations are adding the laps to the cars, as we have had a red flag stoppage at 20 hours and 14 minutes on the clock remaining, with 57 laps completed. And this was due to a driver change issue that caused a problem with the server. But I am joined with somebody else in the commentary box this time around, and I'm pleased to welcome Ryan Ferris, who should be alongside with us. Evening, Ryan.
Good afternoon and good evening to everyone. Hi, Alex.
Good stuff. Good to have you with us. So Ryan will be with me for the next 2 or 3 hours or so. As you can see, the timer is ticking down at the minute.
Drivers are complaining to Petter and Co about the laps
getting
that
things
you were down. We have
sorted.
a screenshot.
So,
we're using it.
Ryan, I know that you've been keeping a keen
apologies
eye
if it's not
on
the
what's
result
been
that you
happening,
wanted,
because we had
the amount of laps that you wanted,
a significant amount of
screenshot we're
gaps
using from the
between
race,
the leaders in both the GT3 and the LMP.
So
we
please
had
bear
Barkley
with
from the
us,
75
Yes, it's not ideal,
DOS
but
Racing,
we can sort that
leading
after. At the moment, we're trying to get this sorted so we can go back to green.
of course, Pologna
So
BMW,
please
with the 35
give
having taken
Peter
pole,
and
and then we had
myself and
Hakimi,
everyone else in the stewards chat just a
I think
break
was
so we can
the
sort
number 21 Axel sports car, and then we had Jacob Reed. Well, we had Close in the 317, and then we had Roslan in the number 20, I believe, from the Sitter Axel sports car. It's been quite interesting in the first 4 hours.
Well, yes, indeed, and we did see before the stoppage quite a good battle going on for second position in the LMP2 race between, I believe it was one of the Axel sports cars with Reed, but then obviously we've came to this slight hindrance or stoppage, and these things do happen. It's sim racing, and you do get these odd gremlins happen. It even happens everywhere. So yeah, we're hoping some point soon we're going to get started and we're going to have another restart. The start of the race was quite a bit of carnage to start.
Well, that was the first restart, where we actually had a full reset after 34 or 36 minutes, of memory serves me correctly, and then the race director was promptly on the TeamSpeak, actually saying to everyone, this is a 24-hour race, not a 24-lap sprint, which was pretty much saying to everyone, just keep it calm, race for 24 hours, and effectively, until the laps have been added, what is going to happen is that we will remain under a code 60 situation here, so no one can exceed the pit lane speed limit, and I have already heard the race director has been saying effectively that things will be punished quite hard.
What I need is for LMP2s to be in single file at the moment and not overtake each other, so if we can all literally just be single file in order, so that then there's no risk of anyone jumping up or down laps when they shouldn't be. That'd be really, really helpful. Same with the GT field, please. We hope to get this done within a lap or 2 or 3. We're doing this as quick as we can.
So the race director there, as those listening on the stream at the moment, just asking everyone to go into single file. But I mean, effectively, Ryan, it means that there's no possible altercations or anything like that before we go racing, and as soon as we get the signal to go, we're going to be very much even Stevens, and the drivers that extended such a significant lead coming into the red flag stoppage with 20 hours and 14 minutes to go. They've got all this work they've got their work cut out again, haven't they?
Well, yes, indeed. The top 4 all together on the same lap, so that's going to be quite interesting for the LMP2. As for what looks to be the majority of the GT3s, they seem to be on the same lap as well, unless we haven't quite sorted out the laps yet there. I'm not sure.
It's just going to take a little bit of time just to get that all sorted. But we will just bear with the admin side of things. But I like the fact that we are in equal cars in LMP2, so they've got the EERCs out there. But then we go to the GT3s, you've got a field that is, the majority of it is comprised of McLarens. We've got a few BMWs. We did have one Porsche enter, but they're not with us this evening. And then we've got the sole Aston Martin Vantage of RSS Unison Racing, with Alexei Spirichev being the driver that started off for that car. And he did a pretty good job getting up as high as 6th place at some particular. But now we have Dmitry Bushka in that vehicle. But Le Mans is a challenging circuit, Ryan. There is no quarter given. We've seen it in the first 30-odd minutes of the original restart, and then we saw all the LMP2s and the GT3s literally give no quarter, but there was some great overtaking, some great strategy calls. We saw the first run of pit stops. It's going to be interesting what happens on the restarts, isn't it?
Well, yes, indeed, and like you pointed to earlier, it's not a sprint race, it's a marathon in terms of things, very long marathon in fact. And yeah, the thing is that the drivers are now going to be starting to think about dialing themselves in, ready to get into the night section of the race. We're currently approaching 5 hours in, and yeah, it's going to be quite interesting how this restart goes. And the thing is that you will find is, concentration is a major thing as we're getting in towards the night stage. Tiredness might come into play, and you may start to see the odd mistake creep up here and there.
Very true, especially when we get to happy hour in the morning. And I know I'm going to be doing the midnight hours this evening, as I think I've pulled the short straw, haven't I? But that's part and parcel of a 24-hour race that everyone does as much as they can. I know that you'll be joining me and Ed Hunter, I think, a little bit later on tomorrow towards the end of the race. I think you're going to see it through to the end of the race. But it's going to be an interesting one. Le Mans, as we know, has run in the real-life side of things, is to, as we've seen, Oliver Hartigai from Pimps Racing Hungary in the 23 has pulled to a stop at the moment. But since 1923, Le Mans has been one of those tracks that really has had, doesn't really let the drivers decide. It decides for them, and that is true in both the real life world and the virtual world.
Yeah, and you will find that there's always the possibility that if someone who's leading at the moment come tomorrow morning, they might not be the person who's in front. You could have such a large gap, and then things don't go quite right mechanically, or a lapse in concentration causing a bit of a spin or something. And that's one of the things about Le Mans that we love. There's a romance about it, and generally it'll be interesting to see how they go on into the the later stages, early morning, around the 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock time in the morning, when track temperatures are colder, air temperatures colder, and you'll start to see some of the faster laps being pumped out in the morning. You may find that someone who's got a decent lap overnight may find that lap coming down, because some drivers prefer the night over the day.
That's very true. Current ambient air temperature, virtually speaking, is 21 degrees Celsius. Track temperature at 29 degrees Celsius. The weather is still dry, but one of the other things is that the weather can also put a bit of a spanner in the works, let's say. We've seen it before. I mean, I remember when Tom Christensen, Alan McNish, and Dindo Capello Tom Christensen was in the final stint for Audi, and I think it was 2008. And Howden Haynes, his race engineer, said, "No, mate, it's absolutely piddling it down." Well, words to that effect. And they chose an intermediate tyre, and the tyre was absolutely perfect. And Peugeot were literally not able to counter at all.
Well, yeah, indeed. With the Circuit de la Sarthe being so big, you can find it there. Down in Mulsanne corner, it is absolutely lashing it down. Where start finish straight, it's almost beautiful sunshine. It can have that much of a difference around the track.
So you can see that all the cars are still running under the code 60, which has been enforced by race control whilst they get all the laps added up. But there have been some really good battles. I mean, you know, the Axel Sport cars, when we went into qualifying at around about just after 1 o'clock this afternoon, we had some really good battles from, you know, Josh Perwin, who's apparently in the car again. And then also for the number 21, we had, I'm just trying to remember now. I'm trying to get my bearings again. It's one of those things that you come back after a little bit of time away from the street and you think, right, who was I talking about? And it was Naki Baslan, who's got Nabil alongside in the number 21, and that's got Mika Hakimi, who is in the car at the minute, and then Alistair Young as well. And then you look at the sister car, Josh Perwin, who's in the car at the moment, Amir Hamoud, Alex Young, and also Miko Nassi. And that's a pretty formidable lineup at both Axel Sports cars. And when you look at how there are esports teams or sim racing teams across the world that really are bringing this kind of competition to the fore, and we saw that in the Le Mans 24-hour virtual back in middle part of June, where it was a case of let's see what happens, and all of a sudden you get one heck of a 24-hour race.
Well, yes, indeed. And the thing is, I'm wondering how the first place Axel Sport Orica is going to manage with the restart, as they did have quite some sizable gap over the second and third place car. So it'd be interesting. Is he going to manage to pull away, or are they going to trip each other up in this opening stints of the restart?
Well, I mean, when you think about it, Hakimi had nigh on a 100-second gap. That's about just under a third of the lap lead in LMP2. That was like a minute and a half plus some, and then Roslan was over 2 minutes, nearly 2 minutes 10 adrift. Then Jakob in the number 5, well, that was nearly 2.5 minutes, well, over 2.5 minutes, and was battling away with Long in the 417, which is the Eidos Motorsport car, and that was for over position. So now it's sort of been given a bit of an equilibrium now. The counter's been reset, and then we have to see how the dice fall, how the dominoes lie when they go into the restarts, as soon as we get all the laps added on.
Attention all drivers, we are suspending this race.
Right, okay, race has been suspended. Race has been suspended according to race control. Race has been suspended. Once again, our sincerest apologies. So we will have things back up and running as soon as possible.
The session will not resume. No points will be given out for this race.